My name is Andreas, and in this video we'll build out a Figma clone. Multiple users will be able to work together, and you can see other people's cursors that are also inside the room. Everything works in real time, so any changes you make, your friends in the room will immediately see too. You'll build out a menu for changing properties on the right side of the screen. Here you can change colors, positions, dimensions and more, depending on what element you have selected. You can insert elements such as rectangles, ellipses, drawings and raw text. You'll be able to right-click on an element and move it down or up in the stack to decide which elements covers other elements. Drawings can be drawn and seen in real time by your friends. So when you're drawing, the drawing will appear little by little on your friend's screen. You can insert text into the canvas. It is possible to change the size of the text, but also the weight or boldness. You can pick between fonts such as Inter, Arial and Times New Roman. A history tracker will allow users to undo and redo actions, and you can of course also zoom in and out of the canvas. We will build a dashboard where users can create new rooms. When creating a new room, the user will automatically enter the room. Going back to the dashboard, the user can rename rooms but also select them. If a room is selected and the delete button is pressed on the keyboard, a confirmation modal is shown. If confirmed, the room will be deleted. On the left side inside a room, you'll see the order of the elements. You can select elements and press the delete button on the keyboard to delete them. It is possible for rooms to be shared between users. Here I'll create a user and share the room with it. After signing up, I'll be able to sign in with the credentials. I won't be able to see any rooms in this new user's dashboard. But if I press the share button for this other user and share the room with this email, I should be able to refresh over on my other page and then see the room under shared files. I can now enter the room and make modifications to it. I can then revoke the access by going back to the share menu and removing the user. The app will be built using React with Next.js 15 as the framework. It will be styled with Tailwind CSS. We'll also use Prisma ORM to interact with the database and Next.auth to handle authentication. For the real-time features, we'll use Liveblocks. We'll build everything from scratch so you can get experience and learn exactly how it is done. So without further ado, let's get started with the project. To get started with the project, first we'll go to Visual Studio Code. Then I want you to go to File, Open Folder, and then find the folder you would like to create the repository in. So I opened repositories right here, and then I have all my repository folders inside that folder. What we'll then do is we'll go and search for T3 stack, and this is the stack we'll use to initialize the project. It sets up a couple of things for us, such as TypeScript, Prisma, Tailwind, and then also Next.js, or just Auth.js as it is now. So this will be set up for us automatically, so we'll save a little bit of time with that. So what I'll do is I'll go up and copy the following command with npm. I'll then go in here and press open in integrated terminal. I'll then paste in the command, like so. And then I'll create a new project. I'll call this Figma clone. I'll want to use TypeScript, Tailwind CSS. I would like to say no to tRPC. I would like to use Next.auth as well with Prisma. And then I would like to use the app router and then Postgres SQL. I'll just say no to this, but you should probably say yes if you want to store it in your GitHub repository. So I'll say no, and then I'll say yes to running npm install, and just yes to this as well. Then we should see a project in just a second. So we have a project now that is called Figma clone, and it'll just run the npm install for us, and it'll just take a second. So now it installed the node modules, so all of the packages we defined inside the package.json. So the T3 stack has a bunch of dependencies, these ones predefined, which it just installed for us. So what I'll do now is I want to open up the following repository. So I'll go to open folder, and then I'll pick my repositories folder and then Figma clone, and then I'll press open. Now I can press close right here, and I can just walk you through what the different files in the solution are. So first we have tsconfig.json. This defines all of our TypeScript rules, and you probably do not need to change that. We also have a tailwind.config.ts, and in here you can define custom colors, for example, if you want to use a specific color throughout your entire app. And startdatabase.sh we won't really need. This is for running Docker containers for local development databases. We'll just use a Postgres database from Neon on Vercel. And next up we have the formatting rules for prettier, so prettier.config.js. We do not need to touch this as well. Then we have post.css.config.js, and this is if we want to use Tailwind CSS with post CSS. Then we have the package.json. This is where we define all of our scripts. So for example, we would like to be able to run Prisma db push to push the schema to the database, or running a development server, for example, with the Next.js turbo. So we can just define the scripts in here and then run them down here under npm scripts. And that way we don't have to type in the entire command each time we want to run it. So we also have the dependencies. These are the dependencies or the libraries we have installed in the project, and we can use these throughout the project if we install them. So these dependencies were what was installed in the node modules up here. And then the package log.json is auto-generated by npm. So this will just contain some versions about the dependencies that were installed in the package.json file. Next up, we have next.config.js. This is used to configure Next.js, and you can learn more about exactly what you want to configure or what you can configure in the Next.js docs if you want to. The next one, next.env.d.ts. In here it says this file should not be edited. And this file is used to ensure that Next.js picks up types from the TypeScript compiler, so I really shouldn't edit the file at all, but just leave it as it is. Then we have the gitignore file. So in here, if you have initialized a repository under source control, so a git repository for example, these are all the files that will be ignored automatically when you commit and push to GitHub. Next up we have eslint rc.cjs. And this file is used to configure eslint, but you can learn more about the specific rules in the eslint docs, but I won't really want to go through all of these. If you just leave it as it is, it should work fine because it has been set up automatically by the T3 stack, and they will want to make sure that it works fine for our purpose. Next up we have an env example, so this is just an example file of what we want to put in the env file, because env isn't really put into the version control system. But the .env file will contain all of our environment variables, which we can reference throughout the app. So these will be values that the user probably should not see, such as an auth secret, or a auth Discord secret, or a database URL. Then we have all of our source files. These will be put inside the folder called src, which stands for source. In here we have a file called env.js. This file will define all of our types for our environment variables. So by default, environment variables do not have types attached to them. But if you want to put specific types onto your environment variables, these can be defined in the env.js file. So for example, if we go in here, we can see that the auth secret is just this, which is kind of a long string or something. But then under env.ts, we can also find auth secret. In here, we can see that it is a string, and also that it is only something we can access in the server and not in the client. So all the variables we define up here will be the types. Down here, we then define which variables should be accessible on the client, and down here we define which variables we want to be accessible on the server. So in the case of auth secret, we can then define auth secret should be the following process.env.auth secret, and this will then refer to .env. And I can show you later how we'll use these environment variables throughout the app. We'll use a couple of them. Next up we have styles. Inside here we have a globals.css, and this is just required to set up Tailwind. This has been done for us automatically by the T3 stack as well. Next up we have the server folder. In here we have db.cs. This is not a file which contents we would like to modify in any way. This is just some Prisma setup. So Prisma ORM is what we'll use to interact with the database, and it'll let us define a schema under schema.prisma, which we can then push to the database, for example. But to use Prisma, we'll need to have all this set up, and this is something you would usually do manually. But because we're setting up our project with the T3 stack, or initializing the project with the T3 stack, this will be set up for us automatically. So I haven't really had the need to change any of this in the past, but you might have a case where you want to change it in the future. So just know that it exists, and this is just for setting up Prisma ORM in the system. Next up we have the auth folder, and in here we have two different files. We have config.ts, and these will be all of the configurations for setting up Next.auth. And Next.auth is the library we'll use for setting up authentication and authorization within our Next.js app. So Next.auth has recently transitioned to Auth.js. So this is a library that can now also be used with other frameworks such as Svelte, for example, but that previously was only available from Next.js. So in here we can define rules for setting up all of the authentication stuff, but just know that this is the library we'll use. In here we can set up all kinds of different options. So for example, we're using Prisma to connect to the database. Then also we can store variables in the session or in a JWT token. We can also set up different login providers, such as a Discord provider, or if we would like to log in with Google, we could set up a Google provider, or we can set up a credentials provider to log in with a password and an email. So this will modify a little bit in a later section where I want to set up the authentication, which in our case will be the credentials provider. Next up, we have index.js, and this is also just some setup made by the T3 stack that sets up Next Auth for us. So it exports methods such as sign in, sign out, and then also auth, which we can use in the middleware, for example. So I'll just close this and close the server folder, and then I would like to go to the app folder. In here, we can define the different pages, but also the API routes within our system. So we have layout.tsx, for example, which defines the parts of pages that do not change very often. We also have page.tsx, where we can put in page content. So for example, this will render out a page when we run the app in just a second. And then we also have API routes. So this is just a setup route, for example, that has been set up for us by the T3 stack to make Next Auth work. So this we won't really have to change it all. We'll just leave as it is. But we can set up both routes. So if you want to go to a page and then go to dashboard, we can then create a route. So a folder in here that is called dashboard. And then we can route to this route and let the user, show the user the content or the HTML they should see if they go to this route. We can also set up the API endpoints. So if you make a post request, for example, to an endpoint, which we have defined here, we can then define what it should return. So these are the things we can do inside the app folder. So I'll just close this as well, and then close the source folder and go to public. So in here in public, we can define assets which are just stored on the server. So we have favicon.ico, for example. This is the small icon you'll see up here whenever you run the app for the first time. So if you put in images, for example, or videos, these will be these will be put on a CDN by Next.js if you deploy the application via Vercel. So in here, you shouldn't put any large files. You shouldn't put any files over 4 kilobytes because bandwidth is very expensive with Vercel. But if you have any small images, for example, you can put these images inside the public folder, and then you can use those throughout the app, such as favicon.ico, for example, like here, which is a very small file, which we can then use as the small icon up here. Then we lastly have the Prisma folder. In here, we have a file called schema.prisma. The schema.prisma file defines a couple of things. First of all, it defines which database provider we are using. So remember, when we initialized the app, we decided to use Postgres. So this will be defined right here. It will also pull out the environment variable from database URL, which comes from the environment variables right here under database URL. If I go back again, we can then see the different tables. So we have a table called post. We also have a table called accounts, session, user, and then verification token. We won't need to change any of these right now, as some of these are just required for Next Auth. We'll just leave them as they are, but just know that we have a user table, which we can use to store users. Right now we have an ID for a user, so this will be a table, and these will be columns in the table. So this is just mapping an abstract model to an SQL table. And then we also have a column called name, for example. We have an email that is stored per user. A user can then be connected to an account. Have multiple accounts. The user can also have multiple sessions or multiple posts. And then you can also, for example, add a new property called password if you want the user to be able to log in with a password. And then after doing any changes, you can find it right down here. So Prisma db push, you can run the following command, like so. And that will then push all of the database changes up to the connected database, which you have defined in your environment variables right here. So the database URL. So that is a pretty quick walkthrough of how the project works. So like all of the files and folders, and then what they also contain. Of course, we also have the node modules, as I explained earlier. So these will be all of the files that has been installed when you run npmi and then install a library. So when just running npmi, you'll just install all of the libraries that has been defined inside the package.json under dependencies. So these are the ones installed currently. But if you want to install a new library, it will just be put in here. If you have any problems with libraries, sometimes you'll need to delete both the node modules and also the package.log.json file, and then just run npmi again, like so. And that will then reinstall all of these files, so all of the libraries inside the node module folder, and then also generate this package.log.json. So just know that you can safely delete the following file and also the node modules if you have any problems with the libraries that you have installed. And because we have a lot of code inside the node modules, these are also not checked into Git when you commit your code to Git and then push it to GitHub. So if you go inside git ignore, we can see if we can find the following. So the dependencies, node modules. So this is ignored when you commit anything to Git, and this means that these files will not be pushed into GitHub. And the reason is because we don't want to store a lot of files in GitHub, which anyone can just generate by typing in npmi. But we only want to push up the necessary files to GitHub. And the reason we are ignoring .env, which we also ignore in here, is because we do not want to commit any of the env environment variables to Git, because then anybody with access to the repository can then see all of our secrets, and that is not a very good practice at all. So after this little walkthrough, we should now be able to start up the app. So to start the project, I'll just right click right here and then press open integrated terminal. We can then see the following terminal. I also want to open up this one called npm scripts. In here we can find def, and then we can run the following command. So what this will do is it'll run the app. So right now we get an error. It says invalid environment variables, and it says auth discord ID is required, and auth discord secret is also required. So if I go under .env and then just close this a little bit, we can see that these environment variables are completely empty. And these will be used by Next.auth if we set up Discord as a provider, so as a way for the user to log in with. So if this is set up properly, the user can press login with Discord over in our app and then log in with Discord. We do not want to use the Discord provider though, so we'll just delete these for now, just to get the app running, and then go into source, env.js as well. Then I'll just find the following two again and just delete these because these define that they are required. So I'll just delete these two and press save. Then I'll also want to go under app and then server, auth, and then config. And then down here, I'll just find the Discord provider and just delete that. And then press save. And then I would like to try and run the app again. So I'll just go under npm scripts, find the Prisma db push again. The next dev turbo, run that and just see what happens. So right now it says Next.js 15.0.3 and then turbo pack, and then we have the URL to the development server, so to access our web page right here. So I'll just press command and click this and just wait for it to open up here. So now we see that the app is running as it should. So we have a create t3 app, which is the content that is being returned from our app folder in here. So under source and then app, I told you that we are defining all of our pages. So the following page right here will just be returned if you go to the root folder like so. And then the content of this can be found inside layout.tsx and then also page.tsx. So if I just close this, make it a little bit smaller, we can just talk about what are in these files. So right now we have the metadata object up here, which we export. We then have a title, a description, and an icon. So we have favicon.ico. This will point to the file inside the public folder, which will put up the icon up here, as well as put in the title create t3 app, which will also be set up here in the tab. Next up, the things we define inside layout.tsx will both wrap the page in the same directory, but also all of the subfolders and their layout and page files. So this way you can build up a web page by wrapping it with functionality that you need, such as an HTML tag or a body tag, or maybe you want a layout file that contains a sidebar, for example. So these are all examples of what you can put inside a layout.tsx file. But any page will really need an HTML tag and then also a body tag to wrap it, so that is why this is put inside the root layout.tsx. So in here we are passing in some children, which are React node, and these children will be the content of the page.tsx file. So in here we have the content that we see on the page right now. We have create and then t3 app, for example. We also have first steps right here, and we also have another button, documentation. So that is what you are seeing over here on the page right now. So with the project up and running, we can get started with the page or with building out the project. So what I'll do is I'll just close these for now. And then I would like to go into the Prisma and then schema.prisma. So what I want to build out first is two pages. I want to build a sign in page and a sign out page. I also want it to work with Auth.js such that the user can sign in and also sign out when they want to and register a new user. I then want to restrict certain pages so that the user can't access those pages, for example a dashboard page, without being logged in successfully. And what I would like the user to do in this app is to log in with an email and a password. But if you go to the model under here, so the user table, we can see that we have an email column, but we do not have a password column. So for now, I'll just add a password column. This will be a string, and it will not be optional. This will have to be defined, so you can't really create a user without defining both the email and the password. I'll then press save, and then I'll press close up here. If we then go to Prisma Studio, and then we go to Prisma DB push, we would like to run the following command to push it to the database. There is one thing we need to do first though. If you go under env, and then go under the database URL, we can see a random Postgres database right here. So I haven't set up this database. This is a local database. But what I want to do is just create a test database on Vercel, which we can use for now. So to do that, I'll just go over here, search for Vercel, and press login. I'll then just log in quickly with my GitHub, and then I'll see when I'm on the dashboard. And now that I'm logged in, I would like to go under storage. I'll just close this down here by saying accept all. I then want to choose a serverless Postgres database. This is free, by the way. So if you go under Neon, serverless Postgres, and then create, we should then see the following pop up. Under here, I'll just choose Washington for now. So Washington DC. I'll just use the following one. So this is free. So always free tier, no credit card required. Then I'll just pick the following one, press continue. And then I would like to call this Figma clone DB. And then I'll press create. And now we have created a database successfully. Then what I would like to do is press Prisma right here, and then just go to the schema.prisma file to make sure that it is set up correctly. So we have Postgres SQL as the provider, and then also database URL as the database URL down here. So it looks like we are ready to use the following database when we just set in the connection string, of course. So I'll just press right here, and then I'll press show secret. And then under database URL, I'll just copy the following one. And then I'll go under env. So I'll press Command P to open up the following menu right here. Then I'll press the following file. So under database URL, I'll just replace this entire line with the line. I'll just make sure that it is a string with the line that we copied from the database over here. Then I'll press save, and then I'll just go to Explorer, press Prisma DB push, and just see if we are pushing the following schema to the database. So it looks like it is doing something, and it is connecting to the AWS database. And now it says that your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema, and then it also generated Prisma client. And what this means is that it generated all the types for interacting with the database. So remember how I said it was an ORM? This stands for Object Relational Mapper. So this means we can just translate between data representations in the database and the objects we use here in the code. So in our example, it will be types in TypeScript, for example, which will be the way we can map the data in the database to something we can use in the code. So I'll just close this by pressing any button. And then what I want to do is just make the following page a little smaller, hide this again. And then I would like to go to DB Studio. So I'll just run the following command. And by the way, if you can't see the following tab right here, you might want to right click it and say npm scripts. This will allow you to see the npm scripts. Next up, I'll just press the Prisma Studio. And now it opened up the following terminal. So now we have 3 terminals running. And then in here, I can press any table. So I'll just press user. And this will then show us all the contents of the user table. So in here, the schema Prisma file, we can then go down to user and see the columns that were defined. So ID, name, email, password. And if I then scroll to the right, we can see all of these properties. So ID, name, email, and password. And these are all defined in the database we just created over here. So this is not a local database. And this is in theory a database we could just use in production right now if we just wanted to. So now we actually set up with a database. So that is pretty cool. And it is all free. So you can just use this all the way until you have enough users or a big enough requirement for a bigger database to upgrade to a paid version. So next what I'll want to do is set up some simple credentials authentication in our application. So this will be authentication with an email and a password. To do this, I'll just close the following 2 ones and just make this a little bit smaller again. And then I'll go in here, and then I want to just press Command P and find a file called config.ts under source, server, and auth. Additionally, you could also find it under source and then server and then auth and config.ts right here if you want to. So I'll just close this terminal too, and then I'll just look through the file. So right now we have a couple of things. We have the types we are using in our authentication. So right here we are defining an interface, so some types for the object that is stored in the session. You can also define types for the JWT token if you want to store something within the token. And then down here we'll define the config itself. So we have a couple of different things. We have the providers first of all, then we have the adapter, and then we have the callbacks. So I'll just start with telling you about the providers and implementing slowly as we go along. So we'll start by setting up the credentials provider. So I'll just put in credentials right here, import that, and then our credentials like so, and then I'll just open up a new object like so. I'll just delete the following one I imported up here, and then just import the correct one by pressing Command dot when there's a squiggly line, and then I can see the import. So Next.js providers and credentials. In here I can first pass in an object, so I'll pass in credentials, and I'll just want to receive an email, and then also a password whenever the user wants to log in. I can then press comma, and then put in a method called authorize. This will be an async method, and then I'll want to receive the credentials as the parameter whenever the user logs in. So in here we define whatever happens whenever the user logs in. So when the user enters the form with an email and a password and then presses the login button, the email and the password will be contained inside the credentials variable and will be sent into the following method. We'll then custom define what we want to do with these information. So maybe we want to check if the email and the password exist in a database, and if it does, then we can log in the user, and then if it doesn't, we will not log in the user. But maybe you want to do something different. For example, maybe you have a file on your computer that says whether the user exists or not with a hard-coded email and password. So you can just authorize the user however you want to in any custom way, but we'll just use a database for now. So what I first want to do is I want to put in a try-catch statement. So here I'll say try and then catch, and then I want to catch an error. And then what I want to do is I want to validate whether the user has entered an email and a password that is actually in the format we are expecting. So if I hover this right now, we see that we have a partial and a record with email and password, and the type is just unknown. And that is not really something we can use for that much, because we would like an email and a password where the type is a string, because otherwise we don't know if it is even something we should query the database for or not. So what I'll do is I'll create a new schema containing the rules for how the email and the password should look, and if the email and the password inside the credentials variable do not follow those rules, we'll then immediately deny the user access to the application. So what I'll do is under source, I'll create a new file and I'll call this schemas.ts. In here we can use a library called sort, which is already imported by the T3 stack. So I'll just say import, and then I'll import a string first of all from sort. So sort, if I just close these ones over here and then search for sort, we can then see that it is a TypeScript first schema validation with static type inference. So in here we can define different schemas. So for example, you can define that the format of a variable should be an email, and if it's not an email, then it'll throw an error. So that is one of the things we'll do in here. So I'll say export const and then signup schema. This will be an object, and this object will have two properties. We'll have an email first and foremost. This email will be a string, and if it is not a string, the error message should be, I'll just put in required. Oh, I need to pass in as an object required error, and then this error will be email is required. And then I want to pass in another rule as well. So it should both be a string, but additionally the email should also follow the following rule that the string is an email. So now we say, okay, we have an object with a property and email, and this email should be a string and it should be an email. So it'll validate whether it has an @ sign, for example, and whether it has something and then .com. So that is what this email email method will do. Next up, I'll just pass in the following error message here as well. So I'll say invalid email, and then I'll want to create another property, which is the password, which we will also receive when the user logs in. So I'll say password this should be a string. The required error should also be password is required. And then I would like to put in another thing as well. So I'll say the password should have a minimum length of 8, and then password must be at least 8 characters long. And then I would also like to define a maximum length of a password, and that should be 32 characters. And then I'll just let GitHub Copilot autocomplete it here by pressing tab, save it. And then we can see that it says we have a password. The password must be a string. It must be a minimum of 8 characters and a maximum of 32 characters. I'll just import the object up here by pressing Command dot and pressing enter over update import from sort. So now we have the sign up schema. But when the user is logging in, the user shouldn't be validated for whether the password is at least 8 characters or 32 characters long. That is only for the sign up schema. So we want a little bit of a different schema when signing in. So I'll just copy this right now, paste it down here, and call this one sign in schema. So in here we also have email is required and a valid email. So we'll validate whether an email is a string and whether it is an email. But we do want to remove the following properties right here. So now we just have password. The password is a string, and the password is required if the user fails to provide the password. I'll then press save and go back to the config file. In here we can now use the schema we just defined. So inside this try catch, what I can do is I can validate the data from credentials through the schema, and if the schema then if the data fails to comply with the rules defined in the schema, it will then throw an error, and then we can catch that error inside this catch statement and then deny the user access to the application. So I'll say const, and I want to destructure the output of what we're getting. So I'll say email and password. And then what I want to do is I want to say awaits, and then I want to say sign in schema dot pass async. And then I'm going to pass in the credentials. So the credentials will be the raw data we are receiving from the form whenever the user is logging in. And then we take that raw data, which have the unknown types, and then we say, okay, the types of the credentials need to be email and password, and this one should be a string and an email, and this one should be a string, and both are required. So if those rules are not complied, then we'll throw an error and catch the error right here. So after this statement, we'll know that if anything was wrong with the credentials, we'll then have an error. So we will never reach the next line without the email and password following the rules defined in the schema. So next up, we can use the email and the password in a type-safe way. So now we have the email as a string and the password as a string. So next up, I can say const user equals awaits. Database, I'll just import it from up here, pressing enter, .user, .find unique. Then I want to pass in some properties. So I want to pass in a where statement to my query. This should contain an email, and the email that I want to search for in the table is the following email from the schema. Oh, sorry, not from the schema, from the credentials that were verified through the schema. So now we have a user we have found in the database, and this user might be of the type user, but it also might be null. So this variable user will be null if the user is not found in the database. So we need to handle that as well. So I'll just create a new line, and then we'll just handle this as we go. But first of all, I just want to check if the password is valid. So right now we checked if there is even a user in the database with this following email, but we didn't really select whether the user also has the password. So to do that, we'll use a library called bcrypt. And bcrypt lets us one-way encrypt information. So for example, if we have a string, a password, we can encrypt this password so it can take my secret password, and it can make it into a string that is totally unrecognizable, and this string we can then store in the database. So instead of storing the plain password like this, which is very insecure if the database gets leaked, we can then store this hash, and then before we check if the user should be logged in, we can then hash the password inside this authorize method as well, and then check whether the hash password we just hashed right now is the same as the hash password that the user has in the database. So in creating a user, we hash the password, store that hashed password in the database, and when we log in, we also hash the password right here, and then check if that hashed password is the same one as the hashed one in the database. So to do that, we'll just use the library called bcrypt. So that library has a helper method called compare, which can compare the passwords from the database with one that is not yet hashed. So I'll say password match, and then I'll say await, and then bcrypt, like so. And then we haven't, of course, installed the library, so we'll need to install the library as well. So I'll just say bcrypt.js, and then I'll say npm, and then I'll just install the following library. So if I scroll down, we should be able to find an npm install command. So that is probably just up here. And I'll just open up the terminal, like so, open an integrated terminal, and I'll just run the following command. And now it is installed, so we should be able to just import it up here. So I'll just say import and then bcrypt from bcrypt.js, like so. And then if I hover this, we see that it gives us an error. So try installing the types for the library. So I'll just do that. And then we still have an error. So I'll just try and restart the TypeScript server to see if anything was wrong with the installation. So now it was correctly detected. So now we have the bcrypt object from the library. So now we should be able to use it down here. So since we have the user, we can then get the password from that user object. So this is the user we just fetched from the database, and we then want to check whether that user's password is the same as the one up here. So I'll say bcrypt.compare, and then we'll want to pass in the password we just received from the form. So this password is not yet hashed, and then we want to compare it against a given hash, and the given hash will be user.password. Then I'll just say, because the user might be undefined, I'll just pass in an empty string, because this empty string, when hashed, will never equal the same as this password anyways, because we have the rule that the password must have a minimum length of 8 characters. Then I'll say semicolon and create another line. So this password match will be a boolean, and if it is true, then the user actually logged in with the correct credentials. Otherwise, the credentials do not match the user in the database. Next up, I can say if not password match, and then I'll just return null. Otherwise, I'll say return user. And in the case this parse async throws an error, we will catch it down here in the in the catch statement, and just return null as well, because the user shouldn't be logged in if the user didn't provide the correct format of email and password in the form. So I'll just press save now that we have inserted all of this code. And then what I want to do is define something called the session down here. So I'll just scroll down to the following place and then put in session. The session should be with the strategy JWT. So this is a JSON web token. So we can see how that works by going to the library we're using. So that will be Auth.js. And then we can go under concepts up here. And then we can go under session strategies. So what I want to do is just go over quickly what the JWT is and then how it works. So the JWT token is a session strategy. So when a user signs in, a JWT token is created in an HTTP only cookie. So the cookie is HTTP only, and that prevents it from being accessed client side. And then it is encrypted with a secret key only known to the server. And that key is probably stored in here in the env file. So auth secret, that is the secret key. And then when the user signs out, that JWT token is destroyed and the user will no longer be signed in. So the obvious advantage is that it doesn't require a database to store the session. So it is a super simple way for an application to manage the user's state or the user's login session. And then what we are often also using it for is storing data about the session throughout the session. So when a user logs in, we can then set some data about that session. For example, the ID of the logged in user. And then whenever we need the logged in user's ID throughout the application for querying a database, for example, we can then just fetch the ID from that JWT token and then use it whenever we need. It does say down here though that JSON web tokens are limited in the amount of data you can store on them, although we won't really need to store much else than the user's ID, so this won't really be a problem for us. So this is pretty much the go-to method for creating sessions for the user, just creating a JWT token. So that is just the standard we're going to follow in the following video as well. So I'll just close this, and now we should have the authentication rules set up for authenticating the user. So I'll just press save. And then we would like to also set the ID of the user as the ID of the user in the session. So instead of user up here, we can put in token. So when logging in, the token information is given to the session callback. And then instead of the user.id right here, we can say token.sub. And this will contain the ID of the user. So right now we have a session, and this session will then store the ID of the user, which we can then use throughout the application when we need the ID of the user. So great, now we have the rule set up, and I can go to Explore. Then I'll just over here go back to localhost, and then this is not a page we really want inside of our application. So what I'll do is I'll just go under source, app, and then page, and I'll just delete the following file. So move to trash. Under layout.tsx, we want to change a couple of things as well. So I'll just call this drawing instead of create T for app. I'll just call this drawing as well. And then what I want to do is this looks fine. I want to use the inter font throughout the entire application. So how we can use the inter font is just by importing it up here. So I can say, I'll just remove this, import, and then I can say inter, and then from, and then it is next font Google. So this is just a very nice font that we will use throughout the application. And then down here I'll say inter. Oh, I just need to do a couple of things. So const inter, and this will be inter, like so. And then I can say subsets, and the subsets will be Latin. And then also display will be swap. These are just some default configuration values you can see from just checking out how to set up fonts in the Next.js application guide. So I can then use the following variable down here. So I can say inter dot, and then class name. So now we should use inter throughout the entire application instead of using Geist. So cool. Now we have the layout set up, and now we should be able to create a page. So what I'll do is I'll create a new page under app. So I'll just create a new folder, and this will be called Signup. So anything within this folder will be routed to the following URL up here. So sign up. So when you go to this URL right here, this route will be mapped to anything within this folder. And what I mean by anything is it is just the page.tsx. So in here we can just we can define a component. So I'll say export defaults and then function. This will just be called page. I'll just open up the function, and then in here we can just for now say return. And I want to say p my sign up page, like so. And then if I just go to this URL, we can now see that we have my sign up page returned when routing to the sign up URL. So that is what I mean by anything within the following folder will be mapped to the following route up here. And then to choose what you want to return, you just put in a page.tsx file or a layout.tsx file to wrap around the page.tsx file. So now we can start building out the sign up page. So what I'll do is I'll just return a div. Inside this div, I'll just put in a class. So this class should be flex. It should have the minimum height of the screen, so that will just make it the height of the screen. I'll then want to say item center, also justify center. I want to put in a background of red, and then also px4. And then because I didn't specify the value of red, I'll just put in 500. We can see that the entire page is red right now. So walking you through what these classes actually mean. First of all, we have the flex. This means that we have display flex, and this allows us to center things within the screen. So within the page, so for example, justify center, this will be justify like so. So we have flex, and then we can say item center to center things on the y-axis. We then have justify center to center things on the x-axis. We then want to put in a background of red in for this div. And then we also define that the minimum height should be a screen. So by default, the width is always full, and the height is always v-fit, so it fits to whatever is inside the div. So we will need to specify the edge screen to make it the height of the entire screen. We also have px of 4, and this just sets some padding for the page. So this just means that we have a little padding of 4. So that is 16 pixels for any content we have inside the following div. Next up, what I'll do is I'll create another div. And this shouldn't be red, this was just for explaining purposes. So I'll say bg white. And the following div should have these class names. So width of full, a max width of small, and then space y6. So I just need to put in a dash right here as well. And then what this means is that if I just put in a background red to 300 or something, and then I put in some content, so I'll just put in a paragraph that says this. So now we can see what this div actually does. So we have a constraint, so this is a max width of 384 pixels. That is the width you're seeing right now. And then we want this div to actually expand that maximum width, so that is why we're putting in vfull. So we want the div to take up as much space as possible up until the full width of the screen, but we're actually constraining it to be the following, so 384 pixels. And then all of the content inside of this div will space on the y-axis, so we'll put a gap between of the elements, and the gap will be of 6, so that means that it will be something that is calculated like this, so 24 pixels. And then we just need to remove this again. So that is what this div does. And then instead of just this random paragraph, I'll just put in a heading that says sign up, like so. And then I'll put in a class name. This will be text center, and then text to Excel. This will make it a little bit bigger, and it'll also center the text. I'll then say font semi-bold. This will make it a little bolder, and then text gray 900. So it looks a little bit nicer, in my opinion at least. Next up, under this, we can create a new form. So I'll say form, and then this form should have a class. So inside the form, we want to space things. So I'll say space y4. This will create a space of 16 pixels between the elements. So imagine you have a stack inside the form of elements, then the spacing between the elements in that stack will be 16 pixels. And then if you put in x, if you have elements next to each other, then the gap between those elements will be 16 pixels on the x-axis. So that is what that means. Inside this form, I want to put in a div. This div will have relative, and you'll see why it is relative in just a second. I'll then put in hFit to make it only fit the content of, or make the height fit the content of the content of the div. I'll then want to put in an input field like so, and this input I'll just close this way. Then I want to put in a type. Type should be email. The name should also be email. And then I want to say it is required. I'll just save this and then put in a class name. So I'll say full width. I want to round it a little bit. MD, I want to put in a border and just save this. So now we already see the input field. So this is the input field we have right here. And then what I can then say is border gray 300, like so. I want to make the text small inside the input field. And then I also want to say, I want to put some padding on the x-axis of 3. I want to put some padding on the bottom of 1, and then some padding on the top of 7. And then I want to put in a focus. So when you focus on the field, we'll say border black. So when we click the field, it should be black. It isn't right now though. So I'll just say focus, outline none. Just click it over here. So now it is black as it should be. And this of course needs to be rounded as well. So I'll just do that, save it. So now it looks a little bit nicer. Next up, I'll go down here and say label. So this label will be a label that is inside the field. So that's why I made it relative, because when you have a parent element that is relative, we can then absolutely position elements inside of that div. So I'll just put in a class name and say absolute, then left 3, top 2, and then I just want to size the text to a little bit smaller than the default value, so 12 pixels. Then I'll just say email in uppercase. So now we have the input field. We have a label inside of it. It is positioned absolute relative to the following div. It is positioned 3 from the left, so that is 12 pixels from the left side of this relative div. It is also positioned 8 pixels from the top, so 8 pixels from the top up here. And then we have some pretty small text, and then we also say email in large. So now we can put in some text if we want to, like so, and then fill out the first form. So next up, I'll just take the following and just copy that because it seems to work pretty well. Then I'll go down here and just say password. And then instead of email, I'll just say password, like so, and just save that. Then I'll just say minimum length of 6. So if I just go to the schema, oh, it is 8 characters. So the minimum length should be 8 characters. So if you put anything less and then submit the form, it'll then give an error on the client. So this is handled by the browser and not by the server, so not by the schema. So what we can then do is, under this, we can put in a submit button. So I'll just say button, and this should then say register. So if I just save this, we now see a button called register. No borders or styling, obviously, but we do have a button. Inside this button, we can put in a class. This can be full width, rounded MD to round it a little bit. I'll then say BG black and just see how that looks. So the text obviously needs to be white. So I'll just put in text white and then also make the text a little bit small. Then I want to put in some spacing so it isn't too close to the top or the bottom, like so. Then I'll say font medium to make the weight a little bit thicker. And then I'll say, because right now when you hover it, nothing happens. So I'll just say hover, BG, and then gray 900. I'll make the focus outline none. And then I'll say disabled, cursor not allowed. And then I'll say disabled, and then BG gray 300 like so, and just save that. So actually disabling the button. So disabling the button and then putting on these classes I'll do in just a second. But first of all, I'll just create the rest of the page, and then I'll go a little bit deeper into submitting the form in 2 minutes. So first of all, I'll just put in a paragraph right here. So I'll say P, and then I'll say class name. This should be text center. I'll make it super small, so text extra small, and I'll make it a little bit grayed out. So text gray 600, like so. And then what I want to put in is have an account. So you might have seen this on a lot of different software applications you might use. So when you're on the sign in page or sign up page, it'll say already have an account. Then you can just click this link and go to the sign in page, and the opposite on the sign in page, of course. So already have an account. Then I'll just put in some spacing like so. Press save. I'll just put in another thing first though. So I'll just put in a link imported from Next link. Then I'll press save. So we'll need to add a missing property. This will be a href because that is needed for the hlink. This should be the sign in page. So if you already have an account, you can then press the link and then go to the sign in page. So we then say register like so. And then we want to color this register button blue instead or something. So I'll just say class name, text blue 400. And then when you hover it, we want to say text blue 600 instead. So just going over here, hovering this, it turns a little bit darker. And the same when you hover this button, it turns a little bit lighter, like we defined with the hover over here. Great. And then if we click this, it should take us to the 404 page because the sign-in page do not exist yet. Cool. So now we just need to submit the form. So what we're going to do is just go up here and say const error message form action, and then is pending. And then we'll use the use action state from React like so. And then we want to pass in the server action we would like to call whenever the form is being submitted. So that will be register. We have not created this yet. And then we'll just put in undefined as the initial state. Then we have the error message right here. So whenever the form returns an error, for example, if the user signs up with the wrong credentials or doesn't fulfill the schema rules, we'll just return an error message. And this one should be shown down here. So I'll just show that right under this paragraph. So I'll say error message, and then if the error message exists, you can do that with 2 and signs. Then we'll return the following HTML. So a paragraph with the error message like so. And then the class of this paragraph should be text center. And then also super small text with text red 500. So just to test this out, let me just see what it says. So you're importing a component that I'll just make this use client like so. And then we just need to define register as well. So what I'll do is I'll go under source and then app. And then under here I'll create a new folder called actions. Inside actions, I'll create a new file called Auth.js. And this will define the code being ran on the server whenever the user logs in. So in here, I'll export an async function, like so. I'll call this register. This will take in a previous state, which we set to undefined. So I'll just say string or undefined, like so. And then I'll put in the form data as well as a parameter, which we are receiving because the user is filling out a form. This will be of time form data. I'll then open up the function and just save. Because this is a file that is supposed to contain server actions, I'll just put in use server up here on the top, so Next.js knows that it is a server action. First, I'll just validate signing up against the sign up schema. So remember here in the schemas, we had the sign up schema. So I want to check that the password the user actually put in is more than 8 characters and a maximum of 32 characters, for example. So we'll do the exact same thing we did over here in the context or the config with parsing async. We'll just do it inside the Auth.js instead. So instead of sign in schema, I'll use sign up schema and just import that. And then I'll pass in the form data like so. But because the form data might contain other things than just the 2 properties we're interested in, we'll just get the specific inputs from the form data. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to define this object we defined right here. So we say that we are receiving an object by putting object right here with 2 properties, email and password. So I'm going to define an object. So you define an object in JavaScript with the following. You put in these clamps, then you can put in an email, which is this, and a password, that is that. And then you can take this object and then compare it to the schema and see if it follows the rules. So instead of just an empty string, it obviously should be the data from the form. So I'll say form data.get email. And then instead of a string, I'll just do this because it will validate it as a string anyways, like so. And then I'll do the same just for the password. So I'll say .get and then password. Cool. And then what I want to do is the exact same as last time. So I want to put it into a try catch and just catch the error down here. And then I'll just want to return error if an error happens. And then this will throw an error if an error happens and it doesn't follow the schema. Otherwise, we'll just do whatever it takes to create a user. So instead of error, this obviously does not need to be error because then the user won't know which rule he didn't follow. So instead of that, we'll just return the exact message we defined right here. So if the user breaks a rule, we'll just return the message from the rule. So in here, instead of return error, I'll say, okay, if the error is an instance of sort error, like so. So sort error. So sort is the library we're using for validating. So remember, import from sort. In that case, I'll just import this. In that case, we then return an aggregated string of all the errors that is present in the current validation of the scheme. So I'll just say return error.errors. And then what I want to do is I'll say map. And then I want to have this error. Then I'll say error.message and then .join, and I'll just join it with a comma. So if the user has multiple errors, for example, both email is required and password must be at least 8 characters, in that case, we'll then join those 2 strings together with a comma, and then we'll just return that so we can show it to the user down here on the error message. So cool. Now I can just go in on the register and import it from actions/auth, press save, and now we should see it work over here again. And no errors in the console as well, which is pretty nice. Then I'll go on the auth again, and then we would like to sign up the user if the user actually has a valid email and password. So first of all, we can just check if this entire thing even works. So if you have email, so I'll just say register, and then what you're seeing right now is the following. So we put in type email and then also required, and then we also have type password and required down here. So these are rules that are enforced by the browser. So I'll just remove email, required, password, required, minimum length, press save. This way we can just test whether these rules actually work, and then we'll just revert to these in just a bit. It is just to circumvent the rules automatically enforced by the browser. So I'll just say register, and then we can just open up F12 and see what happened, if anything even happened. So if I just scroll down, then we can see that this was just submitted. So /signup and then email is nothing and password is nothing. So that is obviously not what we want. So we forgot up here, for example, to say action and then define the action up here. So the form action, this will be form action like so. And this will actually submit the form through this register method instead of just submitted it to nowhere like we just did. So I'll just say register again. And now we see what is being returned. So invalid email and password must be at least 8 characters. And those are the rules we defined in schema, which we then check right here. And then because it threw an error, we then aggregate all of those errors, return the errors, and then we receive the error message right here. And then because it is now set, we then show the error message as a paragraph like so. So cool, now you are able to show validation errors that is server-side validated and also client-side validated with email like so by the browser. So we can make sure that the user actually logs in, signs up in the way we want the user to. So great. Now we should be able to just continue implementing the following register method and thereby signing up the user, so creating a record in the database if the user signs up correctly. So obviously, first of all, the user shouldn't be able to create a user if a user already exists with that email. So what I first want to do is check whether a user exists in the database already. So I'll say const user and then awaits. I'll just import db like so, dot user and then dot find unique. Find unique, not find throw. And then the where clause I want to put into our query is going to be the email, and that is going to be the email up here. So the email with the type safe property, so string. I'll just put it in like so. And then this will either contain the user or be null if the user is not found. So to check whether the user is found or not, I'll just put in a simple if statement, if not user. Then we just return. I'll just put this into some nice clamps as well. Return user already exists. Cool. And then this should be rendered as the error message right here as well, because we're just returning a string. And that is what error message will be, string or undefined. Cool. And then if the user does exist, because this is what we call the guard statement. So when a user does not exist, then we do not continue before or executing any of the code after that statement. That is called a guard statement. So we guard all the code after that. But if the user does exist, then this will pass, and then we continue writing out the code beneath that. So that is just what a guard statement means, and that is kind of the method we're using right here. So you might see that quite a bit. So if you ever hear that, that is what a guard statement means. So if the user does not exist, we can then create a hash from the user's password. So again, we'll use the bcrypt, like so, bcrypt library. So I'll just import this again. So I'll just search for bcrypt and just copy the import statement up here. Go back again, import it like so, and then hash the password. So I'll say .hash, and then I want to pass in isValid dot, and then it is not isValid, it is just password. I'm just used to saying it is valid. And then I'll say 10 as the salt. So 10 is usually just the default salt. So I'll just use 10. And then what I'll do is, now that we have both a user with the correct email and password, we have a user that doesn't exist yet. We also have the user's password. We are then ready and set up to just create the user in the database. So by registering a user, you actually just create a user in the database. So I'll just say db.user.create, and then we want to pass in the data which we need to create the row in the database. So the email will just be email, and the password will just be the hash, like so. And now we should be able to actually register a user in the database. So after registering a user, we want to redirect the user to the sign in page, because if the user registers a user and then the fields just clear out because the form is submitted and the page just refreshes, then the user doesn't really know that they have created a user. So what I want to do is just redirect the user to the sign in page. So I'll import redirect from next/navigation and just redirect to sign in, like so. And then we should be able to both manually verify that we create a user, but also see that we are being redirected to the sign in page whenever a user is being created. So we have the Prisma DB Studio running. If you do not have it running, you can go to npm scripts, go to DB Studio and click the following button. Or you can run this command in the terminal, Prisma Studio. So npx Prisma Studio. I'll just close this again. And the reason I'm telling you this is because we want to manually check whether the user exists or not after creating it. So I'll just press command, click the following link, go to user. So you can just click the user model or the user table. And right now we see that we have 0 rows in this table. So we should see one user after creating a user in here. So I'll just refresh just to make sure that everything is fresh. And I'll just say andreas@gmail.com. And my password will be hey. And then I want to press register. And then it says user already exists. So if I go into Prisma Studio, we see that no user have been created. So an error happened. So let's just find out what the error is. And I just spotted the error. And the error is that we are putting in this not sign in front of the user. So right here we're checking, does a user exist in the database where the email is what we just received from the form? If the user does not exist, then we receive user already exists. That doesn't really make sense. So instead we should say if user exists, then we return user already exists. So it was just a small typo with the bang symbol right here. That was just wrong. So I'll just save again and just refresh over here. And I'll put in andreas@gmail.com. Hey as my password, and then press register. Now we are redirected to the sign-in page. So it apparently looks like we have executed all this code in the correct way. Let me just manually check in the database though. So I'll just go to Prisma Studio, refresh. And now we see a row. So we have andreas@gmail.com. And we have a very gibberish string. So this is the hashed password like I told you about. So this is the reason why we in the config.ts match that hashed password from the user with the password that is about to be hashed, because we can't compare this with the user's password from the form. We need to hash it first. We also have the rest of the properties such as name and ID. This ID will be stored in this session token. And then we can reference that throughout the application to query the user's properties in the database. So cool, now we are able to register a user, and the next thing we should probably look into is signing in the user that has now been registered in the database. So let's go to the following. So I'll just close some of these to make it a little bit simpler, and then under app, I'll create a new folder, and I'll call this sign in. And then I'll just create a page folder in here as well, page.tsx. And before we do that, we can just take all of the contents from the following file. I'll just close this one, and let me just close it like so. We can just take all of the contents from the sign up page and just copy that into the sign in page, because all of the fields will look like each other anyways. I can just see that isPending is never read, so we should actually use isPending to show a loading state when a user is being created. So what I'll do is under button, you remember how I put disabled right here? So this wouldn't really matter unless we actually set the disabled variable or property. So I'll just put in isPending. This means that when you click the button and the server action is being ran, then this use action state will set isPending to true, and then we can show a loading state whenever the action is being performed. We can also, instead of register, say isPending, and if it is pending, we then say not logging in but registering. Otherwise we say register. So if you are actively submitting the form by clicking the button, then it'll say registering. Otherwise it'll say register. This way the user can see that something is actually happening behind the scenes, so the user just doesn't wait for nothing. So cool. Now I can just save that, take this entire page and go to the sign in page, and I'll just copy the entire thing in. I'll just press save here again, and now we can see sign up under the sign in route. So now we just need to change a couple of things to make it work. So I'll say sign in, and then the next obvious thing is we don't want to have an account because we are signing in already. So we want to ask the user if they do not have an account. So we can say no account instead, like so. And then we can just say create one. And then I just want to link this to the sign up page instead, and just press save. So now we can say no account, then create one. And this will take us to the sign up page, and then have an account, register. This will take us to the sign in page. So this is obviously a little bit of an error. So have an account. If you already have an account, then you do not need to register. So if I just go under page sign up, I just want to say have an account, sign in. And if you don't have an account, then we say create one. So have an account, sign in, no account, create one. Cool. So now we can just continue implementing the sign in page. So instead of registering, we want to say logging in perhaps, and then log in, like so. And then we can just create the server action for actually authenticating the user or signing in the user whenever they click the login button. So up here, we are using the register method we are created for the sign up page. So I'll just press F12 and go to that definition. And then I would like to just copy this. I'll just copy the first part actually. So over the register method, I'll just create a new method. I'll just call this authenticate, like so. This will also take previous date and form data. And then in here, I'll just say try, and then I'll await sign in. I'll just import sign in, like so, from, and I do not see where it is supposed to be imported from. I just know that under server and auth, we have the following export, so sign in, which has been done for us by the T3 stack. So this is source server auth, so that is just imported from that place. So I'll just say, yeah, now we can import it, add import from server and auth, cool. And then what I want to pass in is the credentials. So that is the provider we have set up over here in config.ts. So under providers, we create a credentials provider. So given you create a Google provider, for example, then you can pass in the Google provider over here instead of credentials and then sign in with that provider. So because we're signing in with credentials, I'll just put in the form data like so, and then also the credentials. And cool. Now we can just catch the error if any error happens. So I'll say catch error. And then I would like to say if error instance of sod error, then we just, let me just close this properly. Then I just say switch, and then I say error.type. Let me just see. It is not sod error. It should be an auth error, like so. And I can just import that from Next.auth. Then I put in a case, like so. And if the case is credentials sign in, then I just return invalid credentials. So if the error that happened during sign in is from credentials sign in, then I just return invalid credentials because the user didn't provide the correct credentials. And then otherwise, we'll just say, let me just put a semicolon. Otherwise, we'll say default, and then just return something went wrong, because in that case, it wasn't something that was supposed to happen. So the user can either log in with the wrong credentials, or something can go wrong on the server, and then we'll just return something went wrong. Cool. Now, inside this catch, we can just say throw error right here to throw any other additional errors that might also be lurking. So cool. If I then go to the sign in page, then what I need to do to be able to redirect to the dashboard page is to pass in a hidden field. But to just show you why we even need that, let me just try and log in first. So first I'll just say andreas@gmail.com. Then my password was freehaze, and then log in. And then it says user already exists, and that is because we need to say authenticate here and import that instead of register. So let me just say Andreas again @gmail.com, press login, and now we are logged in successfully. But what is happening right now is that we are still on the sign-in page. So what I want to do is I want to create a dashboard page which will contain all of the logic the user should be able to see. So the entire Figma clone basically with like a dashboard, with like a room where you can create different shapes and you can talk to each other and draw stuff, for example. But I only want to put this on the dashboard. So this dashboard page or route should be restricted by whether the user is logged in or not. But I also want to automatically redirect the user to this dashboard page when they do log in. But right now it doesn't do that. But you can't really define on the auth, you can't really define a redirect, a place you want to redirect to when you just use form data and credentials like so. You need to pass in a hidden fields under sign in, and you can do that like so. So this is kind of a little hack you need to do, but I looked into this before, and this is what I found out you probably need to do to redirect after signing in. So I'll say input, and then type hidden. I'll say name should be redirect to, and the value should be the dashboard. And I'll just close the component like so. So what will happen right here is that it will, let me just go back here, is that this sign-in method will receive both the two credentials from the form data as well as the redirect to property with a value of dashboard, and next auth will then be able to automatically figure out that it needs to redirect that to the dashboard based on the following name, redirect to. So if I try and sign in again, so andreas@gmail.com, free haze, and press login, we're then immediately taken to the dashboard. So now the authentication actually works. We can sign in, we can also register a new user, and when we do sign in, we are taken to the dashboard page. Cool. So next up, I want to make sure the user can only go to the dashboard page and see what the user is supposed to see if they are logged in. So first of all, I'll just go under app and then create a new folder called dashboard. In here, I'll just create a simple file, page.tsx, and I'll just export a page. I'll just copy this template right here, and I'll just return a paragraph, my dashboard, like so. So if I go to dashboard right now, I am able to see my dashboard. But if I sign out and go to the same page, I do not want to be able to access dashboard. I want to be redirected to sign in immediately, because otherwise I can see what I'm not supposed to see while I'm not logged in. So that is not so good. So if I just close this again and then go under auth, like so, we see that T3Stack exposed this sign out method for us automatically. So we'll just use the following sign out method. So what I want to do is I'll just go into Auth.js, export an async function. So export async function and call this sign out. And then I'll just call that sign out function they exposed for us automatically. So whenever I call this, which I defined myself, I'll just call this method from T3Stack. So this is just something they exposed from the Next.auth library. So if I just create a simple button under my dashboard page, so let me just wrap this in a div, like so, and then I put in a simple button, so button and then sign out. And then for now, I'll just make this a use client page. So this way I can use the on-click property on a button. You will not be able to use the on-click property on a button unless you have a client page, so not a server-side component. Then in that case, I'll just call the function signouts, import it from actions auth, like so. And then whenever I press the sign up button, I should be signed out. So now I'm apparently signed out. I've clicked it a couple of times, and then I'm still on the dashboard. I'm still able to see the dashboard. So that is obviously not so good. So what I want to do is just close all of these, and then under source, I'll just create a new file. This I'll call middleware.ts. And in here we can define the code that is being ran before any request is being handled by the server. So for example, this is pretty good for just managing if the user is able to see the page or not, based on whether they are logged in or not. So first I'll just import this method called auth. This is also the one exposed from the T3Stack or from Next.auth. So I'll just import this from server and then auth like so. So in here we have the following auth method. This it belongs to the T3 stack, to next auth, and it's just exposed through the template code made by the T3 stack. So I'll just save that quickly, and then I'll say export default auth, and then we receive a request as a parameter. So remember how I told you that middleware is what code we run before any request is being handled by the server. So this request is the request that is being received by the server, and then we can just do whatever we want with that request, or even block the user from accessing the page if they do not have the sufficient permissions to access that page. So I'll just say const is authenticated, and that will be based on request dot and then auth, which is part of the request as a parameter. Then I'll just say if not authenticated, then we create a new URL we would like to redirect the user to, and this should be the sign-in page, of course. So new URL, then this will be new URL like so. So I'll instantiate a new URL class from JavaScript. I would like to redirect the user to the sign-in page with the base URL being request.nextURL.origin. So if the user went to the dashboard page, for example, I'll then take the following base URL right here, concatenate that with the string signin, and then redirect the user to that URL. This way I do not need to know the base URL myself to find it in an environment variable, for example. I can just take it from the request the user already just requested. So I can then say return response.redirect, and then redirect to the new URL like so. Cool. And then I want this to only be valid for a couple of different routes. So you can define both the rules that apply to the route. So this is that the user must be authenticated, but also what route this rule applies to. So to do this, you'll say export const config, and then we can put in a matcher. This will be a string of regex sequences. So matcher like so. This will just be an array of strings. So this is an array of the routes it applies to. And this is just regex. So this will be dashboard. So this route it will apply to. But then I also wanted to apply to all of the sub routes for dashboard. So I know that right now we only have a dashboard, but in the future I would like to navigate to different projects by saying project 1, for example, project 2, project 3, etc. And this is obviously a dynamic part of the route, but I'll need to be able to handle this as well. So to look out a little bit in the future, I'll just say /dashboard, and then I would like to put in path, so any path that might come after the dashboard sign like this. So now if you have dashboard or any subpath, we'll then apply this rule that the user must be logged in. This also means that if you just go to the sign-in page, you are not required to be logged in. The same for the register page. So that is pretty nice. We can then access those pages without being signed in, as we should be able to. And then we can access the dashboard page when we are signed in. And if we do access the dashboard page without being signed in, we'll instantly be redirected to the sign-in page without any of the request being handled correctly, or without any of the part of the request being handled. So I'll just save this. And if I then refresh over here, but I do see that we have an error here. It says middleware and not middleware. So there's a little typo right here. So we should be able to save now. I'll just refresh over here. And now it says cannot find middleware module. So what I'll do is I'll just close the terminals. So I'll just close this terminal. This was the running terminal. And then what I'll do is just make sure it's closed over here. And then I'll just run the entire server again. So I'll go to npm run dev and just let it start up over here and just refresh. So now if I go to dashboard, we are instantly taken to the sign-in page. If I do put in andreas@gmail.com and freehaze and sign in, I'm taken to the dashboard. I am still able to go to the sign up page and also the sign in page because those aren't covered by the middleware, but I'm able to access the dashboard. If I sign out again, I am not able to go to the dashboard. So cool, now we've restricted the user to only being able to see the pages that we want the user to see. So behind the scenes, I've created a little favicon that we can replace this T3 stack logo up here with. So what I'll do is I'll just drag that in. I have it in two different versions. I have an icon file, and then I also have a Figma logo.svg. Both look like this. I just went into ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT to create a cool logo with an F within it. So what I'll do is I'll first go to my pages, so under app, and then I'll find the layout. In here I'll just say Figma logo, just press save, and now we at least see this logo up here. The reason why I have it as an SVG as well is because we want to draw out this logo whenever the page loads. So what I want under the following path, so dashboard, is a dashboard where the user can see his existing rooms, delete rooms, and also create new rooms. Then under this route right here, so I could say testing for example, or just test room, I would like a specific room. And by a room I mean a room where the user can collaborate with others and draw paths, create rectangles, ellipses, etc. So a room where you can edit a canvas. So to get started with the most fun part first, I'll just start by creating the following path. So I'll just skip the dashboard and just save that for later. And then I'll just get started creating the canvas. That means that the user can draw inside the canvas. So to get started here, what I'll do is I'll go under dashboard, and then inside dashboard, I'll create a new folder. This one I'll call ID. Inside this folder, I'll create a new file called page.tsx, like so. This ID right here inside these square brackets makes it a dynamic route. This means that if we put in dashboard, then we can inside this component figure out what this path right here is inside the component, and then use that as an ID to query the database, for example. So I'll show you exactly just how to get this part of the URL out in just a second. So what I'll do first is I'll say export default, and then I'll make this a server component. I'll say page, and then what I want to do is pass in some properties to the server component. So I'll just create the type of properties we would like to pass in. So I'll just say params type. This should be a promise, where the type is an ID of string. So this ID right here matches the name ID right here, and then we can get out the ID from the path. So I'll just close this, and then what I want to do is say params, and then define the type of the params. Great. Next, what I want to do is open up the page. So I'll just create a new set of curly braces. Then I would like to fetch the ID from the params. So I'll just let Copilot autocomplete right here. So what this means is that because this is a promise, we can await it. And this is a new update in Next.js 15 that you have to await params like this in server components. So that is why we await them like we do. Cool. Next thing we want to do is to get the session. So I can say const session, then I can say await, and then I can call the auth method exposed by next auth. So I can import it like so. And now because we logged in the user with a session, we can say session.user and then get the ID like this. So if the user is logged in, we can say session.user.id and then use this ID to query the database. So what I ultimately want to do is have a table in the database called rooms. Inside this room table, I would like to define all the user's rooms and also what users the user has invited to the rooms, for example. So when the user accesses a page like this, we'll then test whether the user actually owns this room or not. Because if the user do not own the room, then the user shouldn't have access to the room. And this we can check inside the server component. And that is why I would like to get both the params, so the ID, to find out what room it is, and then also find out what user it is, and then I can consult the database afterwards to check if the user actually owns that room. For now, I'll just skip this part with checking if the user owns the room or not. I'll just leave these two lines as they are, and then I'll come back to this functionality later. Right now, I'll just go to actually creating the canvas. So what I want to do is I'll say return, and then I would like to create some kind of room in here. And then inside this room, I can create a canvas like so. And this canvas, so this room component will wrap everything with a Liveblocks provider, for example, and a room provider where we can use the Liveblocks functionality. And this canvas will be our custom canvas we can use to draw out all the shapes. So first up, to get started, we'll need to install Liveblocks. So I'll say Liveblocks, Next.js, installation. Then I'll say get started with Liveblocks and Next.js. What I'll then do is copy the following command, create a new terminal, and then paste the command in. This should install everything. So next up, we just want to copy this command as well. This will create a liveblocks.config.ts file. So if I go to the Explorer right here, we see that we do not have that file. But if I run the command, we should be able to see the file when it has been generated. So liveblocks.config.ts has been generated, it says. So in here we have a bunch of different types. So inside Liveblocks we have a context that we can use throughout the client side of the app. We have a presence, for example, so this could track the cursor of where the user is. We could also track some event about the room, or some room info, some info about the room, so what the title of the room is, for example. So there's like a bunch of different stuff we can set in here when using Liveblocks. Before we can set up this file, we'll need to define some of the types that I know we are going to use inside the software or inside the tool. So first of all, I'll just comment out this right here and just return nothing, just to have it not give us an error. And then what I'll do is I'll go under source and create a new file called types.ts. Inside this file, we'll just create some of the types we'll need throughout the app. So this could be the types of layers, so for example a rectangle or an ellipse. It could also be a color or a point. So a point, for example, needs an x and a y coordinate. So we'll define all these types in here right now, and then we can use them throughout the app, both in the Liveblocks config and then also inside the canvas. So what we for sure need is a type of color. So I'll start up by saying export type, and then the type should be named color. This should have an R, which is a number, a G, and a B. So these are 3 different channels. So if you search for RGB color, you see that we have 3 different channels to play with. We have an R, a G, and a B. And this will define how the color will look. So we for sure need this color. Next up, we'll need some kind of camera. So I'll say export type, and then camera. This will have an X, a Y, and a zoom. So inside the canvas, we'll have an X and a Y coordinate. So this is where we look at with the camera. So for example, if we have an XY that is 0 and 0, we'll be looking all the way up in the corner, for example, if that is where the origin is. And then the zoom is just the scale of how much we zoom in or zoom out. So we'll for sure need these types of things. Then we'll need some kind of enum to define what types we have. So I'll say export and then enum and then layer type. And a layer is just an object basically in the canvas. So this could be a rectangle. It could also be an ellipse, for example. It could be a path if you create your own drawing, so you have a pen and draw around. Or you could have a text. This is just a text element where you can like edit the text and then place it like you want to place it. So this could be a text element, for example, right here, if this was a canvas. Next up, we'll need some kind of definition for different layers. So what I'll do first is I'll say export type, like so, and then I'll say rectangle layer. So inside the rectangle layer, we'll first say, okay, the type is layer type dot rectangle, like we defined up here. So this way we can always check what the layer type is on a given layer, and then we can check if it is a rectangle, ellipse, path, or text. And we can do that by comparing the layer's type with a layer type from the enum right here. So next up, we can define the properties on the rectangle layer. First up, I'll just define the X and also the Y coordinate. So these are the coordinates we'll use for positioning the layer. A rectangle obviously also needs a height, which is also a number, and also a width, which is also a number. Next up, we can set what is the color of the rectangle. So I'll say fill, and the fill should be a color. And because we defined the color type up here, we can just use the color type like so. Next up, we can also define the stroke. The stroke is basically just a fancy word for the border color. We would also like to define an opacity. So the opacity should just be a number between 0 and 100. So if it's 50%, or if it's 50, then it'll be 50% opacity. And then lastly, I would like to define a corner radius. So a corner radius is basically just the rounding of the corner. So if you have a box with 0 rounded roundedness, it would be corner radius 0, but if you have a little bit of roundedness, then it might be corner radius 5 pixels, for example. So these will all be properties we can change within the canvas. So inside Figma, for example, you can change the height and the width of a rectangle. You can also change the border color, the opacity, and the corner radius. So these will be properties we can change inside the canvas whenever we implement that. Next up, we'll just create another type as well. So I'll just create one called ellipse layer. In here, we'll have the type first, which is layer type.ellipse, like so. And then an ellipse also has an x coordinate, a y coordinate. And then we also, I'll just make this commas instead, so we can just keep the formatting the same throughout the entire file. Like so. I'll just close these rounded, curly braces again. And then I'll just put commas here instead, say ellipse. And then after the x and y, we'll just define a height, which is a number, and a width as well. Next up, we would like to define the fill. So again, we will need to define some kind of color for the ellipse. We'll need a stroke as well, and then also an opacity. And lastly, we would like to have some kind of corner radius. This might not be needed on an ellipse though, so we'll just leave that out for now. So I'll just say export, and then type path layer. So this is if you use a pen and then draw your own drawing. So a path consists of a bunch of different points, and then lines can be drawn between the points, so it looks like you have actually drawn with a freehand pencil. So what I'll do is I'll say type is layer type.path, and then we also have an x and a y, like so. We also probably want a height and a width on the path, and then we also want some kind of fill and also stroke, so we can set the background color and also a border color for the pencil drawing. And then lastly, we would like an opacity. And then we are missing one thing. We're missing the points. So the pencil drawing consists of a bunch of different points, like I said. So what we'll do is we'll just create a multi-dimensional array consisting of all the x and y coordinates. Cool. I'll just delete this. And then we will also need a text layer. So export type text layer, like so. And then what we want to do is set the type again. So I can say type layer type.text. We'll need some kind of x, also some kind of y. We'll need some kind of height and width as well. Not for setting the size of the text, the size of the font, but for setting the size of the rectangle around the text. So I'll show you what I mean whenever we draw the canvas out. And then because it is a text layer, we definitely also need to store some kind of text that we want to show. So I'll say text string, just change this into a comma. And then because it is a text, we will also need to set some kind of font size. This will probably be pixels, but I do not know yet. Then also a font weight, so how bold the font is. So this font right here is very high in boldness, for example, because it is thicker. Whereas this font is very much thinner, so that is a lower font weight. Next up, we can also set the font's family. So the font family will be whatever font it is. So for example, this could be Inter, this could be Arial, or it could be some kind of different font from Google Fonts. So this should be something that the user should be able to choose between. So that's why I will define the font family as a property on the text layer as well. Next up, I'll just set the fill as well. So this fill will just be the font color. Next up, I can say stroke. So this will be the border color for the font. And then lastly, I'll say opacity. So now we have the different kinds of fonts different kinds of layers nailed down. So now I'll just create a type called layer, which will just be either one of these. This means that within the code, we can have an object of type layer, and then the layer can then be one of these. And then if we do not know which one of these it is, we can then check what type it is from the type property right here. Cool. We probably also need some kind of points we can use. So I'll just say points like so. This will just be an x and a y coordinate. Cool. And then if I go back to the liveblocks.config.cs file, we can then set these different types. So the product we'll use from Liveblocks is called Liveblocks Real-Time APIs. So this is a way to build custom collaborative experiences using the real-time APIs. So this can include anything from whiteboards, flowcharts, spreadsheets, and more. So Liveblocks Storage in specific, which is what we're going to use, is a real-time sync engine designed for multiplayer creative tools such as Figma, Pitch, and Spline. And then LiveList, LiveMap, and LiveObject are conflict-free data types that can be used to build all sorts of multiplayer tools. So Liveblocks Storage will basically just store all of our different types, so rectangles, ellipses, along with their properties. So inside this real-time database basically, we'll store, okay, we have a rectangle at this position with this width and this height, and then we can render these on the canvas directly from this real-time API database. This also means that if you have two different users inside a room, whenever a user changes the width and height, because it is real time, the other user will also be able to see that change immediately. So this is just how we are going to store all of the different layers and then make sure that the app works in real time with different users. So cool. If we go back to Liveblocks config.ts, we can now try and set up some of the things we would like to store in the context of the app. So first of all, we have a presence. I'll just make this a little bit smaller. So each user has a presence. A presence is what we can use to render out a cursor, for example. So what I'll do is I'll say for each user, we should store a couple of things. So first of all, we should store the cursor. And because we already made a point, we'll just import the point from types. And then the point can also be null, for example. The cursor could also be null. Then I would like to have a selection as well. So a selection is the kind of elements, the entire list of elements that the user has selected right now. So if the user in the canvas selects a bunch of different elements, then this string array right here will store the array of all the IDs of the layers that the user just selected. Next up, we'll like to use a pen color. The pen color should be color or null. And when drawing, this should be the color that the user is drawing with. Cool. And then right under that, I'll just create a property called pencil draft. So whenever the user is drawing in real time, we'll store the pencil draft on the user's presence to be able to show other users what the user is currently drawing in real time. Because that means that instead of having the user draw out the entire drawing before the other user can see the drawing, we'll show the other users the drawing in real time. So this should be an array containing x coordinates, y coordinates, along with the pressure. So this is how thick the line will be. And this could also be null. So remember how a pencil drawing or a path is just a list of coordinates, which we'll draw a line between to create something that looks like a pencil drawing. Well, this is just a list of coordinates, so x, y, and then also the thickness of that line, which is in an array. So cool. Now we have what we need to store on the user's presence. Next up, we'll need some storage in the room. So this is what we'll need to actually use Liveblocks storage. So this will define basically the data type. So first of all, we need some kind of room color. So the entire background of the canvas will be a room color. So I'll just say color like so, or null. And then under that, I would like to store a list of layers we should render out inside of the canvas. So I'll just say layers. This will be a live map. So remember over here, we have live map. And then this should be string, and then live object, and then layer, like so. And I'll just import live object and layer as well. So the reason we're using live map, which is defined over here, is because we want to have some unique identifier for each object, and then each object will be a layer, and then we are putting the layer inside a live object to make it real time, so it can be synchronized across different clients or different sessions, such that multiple users can see the change in the same objects from different rooms, from different computers when they are in the same room. So that is why we're using live map and live object. These are just the data types that have been defined by Liveblocks that we need to use their storage. Cool. Next up, I'll just say layer IDs. This should just be a live list of string, where the string is the identifiers, like so. So the reason we have this property called layer IDs stored in the database is because we want to store a list of all the IDs of the layers. So this is the ID of a specific layer. So this is the layer, and this is the ID of the layer. And this right here is just a list of all of the layer IDs. And the reason we want to do this is so we can store the order of all the different layers in the canvas. So if one layer is supposed to be on top of another layer, then we'll put it the one on top of the other layer either in first or in the last in the list, depending on how we'll build this out. So this is just to keep the order between all the layers stored somewhere. Because right now, if we go to layer, we do not have any set indexes or anything. We'll just keep the order sorted with this layer IDs list right here. And then on the user meta, so this is an object that stores data about the user, and we can set this user whenever we authenticate with a secret key. We would like to store some kind of name of the user. So what I'll do is I'll just comment out this name right here. And then whenever we authenticate the user, we can set the name of the user such that every time we have to show the user inside the program, we know what the name of the user is, and we can then show the first letter of the name of the user, for example, to let other users know that this is the user that made these changes, for example. So this should honestly be enough to set up the basic settings that we want to set up with Liveblocks. So let me just double check it as well. So we have the presence where we can select all the different layers that we want to. This is just a list of layer IDs. We can then show where the cursor of each user is. So every user has a cursor, like you see my cursor is moving right now. So every user inside the canvas have a cursor that is a specific color. Then a user can also draw different stuff, and then they have a pen color. We also have a pencil draft, so if the user draws something in real time, then other users can see the drawing in real time before the drawing is even finished. And then down here in storage, so this is the storage for the room itself, we'll store a room color, which will be the background for the entire room. We'll then store a list of all the different layers along with a specific ID for that layer. And then because it is in a live object, other users can see the layers change whenever other users change the layers. And then we'll store the order of the different layers, so which layers are on top of each other, we'll store inside this layer IDs by sorting the order of this live list right here. And then for each user, we'll also store the name of the user, and we'll set this name when we authenticate the user for Liveblocks. So cool. This is what we have set up right now in the liveblocks.config.ts, and this will make Liveblocks type safe throughout the entire application. So that is why we have set up this right here. If we now close the following files, so I can just close some of these, which we aren't using anymore, and then I go under the dashboard /ID and then page.tsx, we can try to create our first room. So I'll just comment in this again, like so. I'll just remove canvas, and then we would like to create a component called room. And this will be a component exposing different Liveblocks providers. We'll need to be able to access the Liveblocks storage within the canvas on a client-side component. So if I go under, I'll just close this, and then I create a new folder called components. So new folder under app, components, like so. And then we actually probably want to put it inside the source folder and not inside app. And then under components, I'll just create a new folder for now called Liveblocks, because this is Liveblocks specific. Inside this component, I'll create a new component called room.tsx. In here, we'll just say use client, because this will be a client-side component, because we're exposing different providers. And then what we'll do is we'll say export function and then room. And then inside this room, we'll first of all need to receive some children. And then we'll also need to receive some kind of room ID so we can identify what room we are currently in. And then the children is what we'll pass in to the room. So this will be the canvas right here. And then the room ID is the room ID we'll need to authenticate with. So we can see room ID like so, and then just pass in the ID actually. And then we can just say room like so. So this way we can know that this is a room and this is the ID of the room. Cool. Then let's just set the types first. So children, and this should be React Node. I'll just import this from React, and then I'll just say the room ID should just be a string. And then what we'll do is to be able to access all of these storage things and all the Liveblocks APIs inside of our client components, we'll need to wrap all of these components inside different providers that has also been created by Liveblocks. So these will expose some context to our components, which we can then interact with. So first of all, we'll need a provider called Liveblocks provider, like so. And then inside this, we'll need to specify an auth endpoint. So this auth endpoint is an endpoint that we'll create ourselves right here in the API folder, and this is what Liveblocks will use to authenticate the user. So if we go over here and then go into authentication, then we can see that we have two different ways of authenticating the user. We have access token authentication, and that is best for prototyping, and it's very easy to set up. It's ideal if you only need simple permission, or if you prefer handle these without relying on Liveblocks. Then we have ID authentication, best if you'd like Liveblocks to automatically prevent access to the wrong users. It allows you to set different levels of permissions on different users and groups. And then the approach we're going for will be access token authentication. So access token authentication, if I just go back, is best for prototyping, and it's very easy to set up, and we don't really need to set different levels of permissions for different users and groups. So we'll just keep it as simple as possible, like you always should. So whenever we go to this component right here, so whenever the user loads the page that is called dashboard/some room number, then this auth endpoint will then be called, and inside the endpoint, inside of our API folder, we'll then find out what user is actually signed in right now, and then we'll check if that user has access to the following room that they're trying to access, and if they do, we'll then allow them access via this way of authenticating, so creating JSON web tokens, and these will then be issued, and this will all happen through the APIs exposed by Liveblocks. So we can then inside the API endpoint say, okay, this user has access to this room, and then they have full access to this room, for example, and then read access to another room, and then we then authorize that user in the session to create the JSON web token. So that is the super simple approach we will take. So first of all, we have this auth endpoint, and we'll just implement that in just a second. First of all, we need to also implement or put in a room provider though. So I'll just make this a little bit smaller again. Then I'll say room provider. And then here we would like to specify the ID of the room. So this will be room ID. And then because we are passing this down from the parent component, so this right here, then this room ID will actually be the room we are entering. So I'll just close this component. And then the different values from liveblocks.config.cs, so the presence and then also the storage, we'll need to define default values for. So if I go back and then just add missing attributes, then children, I'll just pass in a paragraph so far. And then what I'll do is I'll just define these default values. So selection is just an empty array, because this empty array just signifies the user hasn't selected anything yet. The rest of the values can be nullable or are nullable, so they can be null. So we'll just set these for null, to null for now. The room color we'll just set to a color, so I'll just say R30, G30, and then B30. This will be kind of a gray color. And then the layers we'll just define as a new live map. And then we should have a key for the object, and then we'll say live object, and then we should store a layer inside that live object, and then I'll just go like this. Cool. And then we probably need to import both the live map and also the layer and the live object. Cool. And then the layer IDs we'll just set to a new live list, and this is the way we defined it inside the Liveblocks. We defined a live list right here. That is why we're instantiating this new live list object. So we'll just import this if it is not imported. And then we'll just put in an empty array right now, because there is really no layers in the initial storage. These will need to be loaded from live storage. Cool. So this should just set up the room and also the Liveblock provider. So Liveblocks has a bunch of different hooks. So I can just search for Liveblocks and then use presence, for example. So a hook could be use my presence. So this can be used inside a client component if that client component has been wrapped in the following two providers. But if you do not have a client component that is wrapped in by these two providers, you can then not use these hooks. So all of these hooks will need to use from Liveblocks. We'll only be able to use if we actually wrap it in these providers. And that is why I'm saying that these expose some context that the Liveblocks then use to make these hooks work. So that is the reason why we are wrapping it in these providers. And then what I think we should do is just quickly go and implement this auth endpoint. So what I'll do is I'll just call it API and then Liveblocks auth. And then we can just go under source, app, and API. Let me just see what it is complaining about here. So I'll just add this import, and then we also need to pass down some children probably. So I'll just say p hello, and then under our API, I'll just create a new folder and call it Liveblocks auth. So this corresponds to the route right here. So API and then Liveblocks auth. So now we have that. And then inside here, I'll just create a new file called route.ts, which will be the route handler. So inside this, I'll just say const Liveblocks. And first of all, we need to instantiate a new Liveblocks class. So Liveblocks, like so. And then for this, we'll need to pass in a secret key. So the secret key we'll get whenever we sign up for Liveblocks. So this will just be hello for now. And then this should definitely not be a Liveblocks provider. It should just be Liveblocks, like so. And then to be able to access this, we'll need to install a library called Liveblocks node. So if I just go in here and then find the following install command, go down to the terminal and just paste it in, we should be able to import Liveblocks in just a second. Great. And then if I just close this again, we can just continue implementing the endpoint. So we'll definitely need a function that is a route handler. This will be a post route handler because that is what this Liveblocks provider is requesting with. It's requesting with post, and then we'll receive a request. This will just be of type request. And then I'll just open up the function. And in here, we first want to get the current user. So I'll just say user session. And then we'll just use this auth method again to get the session, the user session. So if from here we can get the user's ID, for example. And then what we want to do is that we want to authorize the user for the rooms that they actually own. So right now we do not have any rooms in the database, and I'll just wait with setting this up until we actually create the dashboard page as well. So the dashboard page, but right now I'll just want to make sure that we can get access to a room so we can start building out the actual concept of how a Figma clone would look. So the canvas, for example. So for now I'll just say get the user's room, and then if the user can invite people as well, I'll just say get the user's room and invitations to rooms from other users, for example. And then I just want to create a session. So this we need to do though. So I'll just say const session, and this will be a Liveblocks dot prepare session, and then we pass in user.id. So I'll just need to create some kind of query to get the user from the database. So I'll say const user, and then that we need to say awaits, and then db.user.find unique of row, because if the user does not exist, then he should definitely not call this endpoint. Then we say where id is user session dot user dot id, and then what we want to select, we'll just select everything for now. But now we can at least say user dot id from the database, and this should definitely be a string, because otherwise, if it's not a string, if the user is not found, then an error will be thrown. So now we can just pass in some more parameters. So remember that over here in the liveblocks.config.ts, we defined that we want to pass in the name whenever we authenticate with a secret key. Well, we'll do that now. So what I'll do is I'll say user info, and then I'll say name, and the name will be user.name. So this will just be the email probably for now. And then otherwise I'll just say anonymous, like so. Cool. And then what I'll do is we should probably, if the user owns some rooms and have some invitation to some rooms, we should probably only authenticate or give the user access to those rooms. But since we don't have any rooms right now, we'll just give the user access to a room called test. So I'll say session. Oh, it has 3 S's, that's why. So I'll say session dot, and then I'll say allow, and then the room I would like to give the user access to is room. And then I would like to say, I'll just say testing for now. But this will then be the name of the room that we know that the user has access to from the database because the user either created this room or got an invitation to this room. And then we do need to pass in what level of access the user has. So right now we just say full access. And then what we can do is we can say const, and then we can say status and body equals await, and then session.authorize. This way we'll authorize the session, so give the user access to the following room with JWT tokens. And then we also just need to return a new response inside this handler. So return new response, and then we say body, and then status like so. So now we should be able to give the user access to the following room, and this will all happen through a call that the provider will make through this auth endpoint. So if I just go in here, let me see if I'm logged in or not. So I'm not logged in right now. So let me just log in with my credentials, like so, and we're now taken to the dashboard. If I then go under test, we then see that we are taken to the following page. It then says failed to authenticate, and the reason why it failed to authenticate is because we haven't really set the secret key inside the route. So right now we're just using the secret hello, but what we actually need to do is go and sign up for a user inside Liveblocks, get a secret key, and then we can put in that secret key inside of our environment variables in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Liveblocks. We'll then say just the default website, sign in, and then we just need to sign in. I'll just see you whenever I have signed in. So I usually just sign in with my GitHub. You can either sign in with GitHub or an email, but just create an account if you do not have one, and then I'll see you in the dashboard page. Okay, so now I'm signed in and we see my projects and we are inside my team, so Andreas team. Cool. So what I want to do is I want to create a new project. I'll just call this Figma clone for now, and I'll just set the environment to production. It doesn't really matter for me. Then I'll just create this new project. And now we have a new project. So now I'll go under API keys. And it is really slow, this dashboard here in Liveblocks. That is something I noticed, but that is just how it is. So we have this public key and we also have this secret key. So first of all, I'll just say Liveblocks, and then public key. And then I would also like to just create a secret key right under that. So secret key. And then first of all, I'll just copy in this public key. So I'll just click this and then paste it in right here under Liveblocks public key. And then I'll say generate key under secret key. And that will give me a secret key, which I'll only be able to see once. Then I'll just paste this in under Liveblocks secret key as well. And then what I'll do is I'll press done right here and then go under my environment.js file. Then I can just define these two keys down here. So first of all, we had the Liveblocks. Let me just copy in the names, that's probably easier. So Liveblocks public key, and that is it's going completely wrong. Set.string. And then we also have a Liveblocks secret key, and this will be a string as well. Set.string, like so. And then we just need to define what process.environment variable they point to down here. So I'll just copy these two, paste them in down here, and then I'll just say process.environment. This, and then I'll just paste in the actual value. So now we have type safe Liveblock public and also secret keys. So first of all, we can just close these two and then go to the route. And then up here, I'll just say env dots. Let me just import this from squiggly line env. And then I'll say secret key like so. And then we do not need to paste in the public key anywhere right now. We do not need it, but if we need it in the future, we do have it for use if we actually need it. So cool. Now we can just try and go back right here. And then let me just restart this development server. Let me just close that and just say npm scripts, go down to Next.js. And let me just go to, let me see if it redirects me. Okay, so now it says, it successfully goes to this page. It says you have no access to this room. So this room is called test, but the room right here that I'm actually granting access to is called testing. So I should probably fix that. So I'll just say save right here and then refresh over in the page. And let me just see if I get any errors. It doesn't look like I'm getting any errors. So now it looks like we have successfully granted the user access to a room called test. And then if you are not that user, I've just hard-coded access to the test room right here. So any user who logs in will be able to access this test room. But what we ideally want in the future is for the user to be able to create a room, store the room in a table in the database, and then we can only grant the user access to the rooms that the user have actually created. And that way, if another user tries to access one of his rooms, they will not be able to because we haven't given them full access to that specific room. So now we can authenticate with Liveblocks, and that is pretty cool. And then what I'm going to do is go back to room.tsx. I'll make this a little smaller so we can see more of the screen right here. Close down the terminal, and then we can get back to coding. So first of all, right now, this will wrap all of our children. So we are passing down the children, but we aren't really showing them. So let me just pass down the children. This way, inside this page, whatever we pass inside this component, in between these two tags, that will be shown as these children, and we'll render that right here. So we should be able to pass in the canvas right here when we create that component, and then everything inside the canvas will then be wrapped by the providers, such that we can access the hooks provided by Liveblocks. But if we go back in here, we can create a client-side suspense to show a loading state when the room is actually loading. So if I say client-side suspense from Liveblocks, then I can just go like this, and then pass in some props. I'll just pass in a fallback, and this will be how the loading state will look. So the loading state should be a div. The div should have a class name. I'll just set the classes when I just see how it looks. But then I'll just pass in an image, and this we need to close like this. The image do need a source. The source should be the Figma logo. So the Figma logo is the SVG file that I pasted in right here earlier. So that will just be the SVG version of the following logo. And then I'll say Figma logo.svg. And then we'll need some kind of alt. This will just be Figma logo, like so. And then we also need to put in some classes. So I want the height to be 50 pixels. I want the width of the logo to be 50 pixels as well. And then lastly, I want a cool animation. So I'll say animate and then bounce. This will make the logo jump up and down. And this is one of the animations provided by Tailwind. So we have a bunch of different animations here. And bounce makes it jump up and down like this. So that is exactly what I want. And then I'll just create a h1 under that. So just a heading tag where I'll say loading. And then we probably want to style that a little bit as well. So just make it small and then font normal. Like so. Cool. I'll just save that. And then we can just save here, try and refresh, and we just see it a little bit. So right now it is up here in the corner, and that is not what we want at all. Maybe if I just copy this and just pass this in as the children, we should be able to see the logo. So I'll definitely want to center it. So I'll just say flex and justify center, and then item center to just center the div. And because it is not the height of the screen by default, we will need to see H screen. And then we probably also want to say flex call, and then put a gap of 2 between those. Yeah, so now it's centered and it looks pretty nice. So whenever we load a room, this will be the loading state that the user will see. So now we just need to put this back into the fallback instead of just showing it always. So I'll just go like this. And then we will only be able to see it whenever the room loads. So some rooms might load for a little bit longer, and then we'll just show this following loading state. And now we can try and build out the actual canvas component. So what I'll do is I'll just go under source. Let me just close these for better overview. Source, components, and then what I'll do is I'll create a new folder called canvas, where I store all of the components related to the canvas. And here I'll just just create a canvas component, so .tsx. And then what I'll do is I'll just say export, and then default, and then function canvas, like so. And then I'll just say return, and I'll just return an h1 for now. And then we'll need to make this a client component, because this will definitely have a lot of use states in it. And then what I'll do is I'll just use the canvas down here. So I'll just create the canvas component, like so. Remove the hello. I'll also remove this comment. I'll press save. And then what I'll do is I probably want to be able to see that it works. So I'll just say hello, like so. And now we see that we're able to see the canvas component. So the canvas should probably fill out the entire screen. So I'll just copy this, put in a div. The class name should be flex h screen, and then also full width to make it fill the entire screen. This does not really make any sense. I'll just close that. And then what I'll do is I'll put in a main inside here. This main should have a class, so that class should be fixed, left 0, right 0, h screen, then overflow y auto. This will just, overflow, not over. This will just help set up some of the things we need for the canvas. Then lastly, I'll just put in a div inside this, and then just show that we can actually set the background color from what we defined here in the Liveblocks config file. So from the room color, we can set the background color for the canvas. So this div, I'll just say style, then I'll say background color, like so. The background color will be either the room color, which we have not defined yet, and we'll need to change this to some kind of hexadecimal color. So we'll need to define some kind of helper method, and we'll just pass in the room color again. Otherwise, we'll just use a default color, which will just be 1E, 1E, 1E. Cool. So now we have a couple of things to do. We need to, first of all, just put on some classes right here. So I'll say hfull to make it fill the entire thing, vfull, and then touch none. So what these classes do is that it'll create a full screen scrollable canvas area with a dynamic background color. So the background color we'll just get from this hook called use storage. So because the canvas is wrapped in room, which wraps Liveblocks provider and room provider around its children, we'll then be able to use the hooks such as use storage, which we'll need. So inside this liveblocks.config.ts, we can see that under room, we have a room color. So storage, we have a room color. So to get this out, we'll be able to get it from use storage. So we'll just say root dot and then room color. So in here, you can see that we can access the room color. We can access the layers and then also the layer IDs. We'll only need the room color for now. So that is just what we'll get out like so. And then because room color is a type of R, G, and B, or null, we'll not be able to just pass this directly into the background color. We'll need to be able to convert it to a hexadecimal color. So this is a hexadecimal color, for example, so just a string. So let me just create a utility function to help with that. So under source, I'll just right click, say new file, and then create a new one called utils.ts. In here, I'll create a new method called RGB to hex. So I'll export a function RGB to hex that will take a color as the parameter. So this color right here from types, which we'll just import. And then what it'll return is just some kind of string. Oh, we can just do this. So it'll just import or just return a string like this. So let me just save that, import it here. And now this problem is at least gone. Now I just need to import it correctly. Implement it correctly. Then what I want to do is say, instead of just return a string, I'll just create a hexadecimal value. So let me just do this. So a hexadecimal value starts with a hashtag. And then let me just autocomplete this actually, if we are able to do that. Like so. So we'll just need to do this 3 times, 1 time for each channel. And then this will be, let me just save this. This will be the R, and then this will be the G, and then the following one will be the B. And let me just call this color to CSS instead, because we'll use it as a CSS utility. So this background color is a CSS property, like so. And then because the color isn't defined right now anyways, it will just default to the following color. But otherwise, if I say const room color equals, and then I'll just say hex green, for example. So I'll just copy this to a new line. So just so we can test it out, I'll just use this red one for now. Oh, sorry. Pass it in as the RGB value. So I'll just say 255 and then 87 and lastly 51. And then now we can see that this utility function actually works, and it passes the following property through the color to CSS utility function and then to a hexadecimal color, which we then show right here. Cool. So we probably want to go back like so, press save. And then if I go back to color to CSS, what this does is it just creates a hexadecimal string. So for each channel, we just convert that component into a hexadecimal string. So this will convert the red component into a hexadecimal string. This will convert the green component into a hexadecimal string. And this will convert the blue component into a hexadecimal string. And then it'll just concatenate all of these together because it is inside these kinds of brackets. Or sorry, quote signs. And the exact way of how you convert an RGB value into a CSS string doesn't really matter, like the exact implementation. This is just a random way of doing it, but you can probably find 1,000 ways of doing it, or even use a library for it if you want to. So what I want to do first off is just try and render some different layers. So what I'll do is I'll create a new SVG component, a new SVG tag. I'll just say class name with full, and also height full to make it fill out the entire canvas like so. And then what I'll do is I'll just say, so first of all, this SVG tag will just create a element to contain scalable vector graphics. And then this G tag will group together different elements. So all of the elements we have should be grouped together so we can move them in the same way. And the reason why we want to move them together is because we have a camera. So if I go under types, we are able to see that we have the types right here. We have an X and a Y and a zoom value. So to be able to pan around, we actually need to move all of the different layers. So all of the items, such as the rectangles, the ellipses, we move those around to give the user the illusion that we are panning around whenever we move around inside the canvas. And to do this, we'll need to put everything inside a one group, and then we can move all of the items together by moving this one group with a translations inside a style tag. But we'll move this around a little bit later. First, I just want to render out some different items. So let me first just get all the different layer IDs. So I'll say const layer IDs because we want to render them in order. That is very important. Otherwise we get the wrong order. And the reason we have layer IDs is to get the set indexes correct. So I'll say use storage again. And then I'll just get this value called layer IDs. And then down here under the G tag, I can then say layer IDs. Inside this, layer IDs.map. And then we have a layer ID. And from that, we can just return a component. So this will just be layer component. And this will just be a component we create to render one of the components that we specify. So we'll just pass in, let me just save here. We'll just pass in a key, which is the layer ID, because we have a map. And whenever you do a map inside a JSX file or TSX file, you'll need to pass in a key as well, so it can render correctly. And then we also want to pass in some kind of ID for the layer. And then later on we want to pass in some more things, but we'll just keep it super simple for now. So if I go under components and then under canvas, I'll just create a new file called layer component.tsx. In here we'll like to create a new component. This should be named layer component, like so. We'll wrap this in a memo. And memo is React's way of avoiding re-rendering unless something changes. So because this is an application where we're able to draw and move things around, there'll obviously be a lot of re-rendering involved. So unless the parameters change, or the properties change for this component, we do not want to re-render it. Because if we just re-render without any hindrances and just re-render as much as possible, things will start to lag and it'll not be very responsive. So we want it to be super fast and snappy, so that's why we want to put it inside a memo. So I just import this from React first of all. And then I'll just say ID, the structure of the properties, and then the ID is a string. Then I can just go like this, just remove that, like so. And then I just need to wrap this probably as well, like that. And then we have a small error that says void is not assignable to type React node. So that's because we are returning nothing right now, and we need to return a React node. So first what I'll do is I'll just say const layer, because we only pass down the ID right here. So I want to actually get the layer that we are passing down, the properties of the layer. So I'll say use storage. Then I want to say root, like so. Then I can say root.layers.get. Then I can pass in the ID. And that should give us a layer. And then I'll say if not layer. Then I just return null. So I just don't render anything if we pass down the wrong ID. And that doesn't make sense. If we pass down an ID for some reason that doesn't exist, then we just return null, even though this should not happen. Great. So what I'll do is I'll say switch. And then what we want to do is we want to say layer.type, and then I can just say return up here instead, so we get the types correct. And then based on what type it is, so remember the type, if I just press this, it can be layer type.rectangle, layer type.ellipse, .path, or text. So we have all these different types of things we can render. So that's why we want to put in a switch. First of all, let me just check if it actually works. So I can just say return and then just render a simple rectangle. So I'll just say group, and then in here I'll just say rect. So that is just a simple rectangle. I'll just close the tag like this. Say x, that is just going to be 0. Y, that is just going to be 0 as well. Let me just put in a width of 200, for example, and a height of 200 as well. And I can just put in a fill of, let me just put in E1, E1, E1. Oh, that is the one we're using already. Let me say red hex color, like so. And let me just see what happens. Nothing happened yet. So if we just copy this, go back to canvas, and try and import the layer component. So I need to export, or I do not need to export it in this way. I need to go down and then say export default layer component. And then because we are wrapping it in a memo straight away, it might not know that it is a component, so we need to set a display name as well. So I'll say layer component dot display name, and then I'll just call this layer component. This will just set the name of the component, because right now we are just setting the component equal to a memo. But if you have a real component like this one, for example, you actually have a function. So canvas, for example, which is a component. So I'll just do this and then go back and try and import it now, like so. Press save, and still nothing happens. And the reason is we are both rendering it depending on the layer IDs, and because we have set this to, let me just go to room. Because we have set the initial storage to just an empty list, we do not have any layers, so this loop will not execute any times. So first of all, this component will never be rendered right now, and also if we even had a layer, we would still need to check if the layer existed or not, so this won't really be shown. If I do take this though and copy it, go back into canvas and paste it in right here, we should be able to see a red rectangle like so. If I change the position, we can see that it moves around on the screen, and then there is an error where it cuts off right here. So the reason is that I probably just set height full to height full instead of age full, which it should be. So that way the box would just cut off like that. So if I set the background to blue 300, for example, you see that the box cuts off at some point. So if I set it to age full, it fills out the entire width of the screen. So that is why it cut off like that. So if I just remove this, we should now be able to just keep moving it around, like 200 for example, height 800. So that is how we can render a rectangle on the screen. So this layer component will just render out a layer based on what it is. So if we go inside of this, we then have a rectangle right here, for example. But there should obviously be a switch that checks for what the type is and then renders it conditionally based on that. So I'll therefore do two things right now. First of all, I'll create a switch that only has the case for a rectangle, and then I would like to create a way of adding new rectangles to the screen. So first of all, I'll just create the switch. So I'll say switch right here, and then layer.type. Then I'll say case, and then layer type dot rectangle, like so. And then I'll return. And then I want to make a new component called rectangle, like so. And then I want to pass down the ID, so I can say ID. And then I can also pass down the layer. And then that will be that for now. And then I just need to go in and I'll just add a default statement where I return null. Then I just need to go in and add the following component. So under canvas, I'll just create a new one called rectangle.tsx. In here, what I'll do is I'll just say export defaults function rectangle. I'll say layer because we're passing down the layer and the ID. So I'll say ID and layer. And I just need to define the types for these as well. So ID will be a string. And the layer will be a rectangle layer. And I'll just import that from types. Now in here we can return the G. So we group together everything inside this. And then what I want to do is say a rectangle that I close like so. And then I can pass down the properties we need. So first of all, I can say style, because the layer does have an X and a Y value. So I'll need to move the rectangle to wherever it is. The style will have transform. In here I can say translate. This is a CSS function. I'll then pass in the X coordinate. Then also say pixels like so. And then I want to pass down the Y coordinate as well. So Y and then pixels. Cool. But as you see, the X and Y coordinates are not defined right now. So what I want to do is just destructure all of these layer components. So let me just autocomplete this. So like that. Cool. So now we have an X and a Y width height. So all of these properties inside this type will just be destructured. This means that instead of having to say layer.x, I can just say X because we already defined what X is up here by destructuring it. Cool. So next up, we want to pass in an X like so too, a Y like so too, and then I'm going to just pass in the width. I'm going to pass in the height as well. I can also pass in the background color. This will be fill, and if fill does exist, then I use the call to CSS utility method I created earlier. I'm going to pass in fill. Otherwise, I'm just going to use a default color, and that will just be CCC for now. So we have to put in this colon instead. Let me just save that. Then after fill, what I can do is I can say stroke width. So this will just be the border thickness. I'll just hardcode this to 1 for now. Then I can say stroke to just set the border color. And then we'll do the exact same as we did with fill. So just with stroke instead. Then I'll say stroke like that. Then I can say opacity. I can say RX. This is the border radius on the x-axis. So if corner radius is undefined, then I'll just set this to 0. And I'll just do the exact same for the y-axis, like so. So see how we have this rectangle SVG element, and then we can just render all of the different, let me just go to the types. Then we can just render out all the different properties that a rectangle might contain. So the border width, the opacity, the corner radius, etc. All of these different properties we just render out like so whenever we create the rectangle. Cool. So now we should be able to go back to the layer component, import the rectangle, and then we should be able to use the layer component inside the canvas. What I promised you to create was some way for us to add a rectangle to the storage and thereby show a rectangle in the canvas right here. So let's go ahead and do that. So inside this canvas function, I'll just create a new, inside this canvas component, I'll just create a new component called insert layer. A new function called insert layer, This will be a use mutation. So this is a hook we can use from Liveblocks to mutate the storage. Then I'll just pass in a couple of things. I'll pass in storage, as well as set my presence, and then the layer type. So the layer type that we want to insert, this can be either a layer type dot ellipse, or a layer type dot rectangle, or a layer type dot text. And then let me just put down another comma, and then we want to put in the position of where we want to insert this. So that will be a point that we created from, we can't just import that right now, but that will be a point that we created inside the types right here. So if I just go like this, I should now be able to import the point, and then we just need to do something within the mutation. So first of all, what I want to do is define a way to add a maximum amount of layers. So I'll just say const max layers up here and define that to be 100. Then I want to say live layers, and then storage.get layers. Then I'll say if live layers.size is more than equal to max layers, then we just return. So if we insert 100 layers, we should not be able to insert more, because otherwise the experience will probably be very laggy for some users because it re-renders so much. And then in here, we also want to create a switch statement. So what I'll do is I'll say const live layer IDs equals to storage.get, and then I'll create the switch statement in just a second. And then const layer ID equals nano ID. So I want to create a specific ID. So this is just a random string that serves as the ID for the layer. So I'm gonna go and say nano ID npm, and this is the library we're going to use for that. So if I just say, make this a little bit bigger, copy the following command, open a terminal. So open an integrated terminal, paste in the following command. We should be able to just use nano ID in just a second by importing it. So import from nano ID like so. And then we can just create a variable for storing the layer. And the layer will be a live object containing the layer, or null, because it will be null to start with until we create the switch statement to set what kind of layer it is. And then for now, we'll just create a switch statement for the text. And instead of a switch, I'll just say if layer type for now. If layer type equals layer type.rectangle, then what I want to do is say layer equals new live object, where it is a rectangle layer, like so. And then I'm going to create a new JavaScript object, and that will have a type. So the type will be layer type.rectangle, and then I want to put in an x position, so that will be position.x, also a y position, which is y position.y, position.y. So we have this point when we set that we pass into the insert layer function, and then you need to define what point you want to place the object at, obviously, and that is what we use to base the position of the layer on. And then I'm just going to set the default height to 100, the default width to 100 as well. I'll just say fill will just be a random color. So for now, I'll just set this to 217. It's a pretty basic color. And I'll set both the border color as well as the background color to the same color for now, just so it is the same. And then I'll just set the opacity to 100. So now we have created an object, a live object that contains a rectangle, and now we just actually need to mutate the storage. And this way we can add it into the canvas. So I say if layer. So remember how it was null up here if it wasn't set. So if the layer type is not rectangle right now, for example, then this will not be executed, and then the code inside here will not be executed as well. But if you pass in a correct layer type, then this if statement will be executed and the layer will not be null, and it should then be added to the Liveblocks storage. So I'll say live layers. I'll just say IDs first because we want to push in the layer ID so we can put it in the correct order. Then I want to say live layers as well, .sets. And then I'm going to put in the layer ID as well as the layer. And then because I'm the user that just created the following layer, I would like to select it. We haven't implemented any selection logic yet, but in the future that is going to be very handy. So I'll just say set my presence, and then I'm just going to pass in the following. So selection should be the layer ID, so that way we can select the layer right after the user creates it. And then I also want to pass in another option called add to history, true. So Liveblocks has an inbuilt history tracker that means you can revert changes and like go forward in the history. So that is very nice as well. So to be able to add this to the history, we just pass in the following flag, and we just need to close that right there, remove that as well. So this should be gone. Then because we're adding the layer ID to layer IDs and also the layer itself to live layers, and we do this inside a use mutation, which we just need to import still from Liveblocks. So we need to import use mutation. Let me just see what it says. An argument for dependencies were not provided. So we just need to provide that argument. So right down here, I'll just pass in the following dependency array. So if this dependency array has any variables within it, so it could be a use state, for example, then this entire function would be recreated, and that way it changes depending on the following variables. We do not have anything to add to it right now, for example, because we just need it to be static for testing. So I'll just leave this dependency array as it is. And then just to test it out, what I'm going to do is just have it add a rectangle on the screen just when it loads for the first time. So I'll just say use effect, and this is only for testing. So I'll just pass in a dependency array as well. And then what I'm going to do is just call this one, so insert layer. And then I'm going to pass in the layer type.rectangle along with a position. And if I just save this, we see that, let me just delete this before it does it again. I'll just save it again. So I just saved it, and now it added a layer to our Liveblocks storage. So right now under live layers and live layer IDs, a layer with type rectangle was added to the storage, and now it renders because it is inside the storage. If I go back to Liveblocks, and then I go under rooms, we should be able to see the room we are currently in, so room test. If I then go under metadata, I think, maybe it's real-time APIs, it probably is, and under storage, we are able to see the layers. So right now we have 3 layer IDs, and we also have 3 layers. So it looks like the use effect was executed 3 times, creating 3 different layers. So this is the storage we have right now, and these rectangles right here, so there's actually 3 rectangles on top of each other. They are being rendered automatically by this map statement down here. And then for each of those, we then go into the following switch statement and render the rectangle. So right now we are able to insert a rectangle with a use effect, but that's kind of not what we want. We want to be able to preferably have a button down here where we can select a rectangle or the shape that we want to insert, and then click somewhere on the canvas and have it be inserted. So what I'm going to do right now is just create a simple way for us to just click the canvas, and then a rectangle will be inserted. So this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to create a function called onPointerUp, and this should be called whenever we have the following event on the SVG tag. So React SVG have a prop called onPointerUp, like so. And in here I'll just create my own function called onPointerUp. So whenever you click down and then you release the pointer again or release the mouse button, then this onPointerUp event will be fired. So that is pretty useful because we can then get the point that we clicked, and then we can make sure that the user actually clicked this SVG right here. And in that case, we'll just insert a rectangle at the place that the user clicked. So I'll just say onPointerUp, and what we'll do is it will be a use mutation as well, because we'll mutate the storage, the Liveblocks storage by inserting another rectangle. And then in here, we will just want to say, first of all, we'll just pass this empty JavaScript object in, and then we want to pass in an event, and this will be react.pointer events. So let me just import React and then say pointer events. Cool. And then what I want to do is I want to say go like that. And then we just have one too many of these up here. So we just have to do this. And then just pass in the dependency array to make the error go away. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const points, because the point we're clicking right now is a point in the browser and not actually a point in the canvas. So we'll need to transform between these two different coordinate systems. So what I'll do is I'll go into utils, and then inside utils I'll create a new helper method, and I'll call this pointer event to canvas points, like so. And then what I want to pass in are the following properties. So if I just save, we should be able to look at it a little bit better, like so. I want to pass in a React pointer event, and then also I want to pass in a camera. And a camera has a x coordinate, a y coordinate, and also a zoom. So what I'll do is I'll say it is going to return a point, like so. And then I want to say return, and then we just need to transform from the pointer event to the camera, the canvas point, and we'll need to adjust the coordinates from the camera position. So I'm going to say return, and then return this JavaScript object, like so. And then I'm going to say math.round, and then e.clientx minus the camera.x value. And then I can do the same just for the y value right beneath that to transform between the two coordinates. Cool. So this means that if you insert a rectangle right here, for example, or you can just take this, say, rectangle, for example. If I just click right here and insert the rectangle, but then I scrolled away and moved the camera, then the rectangle obviously shouldn't be in the same position anymore. So that is what I mean by having two different coordinate systems. There is the pointer event, and then also the coordinate system with the pointer event, or the canvas adjusted to where the camera is actually looking at. So I can use the following helper method now, like that. And then I can say const points equals, and then I'm just going to call this following method. So I think I'm not exporting this. So export const, and then I can just import that, and then I'll just pass in the pointer event, and then also a camera. And the camera right now I'll just set to this hard-coded value until we actually have a camera. Or I might actually just create the camera up here. So I'll just say const camera, and this should be a state. So I'll say camera and then set camera, and then I'll say use state, and this should be the camera. Does not know how to fetch that. So on the types, on the camera, we should have the type right there. So I'll just say camera like so, import that from types, import use state as well. And then the default value will just be x0, y0, and zoom of 1, like so. So now we at least have the camera in a use state up here. So now we should be able to use that instead of just having this hard-coded value. So I can just say camera, save that, and then right under this, I should be able to say insert layer, layer type with rectangle, and then point. And then nothing happens. So if you see, if I press right here, it sets it not in the correct place. It should be setting the rectangle where my mouse is, but it just doesn't do that. So I played around with it, and I found that the closer to the corner up here you place the rectangle, the closer to your cursor it actually places it. So it seems like something's wrong with the x and y coordinates. So after playing around with it a little bit, I found out that inside this rectangle component, because the x and y values are being set both here and also in the translate right here, these two props will kind of ruin it. So after removing these, I can then see that they all are positioned differently, and then I can place the rectangle exactly where I want to. So just go in and remove these two properties if you're following along, because that will kind of mess it up. So now we are able to insert rectangles like we're supposed to, and that is very cool. To just clean up the entire workspace right now, I'm just going to go into my storage, click yes, delete storage data, and then go back. And now we see that the entire thing is just cleaned of rectangles from the storage. So that is very cool. Now we can move on to the next part. Let's continue by implementing the ellipse shape. So in the layer component right now, we only have a rectangle, but we can try and implement the ellipse as well. So what I'll do is I'll create another case. I'll say layer type dot ellipse, and then I'll just return a new shape. So right now we do not have an ellipse shape, so let's just go ahead and create that. So I'll go in here and then find the component for rectangle, and this is not spelled correctly. It says rectangle, so let me just rename that. So rectangle, and then that should probably fix the import statement up here as well automatically, and it does. So I'll just save that. I'll copy the rectangle for now and then just call that ellipse, like so. And then what I want to do is just rename this to ellipse, close the rectangle, go to the layer component, and then I'll just return the ellipse instead of the rectangle. So I'll say ellipse, like so. And then layer here, we just need to change the props inside the ellipse. So I'll just press F12, go to the ellipse, and then instead of rectangle layer, I'll say ellipse layer, like so. And then what I want to do is I'll just delete this entire thing. Or wait, let me just create an ellipse instead actually. So we definitely need the style and also the fill and the stroke. So I'll just copy that for now and put it up right under style, because those will be the same. And then what I want to do is just create a couple of new things. So first of all, we want to say CX, and we want to say width divided by 2. Let us then do the same for CY. So I'll just say height divided by 2. So CX is the center of the x-axis of the ellipse, so the x center, and CY is the y center in the ellipse. So if we have the ellipse at origin 0.0, for example, and the width is 10, then the center of the ellipse will be 5. And if the height is 10 as well, then the center of the ellipse will be 5. So that means that the ellipse will be centered right in the middle like it should. And then we also need to define the width and the height of the ellipse. And to do that, because it is a circle, we can define the radius. So first we can define the radius on the x-axis, and because it is an ellipse, it won't be a perfect circular shape. So we can define a radius on the x-axis, so we can like stretch it out more, and we can also define a radius on the y-axis if we want to stretch it out in that direction. So that is why it's not a one radius, but a radius on the x-axis and also a radius on the y-axis. So I'll just copy these for now actually, and then say Rx, and then Ri as well. And then right under that, I'll just set the stroke width, so that is how thick the border will be for the ellipse. So I'll say 1 right there. And then lastly, I'll just put in some opacity. And the opacity will just be, I'll just do like this, and then I'll say opacity, and then or 100, so like default to just be like the value 100, so full opacity. And then I'll just say %. Cool. And let me just check if I also did that in the rectangle. I just gotta make sure. We do have the opacity right here. Although I'll just use the other method as well, like I did right here, just to make sure that we're consistent throughout the code. And that is always a good thing to do. Great. So now if I go into the layer component, we can see that we do return an ellipse now. So if I just go back into the canvas, right there, and then instead of pushing a rectangle, we should probably push an ellipse. So I'll just say else if, and then layer type equals, and then layer type dot ellipse. Then what we'll do is we'll just create another layer, but instead of it being a rectangle layer, it will be an ellipse layer. So if I just copy this line right here, and then also the closing brackets, like so, we can then fill out the properties. I'll just make this an ellipse layer, first of all, and then we can say type, and then the type is obviously a layer type dot ellipse, and then we can fill out the rest of the properties too. So we have an x position, a y position, we have a width and a height, and then we also have a fill, a stroke, and then an opacity. Cool. So let me just save that, and then instead of inserting the rectangle, I'll just insert a ellipse. So we can just test that out. So we call insert layer down here, and I just want to say ellipse instead, because now we have the case covering that value. And then what I want to do is just save right here, and I can just check what the error is here in the ellipse. So corner radius is not there, and because an ellipse is round, like we didn't really need a corner radius, so that is why we do not have that property. It was just copied from the rectangle. So cool, I'll just close that, close the rectangle, go out here and then refresh. Let me just click. Now it says mutation cannot be used until storage is loaded. So I clicked the canvas too quickly, and that means the mutation wasn't loaded properly. So I'll just wait for a second and click. And now we're able to put down ellipses as well. So cool, that is great. Now we can put down a rectangle and an ellipse. I'll just delete the storage data as well, and then we can move on. So the problem that I want to tackle next is to create a small tools bar down here, where you can select what kind of shape you want to insert, or like what kind of modification you want to do to the canvas. For example, right now we're just showing the pointer and we aren't really inserting anything, or we are because we hard-coded it right here. But right now we are just showing the cursor, but I also want the user to be able to pick that they want to insert a specific shape, and then being able to click and then insert that shape. So basically I want the user to be able to do whatever they want to do. And to differentiate between the different states in the canvas, so whether we are just having the pointer out like we are doing right now, or whether we're inserting a shape, or maybe we want to insert some text, like all these things are different canvas states. So what I'll do is I'll create a use state to keep track of that. So up here, what I'll do is I'll go under camera, or I'll just go like this, and then I'll say const canvas states, and then I'll just say set states, like so. And then I'll store this in a use states with a generic type we haven't created yet. And then we'll store a mode, so that is the state, and the mode should be the kind of type that we haven't defined yet. So we'll just go and define that inside types right now. So I'll go into types, and then I want to define my state. So first of all, I'll say export enum, and this should be canvas mode. In here we have none, so that is just if we are just using the pointer and we aren't really letting the user insert anything. But then if the user goes to the toolbar down here and then clicks that they want to insert a shape, then we would need a state for that as well. So what I want to do is create a state called inserting. So if this is the state of the canvas, then the user can insert a layer. So let me just create what we need to store with that. So if you are inserting something, we obviously also need to keep track of what you are inserting. So maybe you're inserting a rectangle, maybe you're inserting an ellipse. So this is not stored currently in inserting, we just know that we're inserting something. So we just also want to store the state. So I'll say export type and then canvas states. So this is just the canvas mode, so whether we are just pointing or inserting. And this up here is the mode along with the data that is required to use that mode. So what I'll do is I'll just say, since the type, we need to put in the equal sign, and then this will just be a mode, and then this should be canvas mode dot none, for example. That is one of the modes. It can also be, so this means or, so the mode of the canvas or the state of canvas can also be inserting. But if you have an inserting, you need to keep track of what you're inserting. So what I'll do is I'll say layer type as well. So this will define what kind of layer we want to insert. So this can be layer type dot and then rectangle, or layer type dot ellipse, or layer type dot text. Cool. Because the path will be created with a different mode, which we'll create later. But this is the canvas state and canvas mode, which we will create for now and then use within the canvas. And then when we need to do other stuff, we'll just build it up slowly as we go. So inside canvas, if I go down to the use states, I can just put in canvas states like so, imported from types, and then the mode will be canvas mode dot none. So by default, we don't want the user to be able to click and then insert something. We just want the default to be that you just use the pointer and that is it. But then if you click the button down here where you can insert a shape, then it'll automatically switch to the canvas mode dot inserting along with what shape you picked. So we can now use this to create a little sidebar or tools bar down here where we can insert something. So if I go down, I would like to be able to create some kind of tools bar component right here, like so. And then this is obviously not implemented yet. but this is where I want to define it. And then we can just go ahead and try and create this toolbar. So I'll just create a new folder because we'll probably need a bunch of components for the toolbar, such as the toolbar itself and also the buttons inside of it. So I'll say toolbar, and then I'll create a new component called toolbar.csx, and then in here we can just define that component. So we'll say export default function, and then toolbar will open this function up and just let it accept some props. So we definitely need to accept the canvas state, that is the current canvas state. And then the canvas state, the type of the canvas state will be canvas states, which we'll just import from the type as well. I'll just save this. And then now we know the canvas state, so this means we can highlight the current canvas state. So if the rectangle is the one that is currently active, then we'll highlight that that is active down here, so that we can do from the canvas state. But if you click the ellipse when the rectangle is activated, for example, then we can switch it to the ellipse. So to do this, we'll need to be able to modify the canvas state. So I'll create another variable called set canvas states, and this will just be a function that takes the canvas states. So we can just say new states. So this function will take a canvas state and then set the canvas state up in the parent component. And the canvas state is the one that is being tracked in the following use state. Great. So going down further, what I want to do in here is just return some HTML first of all. So I'll just return a div for now, and then we can try and style it to look like it is supposed to. So I'll just comment out this in here, import the toolbar. So export default function toolbar. It is because it was missing the uppercase. We'll just add the missing attributes like so. And then the canvas state will just be canvas state from the use states. And the set canvas state will go like this. So I'll say new function set canvas states. Let me just see what it's called. Set state it is called. So I'll just say set state. And then I'll open up the function. And then the state will be the new state we are receiving from the prop. Great. Like so. So you see how we are receiving this state here and then setting the set state like so. That is because we have defined inside our toolbar that we receive the new states in the parent component, and then we just return void, and that is exactly what is happening right here. So now we are able to use the toolbar. So let's just try and create a super simple toolbar. So I'll just say fixed to fix it to the bottom. So to do that, I'll say bottom 4, left 1/2, and then I'll say set 10 because it should be above the other elements in the screen because it is a toolbar, so it should be over the canvas in my opinion. Then what I want to do is say flex to put the display flex on the items inside of the toolbar, and then I'll say minus translate 1/2, like so. I'll censor the items inside the toolbar. I'll also want to say justify center, and then I'll say rounded LG just to round it a little bit. I'll say BG whites. I'll make a little bit of padding inside of it so it's not so all the items inside of it isn't close up against the edges. That would not look very nice. And then we have a pretty cool shadow that I'll show you how to make. So you can use a drop shadow in the Tailwind by just doing this. That will just use a default shadow for you. But what I want to do is define a custom shadow. So you can do that by going like this, for example. And then 3 pixels. This defines the shadow like super specifically. So this is a custom shadow. And then you can also define the color of the shadow. So RGBA. Then I want to say 0, 0, 0, and 0.18. Like so. And now we do not have anything inside of it. So I'll just put in an H tag. So I'll just say H1 and then hello. And then we're able to see how it looks. Great. So now we have a little toolbar with a little bit of padding. We have hello inside of it. But what we actually want to do is to put in a button inside of it. So this is kind of annoying that I can press the canvas and insert something. So I'll just remove this right now. And then now we can't do it anymore. And then I'll just delete my storage over here again. And then it should be gone. Cool. So now we can continue working on the toolbar without any problems. So the first thing I want to do is create a row of buttons. So what we want down here is just a toolbar that contains like buttons. So one button and then a button after that and another button after that. And the perfect way to do that is just to create a div where we put on a class name flex. Then we just center everything. So we just say justify center and also items center. And then we would like to put a gap of 3 between the buttons. And now we can just create the buttons that we want. So first of all, the button that I want is a button where you click down here and then it opens up a menu showing the different variations. So I want a shapes button down here, and then when I click the little arrow on the shapes button, it opens up a menu, and then I can select the exact shape I want, and then when I click it, it then closes the menu, and then the shape is selected, and the canvas state switches to whatever we wanted to insert along with the canvas mode that is inserting. When I have the canvas mode inserting as well, that should be highlighted down here. So if I have a pointer mode, so just like being able to use the pointer, then that should be, and that is the canvas mode, then that should be highlighted. But if I'm currently inserting a shape, then that should be highlighted in the tool bar as well. So first of all, what I want to do is just create a little selection button, just so I can switch back to the pointer after selecting a state. And then after that, I'll create a shapes selection button that I can use to insert specific shapes. So first of all, I'll create a new component on the tools bar. I'll call this selection button.tsx, and I'll just go into this one. In here, I'll export a new function. This one is selection button, of course. I'll pass in the properties is active, so we can track whether it is active or not down here in the bar. I also want to track the canvas mode, and then also what happens if we click it, so on click. And then I just want to define the properties for the following props, the types for the following props, so that I'll do the following way. This is just a boolean. The canvas mode is obviously canvas mode that we just defined in types. And then lastly, the onClick should just be a function that takes in a canvas mode. And that is the type canvas mode dot either none. So we can only switch to the canvas mode dot none right now, which is just using the pointer. So that is the only thing we can do. And then what I'll do is just open up the function. I do see we have a small error right here. So I'll just say void because we aren't returning anything. And then I'll go and create a new use state. So first of all, since it is a menu that is able to be open, we will need to track some state within this. So I'll say use client because we're using use states in the component. And then I'll say is open to track whether the menu is open or not. And then set is open. And it should be closed by default, so is open is false by default. Next up, I'll create a ref for the menu. So I'll say menu ref. This will be a use ref from React. And this will be a HTML div element that is null by default. Cool. And then I'll just return some HTML right now so we can just render out the menu. So I'll return a div, and then the class name should be relative because we'll need some absolute positioning within this menu in just a second. I'll say flex as well. And then I want to attach the ref from up here to the menu. So that will be menu ref. Inside this div, what I want to do is I want to put in a button showing the icon. And since we'll be creating a bunch of these icon buttons, I'll just create a component for that to abstract it away and make it a little bit more nice to work with. So I'll say icon button.tsx. In here, I'll just export a default function like so, and this should be icon button. I'll open up the properties and say on click. So what happens when you click it? What will the children be? Is it active or not? And then also, should we disable it or not? And then we of course need to define the types of these properties. So I'll just go like this again. I'll just open up the function. And then the onClick should just be a function that returns nothing. The children should just be react.reactNode. Is active should obviously just be a boolean. And then lastly, disabled should be a boolean as well. Then what I can do is just return a simple button. So just a normal HTML button. We'll just want to say on click first of all. And then if you click it, then we'll just pass that click event up to the parent component. So whatever the parent component defined. So we'll just do it like this. If it is disabled, then we'll just put in disabled too, like so. And then lastly, we can just put in the children into the button. So for example, if you pass down an icon, then the icon will be the children property, and we'll just show that within this component. So I'll go like this. This means we can abstract away the clicking, also whether the button is disabled or not, and also like some of the styling, such that we don't have to do that every time we want to create a button inside any of these components. So I'll just say class name, and then I'll just style the button a little bit. So first of all, I want to make it flex, so I can center the children inside the button. So I'll say items center, justify center. That's a pretty good practice for me. And then age, and I just want to make it 28 pixels high. And then I want to do the same for the width. And then I want to round the button a little bit. So I'll say rounded MD, text gray to color the icon 500. And then when I'm hovering the button, and the button is enabled, so it is not disabled, then what I want to do is say text gray 700, like so. And then when I focus the button and the button is not disabled, then I can also say text gray 700 when the button is active and enabled. Then what I can do is say text gray 900, just to show the user that it is active. When it is disabled though, then I just want to say cursor default, such that the user can't see the pointing finger whenever they, so this is the pointing finger for example, that you see my cursor being right now. And this right here is just a pointer. So we want to show the pointer if it is disabled, because the user shouldn't get a hunch that it is clickable. Then when it is disabled, I also want to tone down the opacity just a little bit. So I'll say opacity 50. And then if it is active, I'll just put on some classes conditionally. So if I just close this to make it a little bit easier to work with, I can just go like this. And then I can go like this as well. And now we should be able to define some classes based on whether it is active or not. So if the button is active, so if is active, then we put on some classes. Otherwise, we put on some other classes, like so. And then what we want to do is say bg gray 100, text blue 600. And then also when we hover it and it is enabled, I'll then say text blue 600. When we focus it and it is enabled, then we also do text blue 600. When it is active and enabled, like so, then we say text blue 600. Cool. And then if it is not active, then we don't define anything. So cool. Now we have a reusable icon button. And then I do see a little error here. So there's two of these where I only need one. So that is not going to work. Then I'll also just check the rest of the classes. I wanted opacity 50, I think. Then this is teal when it should actually be blue. So I'll just put this as blue, save that. And now we should be all good. Great. So let me just try and use that button. So I'll just say icon button, like so. And then it is imported already. So I'll just say is active. And it is active if is active. If you do click it, I'll say on click. And then canvas mode dot none, because we want to switch the pointer in this case. And then I should close it like so. So we can pass in some children. And then if the button is selected, so I'll just say canvas mode equals canvas mode.none. So if none is selected right now, so the pointer is selected, then we'll show the icon bi pointer. And this we'll get from React Icons. And React Icons we do not have installed yet. So I'll just say React Icons and then go down here to npm install. Then what I want to do is just open up a new terminal. I can just go like this, press terminal, open a terminal, and run the React Icons install command. Cool. So now that should be installed. Let me just close this terminal again. So I'll just close React Icons 2 and then see if I can import it over here. So I can go like this, and then maybe I need to restart the TypeScript server. Still not no. So let me just try and import it manually, see if that works. So import bi pointer. Yeah, that worked. Great. So now what I want to do is just define that the height of this should be 5. So h5, and the width should be 5 as well. So I'll just say width 5. And now that we have like at least one button, oh, children was not found. We also need to define disabled. So I'll just go in and make these optional, because if you don't provide is active, then it for sure isn't active. And if you don't provide disabled, then it for sure isn't disabled. So I'll just make these optional, go back, and now we can just try and use the selection button as well, just to see how that would look. So what I want to do is just put in selection button, add the import, add the missing properties. Is active will be defined from what the canvas state.mode is. So if canvas state.mode is canvas mode.none or canvas mode dot, yeah, I think that should be it, actually. So if you're not inserting anything, then we should show that this one down here is active. So if you're not inserting, then you're definitely using the pointer. So that is why it should be active when the canvas mode is canvas mode.none. Cool. And then canvas mode is definitely not this one. So I'll just remove that. And then I'll say canvas state.mode. And then the on click we just need to define as well. So I'll just go and delete this default implementation, because that is definitely not what we need. And then I'll just say that we'll receive a canvas states, or a canvas mode actually, I can see. And then we want to set canvas states, and we want to set the canvas state based on the canvas mode. Or let me just see, we'll actually just set it to the canvas mode, like so. Canvas mode. So because it is a canvas state, we just need to go like this, mode, canvas mode, and then we should be good. So now we see a little pointer down here, and if we hover it, we do see that we have a small border and everything, so it looks pretty cool. And because we are using it right now, it is active, so you see this little gray border around it. So that is what active means. Great. So let us continue with the implementation. So what I want is to be able to open a small menu, for example. So we'll need to create another mode in the future called dragging, where you can just press down and then drag around. So right now you would probably drag around with the mouse pad or the mouse, but that's not, or the wheel, sorry, but that's not exactly what we want. We also want to be able to press and then drag around and then see the canvas drag around. So those two modes will be contained within the following menu. So what I'll do is I'll create a pop-up. So when you click a little arrow, it'll then open up a menu, and that menu will show the different selection options, and then you can select what you want, and then the menu will close again. So just to have the canvas modes available, even though we aren't implementing the dragging feature right now, what I'll do is I'll just create another mode called dragging. So right under none right here, I'll just say dragging, and then we'll need to create a state for that too. So I'll say or, and then I'll say mode, and then canvas mode the dragging, and then I want to like put down a point as well that you are dragging it around. So I'll just say origin. So you press, and that is the origin, and then you drag around that area, or around that point. So origin, and then that can either be point or null if you haven't pressed anything yet. So now we just have that available too, and then we can say, well, if the canvas mode is dragging instead of just none, then we'll just want to show a little bit different icon. So we'll just say RI hand instead. Also from React icons, like so. And then we just need to import this too. So import RI hand from React icons RI. And then if it is none of these, so for example, if you are using the insert mode, so the canvas mode insert, then we should show like a default icon. So otherwise it wouldn't show an icon, because this is only shown if it is dragging. This one is only shown if it is none. So if you're just using insert mode, there'll be no icon. And this is obviously not what we want. So I'll just create a case for if it is none of those. So if canvas mode is not canvas mode.none, and canvas mode, is not canvas mode dot dragging, then what I want to do is I want to say we'll just show the BI pointer. So we'll just show the following icon run right here as the default pointer or the default icon, And the class name for that, oops, like so. The class name for that will just be h5 and v5 as well. This means we'll show this icon as a default always. Cool. So next up, I'll just create a little button. And this button should have an on click. So if you do click this button, it'll be a little arrow. Then we want to open up the menu. So if you click the button, then we set is open to the opposite of what it is right now. So if it is closed, we open it up. If it is open, we close it down. Great. And then what we can do is just put a little class name as well. So we'll just make a little bit of spacing between the following button and the arrow. So I'll just say margin left 1, like that. And then we can put in a little SVG arrow that points up. So I do have a little SVG right here on my other screen that I created with ChatGPT earlier. So that is the following one right here. So let me just save that and see how it looks. So this actually points down, but if I do click it, nothing happens. So that is because we haven't created the menu yet. But now we at least have the SVG like that. And I do mean it doesn't look very nice that it points down when it's a menu that is supposed to be opening up. So what I'll do is I'll just say rotate 180. This will rotate it around like so. Cool, way better already. So now I'll say if the menu is open. So if is open, then what we'll do is just show the following HTML. So we'll put in a div. I'll just close this div as well. And then what I want to do is put in some classes. So this will be absolute because it will be opened relative to where the following div is. So that is why I put relative right here. So we can use absolute down here. Cool. Then I'll just say minus top 20. So I want to open the menu minus 20. So that is minus 80 pixels relative to the top. So that will be just over here, like right over the button. And then what I want to do is just say empty 1 and then minimum width of 100 pixels, 150 actually. And then I'll just round it with Excel. So I'll round it like a lot. And then I'll just put in a very dark background color. So I'll say 1E, 1E, 1E. Put in a padding of 2, that is 8 pixels. And then also put a shadow on top of it. So LG, like so. So let me just see how that looks. Nothing is in it right now. So if I just take it out of the following statement, then we can continue building on it and actually see the progress while we're building. So the minimum width obviously had to be minimum width and not minimum 2. And then I do not believe we have any other errors. Now when I save, we do see a shadow over here. So it is suggesting that we do see the menu and it does exist. So that's great actually. So I'll just open up this div. And then in here I'll just create 2 buttons. The first button will be the first menu item and the second button will be the second menu item. So I'll say if you do click this, we'll then say handle click and we'll need to just implement this in a second. And then we want to pass in the canvas mode.none because that is the mode we want to switch to. Inside this button, we want to create a couple of things. We want to both show a little check mark. So I'll just say span, class name, width of full, text super small. And then in here, I just want to say canvas mode equals, and then canvas mode.none. If that is the case, then we show this little check mark I have in my clipboard. Great. And then this is obviously not implemented yet, so I can just go ahead and implement that. So if you do click a menu item, then we want to switch to that canvas mode. So I'll say const handle click, and then I'll say with the canvas mode we want to switch to, so that will be canvas mode.none. Or it will be a canvas mode.dragging because those are the 2 different options you can switch between. I'll then open up the following function. I'll say on click, switch to this canvas mode, and then I'll just set this open to false, so we'll just close down the menu immediately. And then because we just defined none up here, and that is not the same as none or dragging, I'll just copy these 2 parameters up here as well. Cool. And then it gives us a little error. And that is because we are missing this rocket notation. And then right next to this little check mark, so we only want to show the check mark if that menu item is the one actually selected right now. So that is why we say if canvas mode is none, then we show the check mark in this button. And we'll do the exact same for the other button where we show if it is dragging or not. So right next to this, we'll just show a little icon. So I'll say BI pointer, and I'll just say, I'll make some spacing between this and the text that is supposed to go next to it. So I'll just say margin 2. And I want to make this icon just a little bit smaller than usual. And then right next to that, I'll just put in a span where I can say move. And then this should also be very small text. So I'll just say text extra small like that. And then because it is stacked on top of each other, which is not what we want, I'll just go into the button right here and add a couple of classes. So I'll say class name, flex with full, items center, and then also I'll round it a little bit. I'll make some padding on the x-axis and also on the y-axis. So I'll just say P1. I'll say text whites. And then also when I hover the menu item, I want the menu item to be completely blue. Like so. I can hit the button. 500. Great. And then I also want a few conditional properties or classes. So I'll just go like this. And then I want to say if the canvas mode is the same as canvas mode .none, then what I want to do is just color. So I'll go like this. So if the canvas mode is the chosen one, then I'll just color it blue. So this button is the one for none, so just pointing using the pointer. And if that is what we're currently choosing, then I would like to just color the background blue so the user knows that it has been chosen. So I'll just say BG blue 500 like that. And now we can see that it is currently chosen, so it is blue. Great. And now we can do the exact same thing for the other button. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this right now. And then I'll just say hand tool. And then instead of BI pointing, I'll say RI hand like that. And then I can say dragging up here too. Paste this in right there. And then also the same for canvas mode.none. And now we see the other option right there. And then I'll just make it a little smaller, this text. So instead of small, I'll make it extra small. And then I'll just make these triple equality compares like that. And now it's a little smaller and cooler. So now I should be able to select, I'm able to select between these two. So as you see, the check mark is right next to the one that has been chosen. And it also is highlighted in blue like we defined right here. So if it is the selected option, then we highlight it in blue. And if we hover it, we also highlight it in blue. And then we have the following two buttons corresponding to button 1 right here and button 2 right here. Cool. And then when you click it, then we run the handle click method. And then we pass in the canvas mode that we want to switch to. And then in here, we then close the menu. So notice how if I click one, we actually supposed to close the menu. And that is because I just remember or forgot to put it inside of this one. So I'll just put this over like that. And then we should be able to click the arrow, select an option, and the menu closes. Great. Now that is just awesome. Now we have a little menu we can use to switch between the different modes. And what we actually need to do is just create the same just for a rectangle. So right here, I want to show a little rectangle. And then I also want to show a rectangle here and an ellipse right here. And this way you can switch between what you want to insert and also switch back to using the pointer if that is what you are aiming to do. So if I go back into toolbar, I can see that it is red right here, meaning that we have a small error. So the on click is giving us a small error. So right here, it says origin is declared here. And the reason is because if we go into types, we see that the origin has we see that the canvas mode dragging has an origin, while the canvas mode .none do not have an origin. So by defining that it can be either one of these, we'll need to define both the origin and also the mode because it can be both. So what we want to do is just do that conditionally. So I'll just delete this and then I'll say if canvas mode equals canvas mode.dragging. Then what I want to do is just return the mode and also an origin. And remember, this can be nullable, so we'll just set this to null. Otherwise, we'll just return the canvas mode alone. So now the error is gone. So if we have canvas mode dragging, then we'll just set the origin to null. Otherwise, we just change it to just the normal non-canvas mode. So now we are able to do this. Great. And switch between them. One thing I think we should do though is that when you open up the menu and click out here, you see that it doesn't close. But usually when you use software, when you click outside the menu, it closes. So this clicking outside functionality, I think we should actually make. So going into the selection button, we can set it up. So I'll create a use effect right here. This use effect will look like that. It will have an empty dependency array, meaning it will not re-render the component more than once when it is initialized. Then I'll define a function called handle click outside. It will take a mouse event. And then what I want to do is say if menu ref.current and not menu ref.current.contains event.target as node. Then we set open as false. So this means that if we click, then we set the menu open to false. And then we want to trigger this in a specific condition, and that is when you click outside. So I'll say document.add event listener. And then I want to listen for mouse down, and then we just handle click outside if we press mouse down. And then we'll just say return like that, document.remove event listener, like so, and then mouse down. So what happens is that when the component is rendered for the first time, we just run this use effect, because use effect only runs once when the component is initialized, and then if you have a dependency down here, it can run again, but we do not have any dependencies. What then happens is we just define the following function, handle click outside. It will receive a mouse event, so that is an event of the user clicking somewhere along with the coordinates that the user clicked. Because we have this menu ref, we can track exactly what the coordinates of this div is, for example, so where this div is. And then we can say, okay, is the menu not the one being clicked? So if menu ref.current, so the menu right here, is that not the event.target, so what the user clicked? And if it is not the target, so if you click outside, then we set open to false, and that means we close the menu. And then we can add an event listener listening for mouse down events, so that is whenever the user clicks. And then if that happens, then we register, then we call the following method, handle click outside. And then right when the use effect is called for the first time, we then register this event listener. So we add event listener, mouse down, and then when it is unmounted, then we call the following cleanup function where we remove the event listener, because when the component is unmounted, we do not no longer need this event listener at all. So that is why we create the current the following use effect implementation. So if I go down here and click outside the menu, we should see something. We do not though, so I'll just try and refresh the page. We still do not see anything. And let me check the console. That is probably the first thing you should do. We do not see anything here as well. So the problem is that we defined the following, adding the event listeners inside of this function, and the function is never called, so that is completely wrong. They should be added outside the function implementation. So these will be registered, and then this is the function that will be called whenever this event happens. So if I go over here and refresh, now we should be able to use the functionality like so. Great, and switch between them as well. Cool. And then if we go back to the tools bar, then I want to say it is active if canvas state mode equals canvas mode dot dragging. So the reason we're doing this is if the canvas mode is dragging like so, you see how it is active right now, and it is active right now. But if I remove the dragging part, then it is, I just refresh here, then it is active on move, but it is not active on hand tool. So you see how we do not have the gray background color like that. Well, if we add this up here, now we do. So we need to make it active for all these different states that we want it to be active for. So we just had to add that as well. And then next up, we can go ahead and create the shapes selection button. So this is just the selection button for the pointer and the dragging tool, but I want to be able to insert different shapes too. So I'll just go inside the tools bar right here, create a new file called shapes selection button .tsx, and inside of this component I'll say export default function shapes selection button. The props should be is active as well. So let me actually just go into the selection button, copy these properties because that will be pretty useful. So going back to the shapes selection button, I'll just go ahead and do this, and then remove that, like so. And then I should be able to use the following properties again. So we have isActive, canvas mode, and then also on click. Canvas mode, we just need to import, as I can see, and then when we click it, we want to select a specific layer type, not a canvas mode. And then the layer type can be layer type dot rectangle, so you'll be able to insert a rectangle, or it can be layer type dot ellipse. That is the other shape or layer we have implemented so far. And then I'll just do the same as right hand selection button, where I'll create a menu and a menu ref. So I'll just copy this code as well. And I just need to import all of these import statements. And then down here, when we click, we need to receive a layer type and not a canvas mode. So I'll just say layer type like so. And then we should be ready to set up the HTML. So I just copied all the logic of being able to click outside the menu to close the menu, and also to have a menu open or closed. And then we just need to change up a little bit how the menu looks and works. So first of all, I'll just go ahead and create a div. This div should be, we'll put a class relative as well. So I can just maybe copy the following. So I'll just check how much I need to copy. So this part I'll just paste in. And then handle click, we'll just say layer type for now, the rectangle, just to get something without errors. And let me just import this as well. Up here, we'll just import the icon button. On click, I'll just say dot rectangle. And then if I go into the icon button, tools bar, then we should be able to just import the shapes selection button. So it is called the correct name. And I'll just import it like that. And then I want to put it in isActive as well. So it is active if canvas state.mode equals canvas mode.inserting. And I'll just say, and if we're inserting any of the two shapes we already have defined. So, and if layer type dot, just need to import that, layer type dot rectangle or layer type dot ellipse. So if this array contain or includes canvas states dot layer type, like so. So what we do here is a pretty smart thing. Instead of having if canvas state dot layer type equals layer type dot rectangle, we can then just do an array of all the different states and then say dot includes and then put in the layer type like so. Cool. And then I also just need to pass in the canvas mode. This is just canvas state dot mode. And then what I want to do is just say on click. And then we get the layer type like so. Layer type. And that will then be set canvas state. And then we set the mode as inserting and then pass in the layer type as the layer type. So when the user clicks one of the shapes down here, if he clicks the rectangle, then we say, okay, now we are in canvas mode that inserting and the layer type is rectangle. So that is what we should insert if the user clicks the canvas. Great. So going back to shapes selection button, we don't really need the canvas mode. Actually, we need the canvas state. So I'll just go like this, canvas state. And I'll just import this from types, pass it in over here, like that. Because the canvas state contains both what layer type we're inserting and then also if we're inserting or not. Whereas up here, we didn't have any other properties other than just what the mode was, so we just passed down the mode. So that is why we pass in the entire state right here. Going down, we can first of all change these buttons. So this icon button, I'll just remove this. And then what I want to do is I want to say if canvas state.mode is not canvas mode.inserting, then what we want to show is just a default icon. That should just be IO square outline, which is just a React icon. And then I just want to put a class name on it that is h5 and width of 5. And let me just import this if I can. So up here I'll say import IO square outline, which works as it should. And then for now, I'll just comment out this code so we can just see it work. So let me just save. So now we do see a square down here, which is very nice. So if the pointer is the one being chosen, then we show a default icon, and that is the square right here. Because if we aren't inserting, then it is definitely not chosen. Then what we'll do is just copy this, and then we'll just copy it again. And then we'll want to say IO ellipse outline, so that is the ellipse. So that is if the mode is canvas mode.inserting and canvas state.layer type equals canvas layer type dot ellipse. So if we have selected inserting down here and we have selected the ellipse, then we show the ellipse outline, so the ellipse icon. Otherwise, if we have selected inserting and we have selected a rectangle, then we show a rectangle like so. And now we just need to implement the menu itself. So this button of opening the menu stays the same because it was the same logic as over in the selection button, the other selection menu. So selection, right in here, selection button. But we'll need to modify a little bit in the menu right here. So commenting in this again, and then taking these two buttons, we just need to modify these a little bit. So what I want to do is right here, instead of saying move, I want to say rectangle. Down here, I want to say ellipse, like that. And then we also want to use the different icons. So IO ellipse outline, like so, and our IO square outline instead of the pointer icon. And then over here, instead of canvas mode, I will also say canvas state dot mode, and then canvas mode dot inserting, and I can probably say canvas state dot layer type equals layer type dot, and then I want to say rectangle, like so. Just copy this in, and let me just say ellipse right there. So canvas mode is not defined, and that is because we have the following error right here. So next thing I want to do is define when we should show this little check mark, so when it should be shown or not. And that will actually just be the same as the logic up here. So if I just copy this like so, and paste it in right down here instead of the following logic, and then what I do is the same down here, just for ellipse instead of rectangle, then we should be able to see that none of these are selected because they aren't. But then if we do click one of these, we are able to select it. We're not able to select ellipse. So in the handle click, we just need to change this to ellipse. So let me just see that everything rectangle related is only in rectangle, and the same for ellipse down here. It is, so that looks fine. So if I now change the ellipse, we see that the logo down here changes to ellipse, as well as the menu. So the reason the logo down here changes to ellipse is because of the following logic up here. So this is the icon button showing the logo that you see down here in the tools bar. So if the current mode is inserting and the layer type is ellipse, then we show the ellipse. If it is inserting and rectangle, then we show a rectangle. So this is the ellipse, this is the rectangle. And if it is none of these, so if you choose the following one, then we just show the rectangle by default, like so. So even if you go and select the ellipse, and then go back and select the pointer, then we show the rectangle again, because now the canvas mode is not inserting. So that is the reason why we structure the component in the following way. And then if I go back to the tools bar and just look this through, we can just see if it looks fine. So you have the isActive state, we pass down the properties, we define the on clicks, and it looks fine for me. So now we can go back to the canvas, and then right here on pointer up, we should be able to actually insert a layer depending on what the canvas state is. So if the canvas state, which is stored right here, is inserting, for example, and we click, then we should be able to insert an element or a layer. And if not, then we should not be able to insert anything. So let's try and create that logic. So what I want is to just delete this first of all, and then I want to create an if statement. So if the canvas state.mode equals canvas mode. Canvas mode.none. In that case, we just set the states of the canvas to mode and then canvas mode.none. And then let me just create another case. So I'll just say else if canvas state.mode equals inserting. Then what I would like to do is just insert the layer where the canvas state, where the layer type is the one stored in the canvas states. And then we also have the point of insertion from the following method up here. Remember how we created this transforming between coordinate system method. So we are still getting the correct point, and then we can insert the layer at that point. So let me just try and save this. And then because we are now using these two methods, let me just add those to the dependency array like that. Because if they change, we'll need to change how this function works as well. So it'll need to re-render. So I'll just not re-render, change the mutation. So I'll just save this and then go over here and refresh. And then right now, if I click, I don't see anything. And that is because we have switched to pointer mode. If I click the rectangle, we also don't see anything. And the reason is that we do not have canvas state added to the dependency array down here. So remember how I told you that everything inside the useMutation function will only be updated when this dependency array changes. So because the canvas state containing the state of a canvas, so whether we are like inserting or whether the mode is none is up here in the use state. If that changes and it is not in the dependency array, then the old canvas state.mode will basically be kind of cached inside the useMutation. So it won't really register that we're changing between the mode none and the mode inserting. So to make sure that the useMutation function is updating when we actually change the state or the mode of the canvas down here, we need to add this canvas state to the useMutation. So now if I do press save and I click on this rectangle, I am able to insert shapes like so. And if I click back, I'm not able to insert any shapes. I can also move to the hand tool if I want to, and I can move between the different things like so. So cool. Next up, I would like to add two buttons down here, a zoom in button and a zoom out button. First, I would like to create the buttons themselves, and then afterwards I'll implement the functionality here in the canvas component for actually zooming in and out of the canvas. To get started, I would like to go to the tools part, the TSX component, and I would like to add a couple of props. First of all, I'll add a prop called zoom in. This will be a function. I'll also add a zoom out. I would like to add a can zoom in and a can zoom out, like so. We'll just add the types for these as well down here. So zoom in is just a function that returns void. So calling this will just zoom in the parent component. And zoom out will be the same. Can zoom in will be a boolean. And the same for can zoom out. So can zoom in means if we have zoomed all the way in, maybe we don't want the user to be able to zoom even more in. So there's like a limit for how much you can zoom in and zoom out. And this limit is managed in the canvas component. And then in that component, we can determine whether the user should be able to zoom in more or not be able to zoom in more. And then we can pass down these variables to disable the buttons down here. By calling zoom in specifically, he'll just trigger a zoom in function in the canvas component and then zoom in. Cool. So if you go down here, I'll just create a small border. So I'll say div, and this I'll just close the following way. I'll say class name, and then a width of 1 pixel. I'll then say self stretch, and then bg black 10, so 1/10. Cool. And under this, I'll create a new div. So I'll say div, and then I would like to put on some classes. These classes will be flex, item sensor, and justify sensor, like so. Inside here, I'll put in two buttons. I'll put in a zoom in button, and then also a zoom out button. These we have not defined yet, so let me just go in the toolbar and just create these. Zoom in, like that, button.tsx, and then I'll start by implementing this. So we will have to say export default function zoom in button. The properties will be on click, so when you click the button, and also whether it is disabled or not. So I'll just take this, copy it, so we can define the properties. This will just be a void function, and this will just be a, like that. This will just be a boolean, like so. Then we can open up the function, and we can return some HTML. So we'll return an icon button that we made earlier. In this button, I'll just open it up like so. I'll add a couple of props. So on click will just be on click, and disabled will just be disabled, like that. And then we can return an icon inside that button as the children. So that will be AI, outline, zoom in. This button I will give the size 32, and the color. These are props you can define on the button, which I'll import in just a second. The color will just be 888888. And then let me just try and see if I can import this. I couldn't like that. So maybe I can import it up here manually from React icons, and that worked fine. Great. So now we can just try and take that zoom in button, and it is added right here. And I'll just add the properties. So on click will be zoom in, and disabled will be then can zoom in, like so. So zoom in just needs a thing like that. And then in this component right here, I'll just pass down these properties. So I'll just say add missing attributes for now, and just leave it like that. And then I'll just say true and true, go back to the tools bar. And then let me just check why it isn't refreshing over here. So I'll just restart the terminal, just 1 second. npm scripts, Next.js. And now we indeed do see the zoom in button. So we see it right here. And we obviously can't click it because that will throw an error, not implemented. It does look a little big, the zoom in icon. So I'll just go to this zoom in button and then see if I can modify that. So if I make it like 22 instead, it looks way better. And then what I'll do is I'll just copy this button over here and call it zoom out button, like so. I'll call this zoom out button, and then it should be zoom out instead of zoom in, like that. And I can then import this over here as well. So I'll just copy this line, say zoom out button, import it, and then I'll say can zoom out instead of can zoom in, and this should obviously be zoom out instead of zoom in, like so. I'll just save that. And now we have a zoom in and a zoom out button. And so the next thing we might want to do is go back to the canvas component. So if I go to canvas up here, right there, then up in the use states, I'll just create, I'll just close this. Then up in the use states up here, I'll just create a new use state called camera. So I'll do it around here. So we already have that. And then this camera X is the value we should shift the camera with on the X axis. And the Y value is the value we should shift the canvas with on the Y axis. And the zoom is how much we should zoom in or out. So we can actually just set these values down here. So zoom in, for example, I'll just go like this. And I'll say set camera. And then we'll pass in the camera like that, the current value. And then I can just set the camera like that. So we put in the previous properties. Then we set the zoom to the current zoom, so current zoom plus 0.1. So we just zoom in a little bit. And then when we zoom out, we can just copy this and just say minus instead of plus. So that is pretty simple. Like that, and then just minus instead. And then zoom in. I think I want to say camera.zoom is less than 2. So if you zoom in like twice as much as you currently are, then you are probably zoomed in as much as you should be able to. And then this will just be 0.5, so bigger than 0.5. You can obviously just change these values if you want the user to zoom in like crazy, but this is just an arbitrary limit that I set right now. And then to be able to actually use the camera values, I'll go up to the G tag right here, and then this G is the group of all the layers, and this group of all the layers is what I want to transform or translate. So if the X value is 10, then I'll move it 10 pixels to the right. If the X value is minus 10, I'll move it to the left. The same with the Y value, I'll move it up and down with. And with the zoom, I'll just say scale in a negative or a positive value. So I can do this by saying style, like so, pass in this property object, So here I can just define regular CSS styles. So I'll just say transform. And then what I want to pass in is a translate function in CSS. Here I can do like that, insert a variable. I'll say camera.x. And then I'll say pixels, comma. I'll just copy this so it's easier. And then I'll say camera.y pixels. And then for the last parameter, I would like to say scale. And this should obviously be outside that function. So scale, and then I'll just pass in this variable as well. And that should be camera.zoom, like that. So if I just try and save that and just see what happens if I press these buttons, we are able to zoom in like that, and we're able to zoom out. We can't pan around though, and we also can't use this hand tool to drag around. So let's just try and fix that. So if we go up to this one, this SVG, and we say on wheel. So on wheel is when you scroll on the mouse or when you put two fingers on the trackpad and move them around. So it's basically just panning around or using the wheel. We'll define a custom method for this called on wheel, and then we'll just go up and implement that right here. So I'll just say const on wheel, and then I'll say use callback. And what I'll want to do is pass in the event we receive, which is reacts.wheel event, and then this is a function. And then whenever this is called, I'll say set camera, and then I'll pass in the current camera value from the use states. Then we'll just say x is the same as, or we'll define x as camera.x minus e.delta x. So this is the change in scrolling on the x-axis. So the event is what we receive from this on wheel event down here. So when you use the wheel inside the SVG element, this event will be called. And when you use the wheel, if you scroll super fast, then the delta will be high. If you scroll not so fast, the delta will be lower. And we'll then subtract this from the camera to make sure to pan around. So make sure we can pan around, sorry. And then what I'll do too is I'll just do the same for the y value. So camera.y and e.delta y. And then lastly, we just need the zoom parameter. So zoom will just be camera.zoom because we don't want to change the zooming in whenever we just pan around. So if I just do this and then say, I'll just do this too because we're missing a parentheses. We're also missing a dependency array because it's use callback. And the reason we are putting it in a use callback and not just defining a regular function is to avoid unnecessary re-rendering in the child components that depend on the on-wheel function. So if I just save right here and go over here and refresh, let me just see what happens. If I just insert something like that, go back to this one and try and scroll around with my trackpad, we can see that the entire canvas is moving. And actually it is not the entire canvas, it is only this group inside the canvas. So you can this is not so good. You can then pan around in the canvas like that and move the entire group around, giving the illusion that you are the one moving when it is actually the group moving around. You can also zoom in and you can zoom out. And if I zoom all the way in, then at one point we are zoomed in a lot, and then this gets disabled because it is grayed out. Because we're reaching this limit, zoom is less than 2. And then if you zoom all the way out, then we also reach the limit less than 0.5, and then we can't zoom out anymore, like that. So cool, now we can move around, and we can zoom in, and we can zoom out. The next thing I want to take a look at is using this hand tool. So right now if I click, I can't pan around with the mouse. I can only pan around with the wheel. If I want to be able to click this hand tool and then click down to pan around with the mouse, that is another feature I would like to create as well. So let's just take a look at how we can do that. So what we need to do is to go up to right here in the SVG, and we need two more functions. We need on pointer down, and then also like that, and then also on pointer move like that. So how this works is that when you click down, this on pointer down will be executed with an event. So when we click down, then we start the dragging. When we then move around, then this event will be fired every time we move. Then we can drag the camera around. And when we then release the mouse again, the on pointer up function will be called, and we can then stop the dragging around by setting the mode of the canvas to no longer being dragging. So the first thing I would like to do is just implement this on pointer down function. So I'll just go up here, say const. Let me just copy this actually, because we will need a lot of the same things. I'll just copy in this name and also the closing down here. And then I just need that one and a comma. So now we have an on pointer down function. And what I then want in here is to say if canvas mode, so canvas data mode equals canvas mode dot dragging, then I'll just open up this function. In here I'll just say set states, and then the mode I'll just set to canvas mode dot dragging, and then we will drag around the following point. So remember how we just set it to null initially if you switch to the dragging state down here. So if I go back to selection button, if we just press this handle click and then go up to the parent of this selection button, that is toolbar, then we'll just set the origin to null. And that is because you don't really drag around any points if you just click down here. You need to actually both enable dragging around and then also click on the canvas. And then when you click on the canvas, that is the point of origin, which you will be able to drag around. So that is why we are setting this dragging origin inside the canvas on pointer down method. So now we have the mode, which is dragging, and we have a point we can drag around. And now just gotta make sure to move around the camera around this point whenever you move around the mouse. So here's how I'm going to do that. I'll copy the following method and just paste this one down here. And then I'll copy this on pointer move, make this the function name. And since we actually aren't depending on the canvas state, but only the canvas state.mode, we'll just put this into the dependency array and not the entire canvas state. We also aren't inserting any drawings, so I'll just remove this as well. We are though depending on the camera, so I'll just make sure to include that in the dependency array. So generally all the values or variables you depend on in a method with a dependency array, a use effect for example, you should generally add to the dependency array so you can use the most updated version of that variable. In some cases you do not want to do that though, for example up here when you don't want to do that. Or if you have a use effect you only want to render once. Anyways, in this onPointerMove function, what I'll do is I'll just check if we are dragging and if canvas state dot origin is not null. Because if it is null, then we are definitely not dragging around. Then we maybe just enabled it without actually pressing down. So we do want to check if it is null or not. Then I'll just open up this function. It is already open, I can see. In this case, we'll just first get the delta x. So that is the movement on the x-axis. This will be equal to e, so the event.movementx. We can do the same for delta y, so the change on the y-axis. What we can then do is just set the camera like that. We'll pass in the existing camera value. And then what I want to do is just set the camera, so x will be camera x.delta x, y will be camera x.delta y. So we'll set the camera to the current camera plus the change in the camera so we can like move around. And we then set the zoom to the current zoom because we aren't really changing the zoom at all. And then we are probably missing a parentheses down here. So let me just do that. Cool. So if I go back here and I press the hand tool, I click down and move around, I am then able to move around. But if I release the hand tool or release the mouse, it still moves around. And that is because we are missing something over here in the onPointerUp method. So if I go down, I can just add an if statement. So, or actually so just an else if. So I'll just say else if canvas mode.dragging. And then if we are dragging around, we'll just set the point to null. So origin to null. Like that. Because when the origin has been set to null, so I'll just set this to dragging. And then when origin is null right here, then whenever we move around, this if statement will be false. And since it is an AND, this entire if statement will not be executed, and then we won't move around anymore. So if I just click down, I'm able to move, and when I release the mouse, I'm able to stop moving around again. So now we can move around with the wheel, so panning around like this. And we can also use the hand tool to click down and move around like that. So that is two different ways for the user to move around in the canvas. Moving on, I would like the user to be able to draw a drawing with a pencil. So to start out doing that, I'll just close all of these tabs that I'm not using anymore and just open the ones I want to open. So I'll open up type first of all, and then I would like to add a new mode to the canvas. This new mode I'll call pencil. So I'll say pencil, and then up here, I'll just say or, like that. And then I'll just remove this. So now we have a mode called pencil, and if the mode is pencil, then the user is drawing something. Okay, so going back into the canvas component, let's just implement drawing with a pencil. So the first thing I would like to do is just go up to right here, and I'll just create a new use state called pencil draft. So I'll say use self to get the pencil draft from the presence of the user. So I can just import this, say me, and then the variable I would like to pull out is me.presence.pencil draft. So if I go back to the Liveblocks config file, I can see that we have a pencil draft here we created in the start. So a pencil draft consists of a bunch of X and Y points along with the pressure, and then we'll draw a line between these X and Y points to actually create a path. So that is how it will be done. And then let us just define how we start drawing. So the first thing you need to do to start drawing is click down, and then if you are in the pencil mode, you will then be able to move your mouse around to start drawing. So the first thing you need to do is obviously change the on pointer down method. So instead of just dragging, what I'll do is create another state. So I'll just say return here to not execute anything beneath this. And then what I'll do is I'll just say else. I'll just say if, and then canvas state.mode equals canvas mode.pencil, like that. Great. And then if that happens, I'll then call start drawing, which we haven't implemented yet. But for this function, I would like to pass in the point. The point is where we want to start drawing from. So this will be the start of the drawing. And then we can also pass in the e.pressure, which is also defined for each point in the Liveblocks config we saw just before. Then I'll just return here as well, like that. And that is that. So let's go ahead and define this method start drawing. We'll just pass it to the dependency array here as well. So I'll just copy this, go up right here for example, and then I'll just say const start drawing equals use mutation, because we'll mutate the storage of the Liveblocks. Then I would like to say set my presence, like that. And then what I can do is I can say we also want to access the point and the pressure, which is a number. I'll then open up a new method, like that. And then what I can do is I can say set my presence, and then I want to say pencil draft. That will then be, we'll just start out creating the drawing by adding the first point in the drawing to the pencil draft array, because remember this array will be an array of a bunch of different points which will make up the entire drawing, the entire line which we're drawing. So we'll just add the first point to that pencil draft, and to do that we'll just do this point.x, and we'll be able to say point.y, and we'll say pressure. And if I then just check why it does not work, so that is because of this. And then we just need to say point.pressure as well, or we do have pressure right here actually. We just need to add a comma. So the next thing we want to do in my presence is just add the pen color. So I'll just say pen color, and for this I'll just actually add a color of the type RGB. So this pen color is the type color which we defined in the types. So I'll just use 217 and 217 again, and then 217. So you can just change this color if you want a different default color when drawing. And then because it is a use mutation, we just need to add a dependency array down here. So I'll just go like this. And then we aren't really depending on anything right here. So we'll just save, and then this should work fine for starting the drawing. So now that we have the first point in the drawing, the next move we have to make is when the user has pressed down and is moving the cursor around. So we need to go into the on pointer move function. And you see that we have a small error here. It says point is not assignable to pointer event. So this is a point. And if I go in here, we have pointer event. So if I put in point instead, that should fix that. So going into pointer move instead, we can just define what will happen when we move the mouse around. So what I'll do is just add an else statement. So else if, and then canvas state.mode. If that is canvas mode.pencil, like that, then we'll just call a method called continue drawing, like this, which we have not defined yet. What we'll pass in is the points, and then also the event itself, like this. And then this function is kind of like the start drawing, except that it'll just add the point to the array of points instead of just adding only the first point. So I'll go and copy this, head up to the start drawing, and then I'll create this new method. So I'll just start by copying this. We can just use this as a template. And then I'll just copy continue drawing, and then I'll just paste this in instead of start drawing. So first of all, I for sure want to get the current pencil draft, so how much I've drawn so far. So I'll say pencil draft equals self.presence, like that. And then I just need to pass in self right here, which we get from use mutation. So use mutation gives us these two variables, and these two variables we put into the method ourselves as parameters. Great, now we have how far we have currently reached in the drawing. Then we can do a couple of things. First of all, I'll say if, and then canvas state.mode is not canvas mode.pencil, or pencil draft equals null, like that. And in that case, we'll just return. And the reason why we're doing this is because if you call this method for some reason or not, and canvas mode is not pencil, then we obviously don't want to add anything to the pencil draft because the user is not drawing. And if the pencil draft is null, meaning we haven't added any points to the pencil draft, then we haven't even started the drawing, so we shouldn't be able to continue the drawing. So going up here and hovering this, we can see that it might be null. So even though we know that we won't call this continue drawing any place that we aren't going to actually use the function, this helps TypeScript know that these values actually aren't null, so we don't get any errors down here. And then we actually also want to make sure that we only draw when we click a specific button. So I'll just say and then buttons. So we just need to pass in the event as well, which we did when we called it down here. So we said point and e. So I just need to pass in the event, and the event is react.pointer event. So we can then say e.buttons is not one. So e.buttons is the different buttons in the event. So the button number 1 is the left button, the button number 2 is the right button, and button number 4 is the middle mouse button. So if we are not clicking the left button, then we for sure do not want to continue the drawing, so we'll just check this as well. And when this function is then called, we receive a point. So let's just go ahead and add that point to the current pencil draft. So how I'm going to do this is I'm going to first spread all the existing pencil points or pencil draft points out with the spread operator. So I'll say pencil draft, and then so now this will just generate the normal draft that we already had. But then I'll add the point we currently see to the list. So we just receive a point here, and I'll just add that to the end of the list like this. So cool. Now we should be able to just add canvas state.mode to the dependency array down here, because we are depending on the canvas state.mode from the use states in the use mutation. And then what this will do is that it'll update the storage in Liveblocks such that the pencil draft is visible to both our users and also other users. This means that we can see the draft in real time. So when the user is just drawing, then this will be updated in real time, and the users can, or the other users also using the tool can then also see the drawing being drawn in real time. So that is a pretty cool feature. So now we can handle the case when the user releases the mouse and then stops drawing. So we'll just go and do that in the onPointerUp method down here. So first of all, we need to just take this continue drawing method and add it to the dependency array in onPointerMove, because we are dependent on that. And then down here in the onPointsUp method, we can just create a new else if for the canvas_date.pencil or canvas_mode.pencil. So I'll say else if like that. And then I'll say canvas_state.mode equals, and then canvas_mode.pencil. And if we release the pointer, then we stopped drafting the drawing. So far we are just like adding a bunch of points to the present, to the my presence, which is the user's like local storage basically. But then we don't really create any layers for the actual drawing. So that is what we want to create when you stop drawing. So until we actually insert the layer, it's just like an intermediate drawing, which will then disappear if we just delete that from the user's presence or the user start a new drawing. So we want to create some kind of method called insert path, and the path then just the drawing that the user drew. So this is what we want to do, and we'll take the intermediate drawing from up here in continue drawing, if I can just find that, like that. So we take this pencil draft from the user's presence, then we construct a path and then add that to the layers, and then it'll be persisted in the storage in Liveblocks. So going down again, we can then take this insert path method, just copy that, and just go up and create a new method for inserting the path. So I'll just do it right here, and say const insert path, and that is also a use mutation because we'll mutate the Liveblocks storage. We'll receive a storage, or we'll be able to access a storage variable, also a self variable, as well as a set my presence variable, all from the use mutation, like that. And then we'll be able to add a dependency array like so, and just fill out what we want to do inside the mutation. Great. So first of all, I want to get all the layers, so I'll say live layers, and we can get this from storage.get, and then we have all these layers. Then we can say const pencil draft, and this will come from self.presence as it is also recommended. Great. And now we can say if pencil draft equals null, or pencil draft dot length is less than 2, or live layers dot size is larger or equal to max layers. So this is just a guard statement like I told you about earlier. So if this method is called and then the pencil draft does not exist, then we'll return instantly because there's nothing to add to the layers. If we only have one point, that means it'll just be a dot and not even a drawing. So we also do not want to add that to the layers. If we already have 100 layers, so the max layers is 100, then we also do not want to insert the path because then we have more layers than then we have just as many layers as the users want or can have, but we can't add more than that because of lagging reasons probably. So if this is the case, so for example, if the user drew a drawing, but then the max layers has been reached, so the user can't have any more layers, then we'll just delete the user's drawing. So I'll say set my presence and then set the pencil draft to null. That way the user will have to draw the drawing again and can start over. And now I just want to construct a layer from the pencil draft points. So down here, I'll just say const ID, and then we'll just generate an ID for the layer. We'll use nano ID like we did before. Then I can say live layers.set, and then I can pass in the ID of the layer, as well as a new live object, which is how we define a layer. I'll just pass in a custom function which we'll create that will transform these points right here in the pencil draft to an actual layer we can add right here that will be translatable, that will be understandable for the layer component. So this layer component will need to create a new case for a path, and then inside this we'll create a path component, and inside this path component it will be a kind of a path right here, so an SVG element, and we need some points that are understandable for this path element, and we probably just can't use the points from the pencil draft, so we have to transform to something that the SVG path can understand. So to do that, we'll create a new method. We'll call it pen points to path layer. We'll pass in the pencil draft, and then we'll also pass in a color. So the color we'll pass in will just be R, and then 217, and we'll just do the same for G and B. So this way, whenever you create a new drawing basically, or a new layer, you remember that I used 217 for all the colors, so this will just be the default color. You can even define a custom variable up in the top of the file, a constant variable, if you want to always use that color. but that is just the default hard-coded way for now. So let's go ahead, take and copy this function name, and then find the utils file, and then go ahead and just create that function. So I'll say export function pinpoints to layer. I'd like to pass in the points. This will be a multi-dimensional array, so all the x values and all the y values. And then I also want to pass in the color, so that will just be the color type, like that. And then what I can do is I can just go like this. So we'll return a path layer. So if I just press F12, we can see that the path layer consists of all these properties, and this is what we'll need to return along with all of these points. So these points is the points from the pencil draft. So what I can then do is just open up this function with the rocket notation, or not with the rocket notation actually. So this gives us a small error because we aren't returning anything right now, but we'll need to do that. So if I just hop into types real quick, we can see that a path both has an x value, a y value, a height, and a width. So how do we determine these values when a drawing is just like a bunch of points that is just being drawn around? So just a scribble basically. And to do that, we'll need to do a little bit of math in here. So first of all, I'll create a left variable. This will be number.positive infinity. We'll also create a top value. That will also be positive infinity. We'll create a right value like that. That will be number.negative infinity. We'll also create a bottom value, which will also be negative infinity. So these will be extreme values for the positions of the left, top, right, and bottom values. And then we'll do some math about where the points are to find out what the most bottom point is, for example, what the most right point is, what the most top point is, and what the most left point is. So I'll just say for const point of points, like this, and then we can loop through all the different points. So this just needs to be called points instead because it is multiple points. And then for each point, if we see a point that is even more left than the point we already have right here, then we'll set the new left point to that point's value, because that is the most left point, and that way we'll end up, after looping through all the points, with the most left value of the drawing, the most top value of the drawing, most right and most bottom values. So that is how we're going to do that. So let us first extract the x and the y value of the point. So I'll say x and y and set that equal to the point. Now I can say if x is undefined, because x might be undefined as it says right here, we'll just do a quick check for that. So if x is undefined or y is undefined, then we'll just continue. I'll just make this a single line so it's a little bit easier to look at. And then I'll put in another if statement. So now I want to check if the left value is more left than the existing left value up here, so the most left value. So if the current point has if the current value has an x value that is even smaller than the current left value, then we'll just set that left value to the left value we currently have. So I'll say if x is smaller than the current left value, then I'll set left to the current x value. And we'll just do this for all of the different points. So if top is larger than y, then we set top to the new y value. So if the y value is smaller than top, then we just set the current extreme value of top to y. We'll do the same for the right value, and also for the bottom value if it can autocomplete that for us. And that looks fine. So now we can go down and actually construct the layer. So what we want to do is I'll just autocomplete this and see if it turns out correct. So we have a type, we have layer type, we just need to import that. Then we have the left value and we have the y value. So the origin of the shapes will be, 0.0 in the coordinate system will be the top left value. So for this rectangle right here, this value would be right up here in the top left corner, and that is why we set the x and the y value to the leftmost corner, or leftmost value, and then the y value to the topmost value up here. And to get the height of the container of the drawing, we'll then take the bottom value and subtract the top value. So this will be the top value, for example, and this will be the bottom value, and then the difference between that will be the height of the entire rectangle, or the entire drawing in this case. The same for the width, where the difference will be the difference between, where the width will be the difference between the right and the left value. We can then also set the fill to just the color we just passed in from the parameters up here. We can do the same for the stroke value, so the border value, the border color. The opacity should just be 100%, so it should be fully visible. And then the points will need to just map to something we can use inside a layer. So we are going to normalize the coordinates relative to the top left corner of the bounding box. So let us just go ahead and do that. So points, we will say is equal to points.map. We'll then get the point like that, like so. And then what we want to do is to just get the values, the x, y, and z values straight away. So I'll just say, or not set pressure value like that. And then I'll just go ahead and return something else. And what I want to return is the normalized point. So that is x minus left, y minus top, and then also the pressure. And this is something we will be able to use inside the layer when drawing out the path. And now if I just hover this, we can see that it might be undefined. So because even though they aren't undefined, we just want TypeScript to be fine with it. So we just want to filter away all the points that are not undefined. So to do that, I'll just say .filter, pass in the points, and then I would like to say points is number, and number, like so. And then I'll say point 0 is not undefined, and I'll do the same again. This needs to be points. I'll do the same for 2 and 3. So the y value and the pressing value, so 2 and 3, and I'll just go ahead and save that after just adding this. So now we can see that the x value will always be a number, and that is because we check if the values are undefined or not up here, and then filter away the points that might be undefined, even though the points will not be undefined, because that is just something we know from writing the code. So going back to the canvas now, we should be able to import this function from utilities, and then we should be able to add it to live layers like so. And then down here, I just want to add it to the live layer IDs list as well, such that we keep track of the order of the different layers, so the set indexes will be correct when rendering it. So I'll say const live layer IDs equals storage.get layer IDs. I then say live layer IDs.push, and then I just push the ID. Because we just finished the drawing, I'll then also clear the current drawing points. So I'll say set my presence, and then I'll just set pencil draft to null, such that user can begin a new drawing because the user just finished his drawing. And then I'll say set state, like that. And then I'll set canvas mode to pencil, such that the user can start a new drawing if he wants to. I will just save. The next thing I then want to do is go up and use the pencil draft from the presence to actually draw out the path while the user is drawing. So when the user is drawing, a bunch of points will be added to the user's presence in live storage, but the user right now is not able to actually see the drawing. And that is kind of a problem, because then the user can't see what the user is drawing. So we just have to fix that. And to do that, I'll create a new path tag down here in the SVG. So this will be a path like that. I'll just add it inside the group as well. And then I'll take this and extract it out into a component. I only want to show the user's drawing though if the user is actually drawing. So I first want to say if pencil draft is not null. And also I want to make sure that the length of the pencil draft is more than 1, because otherwise, or more than 0, because otherwise there's no points to draw anyways. And then what I want to return is just a path component. We have not created this path component yet, so we'll just do that. But I just know that this is what we are about to build. A way for the user to see what they're actually drawing while they're drawing it. And this will also be visible to other users within the canvas because it is being stored in the presence in Liveblocks storage, so it will all happen in real time. And to get started, I'll just go into Canvas and create a new file in the folder. So I'll call this path.tsx. In here, I'll say export default function path, and then I'll pass in some properties. I'd want to pass in an x coordinate and a y coordinate, the origin of where the drawing starts. Then I want to pass in a stroke, a fill, so the background color, and opacity, and then also a list of points. And let me just type these variables quickly. So I'm just do this. The x coordinate will be a number, the same for the y coordinate. The stroke will be a color, and the same for the fill, so it'll just be the color we created in types. And then the opacity will also be a number between 0 and 100. And the points will be a multi-dimensional array containing the x values and the y values, like that. And then let me just restart the TypeScript server because it's the TypeScript server is not very happy about the import right now, but it fixed it right there. And then right here, I'll just say return, and then I'll just return a path element, which is what we are going to show within this SVG tag. So if I just take a look at the path, so I'll just search for SVG path and scroll down, we can then see what a path is. So a path is an element like this, and contains a path string, which it will use to draw out the path. So a path string might look something like this, and it's not really super human readable, so we'll need some way to convert from a list of x and y coordinates to an actual path string. So what we'll do is we'll use a library called React Freehand, like that. And then, perfect freehand it is called. So we can just go ahead and install this. So I'll just go in and open a new terminal, and I'll just paste in the command. So I'll just do this, paste in the command, and now it should be installed. So I'll just close down the terminal again along with this. And then I can go back into path, and I'll just import the first method called getStroke, like that, from perfect freehand. And now we should be able to use that method inside our component. So let us just talk about what React Freehand even does. So what React Freehand does is that you provided a bunch of lines, a bunch of points on a line, for example. And then what it'll do is it'll interpolate the line or the points in between the lines to actually draw a pretty smooth line like you see right here. So there is a bunch of red points, and then React Freehand will just draw the actual line between the points, so it looks like it was drawn by a freehand. So that is why it is called React Freehand. So what you inputted is a bunch of input points, so x and y coordinates, and that is exactly what we have right here. So I'll just start by using that. So I'll say const and then stroke, and I'll then say get stroke and pass in the points along with some options. So what I want to do is first of all pass in a size. This size will just be 16. I want to pass in a thinning as well, just 0.5, a smoothing 2, and I want to pass in something called streamline, which is 0.5. So here is what these values do. The size will just set the thickness of the stroke. The thinning is a value for how fast you will move the cursor. So if you're drawing and you move it super fast, then it will be thinner. The stroke width will change based on how fast you move the cursor. This value can be between 0 and 1, so I'll just set it to 0.5 just to make it like in the middle of things. Smoothing is how sharp the corners will be. So if you go up and then go to the right, you'll have a sharp corner. But if you set smoothing to 0.5, so between 0 and 1, it will be kind of in between of how smooth the corner will be. Streamline will help smoothen out the line if you jitter. So jitter is like if you shake the cursor a lot while drawing, then it might have a bunch of like jittering inside the path. So we would want to avoid jittering. We would like the lines to be super smooth. So even if you shake the cursor while you're drawing, this will be smoothened out by streamline. And this can be set between 0 and 1. So I'll just set this to 0.5. So all of these are super moderate values. And if I then hover the stroke right here, so I'll just hover this and check out whatever the type is. So the type is number. So we're getting out a list of x values and also y values again. So this is not something we can use inside the SVG path still. So we still need to change this from a list of x and y coordinates to a path. So I think I have an idea of how to do this. So if you go into the GitHub of Perfect Freehand, so I'll just say GitHub Perfect Freehand, they have a way of doing this. So if I just search for SVG and then hop down, they have a method called SVG from path stroke. So I'll just call this freehand stroke. And then I would like to use the following method like that. And then pass in the freehand stroke. And then we just need to define this get SVG from freehand method. the getSVG path from stroke method. So right here it says for implementations in TypeScript, see the example project included in this repository. So I'll just hit edit in the sandbox. And then we can just go ahead and see if you can find this. So in here we have getSVG path from stroke. So I'll just take this method, go into our own utils, and then paste it in right there. And then we just need to edit a couple of things to make it type safe. First of all, we will need to put on a type for the stroke, which is a multi-dimensional array of numbers. And then down here we have this, that it might be undefined. So if this is undefined, it is an array. Otherwise, we'll just say it is an empty array. And then we can also do another thing. We can say const next point to solve this issue right here. And that will then be the same as this. And we can then say if not next points, then we just return that. Otherwise, we say this is equal to next point, like so. And then right down here, we'll just assert these and let it know that they're actually there, like this. And cool, now we have a type safe getSVG path from stroke method. So if we hop back into path, we can just import this from utils. And then what I just want to do is just put everything together like this, and then just call this path data. And now this should give us a string that we can then pass in as a path. That we can then pass in as a path right here. So the D value, for example, would be this string. So now we can build out actually showing the path. So I'm going to go ahead and just create this path. So I'll just do it like this. And then the D tag, the D property will just be path data. So this one, like that. And then I also want to put in an X value, for example, of 0. That is probably the default. I at least want to put in a fill. The fill we'll get from up there. And the stroke we'll also get. That should be stroke. And then we'll say color to CSS with the stroke if it does exist. Otherwise, we'll just put in a default color of CCC. Let me just make it a little bit easier to follow along. And then we have a stroke width. So stroke width like that. And that is just going to be 1. And then I'll just say opacity will just be like this. Like that. And then I'll just say opacity. And if it is not defined, I'll just set it to 100. And then I'll say %. And then we do have a color is not assignable to string. So I'll just go ahead and say string up here. So instead of fill, I'll just say string like that. And now we can use this path inside the canvas component. And we just need to add all of the missing attributes like this. So the fill at least will just be a color to CSS we'll call, because we made this earlier. We'll then just pass in an RGB value, so 217. And the B will be 217. And the, like that. And the B value will as well be 217. The points will just be the pencil draft from the presence of the user. The opacity will not pass in for now. And the same for the stroke. That should just be fine. And then I'll just head in here. Oh wait, let me just head back. The opacity is required, so let me just set that to 100. Like so. And then I'll hop back and just for stroke, just make that optional for now. Like that. Because we already have a default color and we don't really want to provide it like that. And what do you think we're going to need the X and Y values for? That is of course to position this component. So I'll just put in a style property, pass in a CSS style. So I'll say transform, and then we'll put in the translate function. We'll translate it X amount of pixels, and then also Y amount of pixels. So these two variables. And this should position it correctly whenever we are drawing. Great. I'm gonna just close this tab right here and then hop over to drawing. And then the last thing we'll need to be able to actually start drawing is to activate it with the little button down here, and I'll just call this a pencil button. So if I hop over to the Explorer, I'll just create a new file, call it pencil button, like that, .tsx. I'll export a default function, pencil button. In here, I'll pass in the usual, so if it is active or not. So active, like that, is active, and then on click. And then what I'm going to do is just pass in the types of these as well. So is active will be a boolean, and then on click will just be a function returning void, so returning nothing. And then I see we have a small error with double notation here. So what I'll do is I'll just return an icon button, which we created earlier. And then I'll just pass in the isActive, which is just isActive. And then on click will just be on click as well. So then I'm gonna just open up the icon button like that, so we can pass in some children. So we are missing an attribute, it says. We are missing children, and that is what we're going to pass in now. So I found a little SVG drawing earlier that I've used, and this I will just take from my other screen. So I'll just take this SVG and then paste it in like so. You can just copy this off the screen or find it in the source code. This is a long string, which is why I don't want to type it in. But this is what I have usually used, just a little pen drawing. And this way we should then be able to see the pen drawing in just a second when we use the pencil button. So hopping into the tools bar, I can hop down, and then right here I can say import a pencil button like that. And then I'm gonna just say is active is true if the canvas state dot mode equals canvas mode dot pencil. So if the canvas mode is pencil, then it'll be highlighted down here as being active. And then when you do click the button, what I want to do is set the canvas state to the pencil. So I'll just say mode and then canvas mode dot pencil. And if I just save this, we should be able to see the pencil down here. And if I do click it, it is highlighted like so, and I'm able to draw. Cool. So I do see that it is removed when I finish the drawing, so we'll just have to figure that out. But at least now we are able to draw, and then we are able to switch between the different menus. We're still able to insert ellipses, for example, and yeah, we're able to draw now, so that is super cool. So let me just find out why that error is happening. So when we have a pencil draft, it will only be shown right here. The drawing will only be shown when the pencil draft is not null. So up here, when we release, so this is continue drawing. If you continue going up after start drawing and up to where we say pointer up, let me just find out where it is, on pointer up like that. Then when we finish inserting the path like so, we are setting the pencil draft to null because now it is added to Liveblocks storage. So we do not need to show the temporary pencil draft anymore. Although when we hop into the layer component will render all of the different layers, so the rectangle and the ellipse, and this will be rendered from the Liveblocks storage, but we haven't added any path component yet. So I'll just create a new case where I'll say layer type dot path. So now we can actually render the finished path or pencil drawing that the user has made. So I'll just use the same path component that we used last time actually, because we can just use the same one. And then I'm gonna just say return right there. Return like so. And then I'm going to pass in a key. Oh, let me wait a second. I'm going to pass in the points. And then this will be layer.points. And we can then also pass in x, which is layer.x. We can pass in a y value, which is obviously layer.y. I'm just going to pass in the fill too, and this will be layer.fill. And then if it exists, I'll use the color to CSS method we created earlier, and I'm just going to say layer.fill. Otherwise, I'm just going to use the default hex color CCC, like that. I'm just going to save that, and then I can just say stroke equals layer.stroke as well, like so, because stroke is a color right here. Let me just see what it is. So we're receiving a color as the stroke, and the stroke is being rendered with color to CSS down there. So to make it a little bit nicer to look at, we should probably say stroke like this. So I'll just copy this entire thing and then pass in this. And then instead of having it as a color, I'll just call it a string. So it's going to be the same as the fill. Then I'm going to hop back into the layer component. And then under stroke, what I'll do is the following. So layer.stroke, because then we are consistent throughout the program with both having passing down a string as the color for the fill and a string as the color for the stroke. Cool. And the next thing we can pass in is the opacity, and that will just be layer.opacity. And I'm just going to hit save now. And then I'll just refresh over here to see if we are able to see the drawings. And we are still not able to see the drawings. So here's how I'm going to debug this. First of all, I want to check if the paths are correct in the database, so inside this Liveblocks storage. So I'm going to go to my room under real-time APIs and just refresh. And then under storage, we should be able to see, first of all the layer IDs, and then also all the layers. So I see a path layer right here because I can recognize that we have the points property. And right here, the points is just an empty array, so that will obviously not render anything. It is the same for the following layer and also for this layer. And this layer is not a path. This path also have 0 points in it. So something is wrong with inserting it into the database. So I'm gonna just head to canvas. And then I'm just going to debug by console logging. So first of all, I'll take the pencil draft containing all the points and just printing that like so. And then I'm going to head into right here, just refresh. I'll then pick this pencil icon and just draw for a second. And then we see that all the points are being printed correctly. So at this state, it looks fine when you're inserting the path. But let me just check what happens when I actually convert it into the thing we insert into the database. So right here, we insert it into the database, and the last operation we do before inserting it is calling the following method. So I'm just going to print out what that says. And then I'm just going to say refresh over here, and then pick the pencil icon again and just draw. And now we do see points is an empty array. Okay, so the problem is inside this points to path layer method. So if I hop inside of that, we modify the points down here. So this is the points we are returning. And then immediately what I can see is that we are defining the wrong indexes. So this is supposed to be X, and then Y is supposed to be in place number 1. And then also the pressure is supposed to be on index number 2, like that. So let me just try and save that and then do a new drawing over here, like so. And now it actually stays after drawing, so that is super cool. So now it should add a new layer in here. So this is the path it just added, and we have all the points inside that path available, as you see. So that is why it is staying after being drawn, because it is actually there. So cool, now we have paths in the Liveblocks storage, and we're able to switch between them, between the different modes, and then even keep the drawing after drawing it. So that is awesome. And the next thing I think we should look at is adding the text, such that you can add text into the website and then also modify the text. So right now we have the pointer, the hand tool, we have an ellipse and a rectangle, and we have a pencil. So let me just add the text quickly. So what I'm going to do is hop into Canvas, create a new file. I'll just call this text button. I'll actually do it inside the tools bar because it is a button that belongs in the tools bar. In here, I'll just say export defaults function and then text button like so. Then I want to pass in the usual. So I'm just going to head to any icon button. So the zoom in button, for example. And then I do see we actually put the pencil button inside Canvas, and that is not supposed to be there. So I'm just going to remove that into the tools bar. And then we can just take the pencil button, copy its properties, and copy them into the text button. So I'll just go like this, and just add the following, close the method, and then we can just return an icon button. And then what I want to return is active, then what I want to pass down is active. and then also the onClick method, like that. And then I want to pass in an icon as the child, so that is going to be AI outline, and then just font size. And then I just want to pass in some class names, so I'll just say class name, and that's just going to be age5 and width of 5. And I'll just save that, take the text button, hop into the tools bar right here. And then what I want to do is just pass it in like so. And then we will show it so it is active. If, is it even imported? Nope, now it is imported. Then it is active if canvas states.mode is equal to canvas mode.inserting and canvas states dot layer type is equal to layer type dot text. Great. And then the next thing we need is the onClick, like that. And then if you do click the button, then we'll set the canvas states, and then we'll say mode canvas mode dot inserting, because we will do the inserting mode. And then we'll just define the layer type too, so what we are inserting, and that is a layer type dot text, like that. Great. So now we should be able to see the small text button down here, which we are. And if I do save and click it, then it is active as well. Over here I see that this menu right here is not showing if this is not active, or sorry, if this is active, so we just need to fix that quickly. So I'll just scroll up, hop into the shapes selection button, and then down here I'll just add an OR operator. So this one I'll put into a parentheses, and then I want to say if it is either rectangle or text, then we show the icon down here. This way it will still be shown even though text is chosen. And then if I choose this or ellipse, then it will still be shown as the default value. So now we don't see that weird bug anymore, and that is pretty good. So let us now head back to right here. We can see that we are setting the layer type to text. So that is what happens when we are pressing it right here. So now we are in insertion mode, and we are inserting text. So if we go into the canvas and then hop up to the insert layer like this, we just need to add a case for inserting a text, because right now we can insert a rectangle and an ellipse, but we also want to insert text. So I'll just copy the following line, say if layer type equals dot text, like so. Then I'll say layer is new live object, and this will be a text layer, like so. And then we just need to set the properties. So type is layer type.text, x is position.x, y is position.y. The text will just be text for now, just like as a default text when you create it for the first time. And then what I want is to also define a height and a width. I'll just make some spacing right there. We have the font size, I'll just make that 16. And then we have some text, I'll just make that texture. And then font weight we will need to set as well. If we set this to 400, this will just be the normal font weight. We can also set the font family. I'll just set this to enter at the moment. We just need to import that font though. So we just need the fill and the stroke. We'll set those to be the same, like that. And the opacity is set as well. And what does it say here? So font weight 400 is not assignable. So that is a number. We just need to set it as a number. So now that we are able to add this text into our Liveblocks storage, which is the list of all our layers, we just need to render out the layer itself. So hopping back into the layer component right there, I just want to add a case. So I'll just say case layer type, like so, dot text. And in that case, we'll just return a new component we are about to make called text. This will also have an ID. it will have a layer like this. So let me just go ahead and create this. So how I'm going to do this is just, first of all, copy the ellipse component. I'll call this text instead. Call it text up here too. And then instead of this entire ellipse, we're going to render out a text path. Or sorry, text tag in SVG. So I'll just destructure the rest of these we are missing. So we are definitely missing the text from the layer. This is a text layer. So we just need to import that as well. So now we're able to get the text right there. And then after that, we also need some kind of font size. We also want the fill, and we also want the stroke, which we have. We also have the opacity. We can then also get the font family and the font weight, like so. And now we should have all the properties destructed as far as I remember. And then I want to do a couple of things. So first of all, I'm just going to render out this text like so. And then in here, I'll just put in the text we just destructured like that. And then I'm just going to pass in the properties. So X is going to be X, and then Y is just going to be Y plus the font size. And then I'm going to say font size equals font size. And then for the font weight, it will be the exact same. Font weight. And then I can say font family. It will be font family too. Like this. And I can then say fill. And in this case, I'll use the color to CSS method we created earlier. So I'm just going to copy this, put in the stroke for that as well, like that. And then lastly, I'm just going to add the opacity. So this is going to be opacity and then percent afterwards. So if it's 100, it will be 100%. Cool. So I'm just going to press save now, and then take this text, go into the layer component, just import it if it is not imported. So it looks like it is not imported yet. So I'm just going to copy this line, say text right there, and then it is imported. So now if I press down here and then add a new text, we are able to see the text right there. We are not able to edit it though or anything, and that is kind of problematic, because if you don't want it to say text on your design, then it is not so lucky for you. So let me just hop into this text component and then create a way for us to edit it. So I'll just first hop up here and then say const and then is editing and then set is editing, and I'll store this in a use state. So what I want to do is down here, I wanted to have two states. So I'm going to put this into a group like this. And then in here, I'll just say is editing. And if we are editing, then we'll show an input field. We need to wrap this in a foreign object like this, where we pass in the X, Y, width, and height of that foreign object. I'll just close it like that. Oh, this was way too much shit added. So we have this foreign object because we can't just put a random element into an SVG tag. Because remember, if you go back to the canvas, all of these things are being rendered inside an SVG tag, and you can't just put random things into the SVG tag. That doesn't work. So the layer component is inside the SVG tag, so we need to wrap it in a foreign object. So if I go back to the text, we see that we put it inside this foreign object. And then what we want is we want an input field if you are editing, and if you are not editing, then we just show the text straight away. So I'll just set this to true so we can just see how it looks. And now we have 3 input fields over here, and they all look terrible, so we will just fix that. Don't worry. So the value will be text. But first, I'll just create the styling. So I'll say style and then pass down some CSS properties. So font size, I would like this input field to look a lot like this text field, such that it feels like you are editing the same text field as you are seeing after editing it. Because right now it doesn't look like what we saw before at all, and that is not the look I'm going for. So the font size should be font size like this, and I'll just wrap it inside the clamps like that, and then say pixels. And then for the color, I can just do this, And then I'm going to say color like this, and then I'll just put in a width of 100%, a border of none, so it doesn't look like this, and then also outline none, and then background transparent. And let me just see how it looks. Now it looks way more like it did before, and you can actually see that it is an input field, so that is pretty cool. We are not able to edit it because it is a controlled input, and we haven't defined the onChange property yet, but we can go ahead and do that. So first of all, I'll just call this input value instead. And then what I want is for the user to be able to change this. So I'll just go up and create a new use state called input value, and then set input value with the default value of the text. So onChange is defined down here actually. So I'll just say handle change. And then what I'm going to do is just create a new method up here, handle change, that will receive a change event containing the text that was changed. And now I'm able to set the input value like so to e.targeted value, which will contain the new changed text from the input that we just changed. Next up, I would like to just save this and then wait for it to load over here. And now if I go in and edit the text, I'm able to do that. But if I refresh, you see that it is not saved, and that is because we do not save it to Liveblocks storage. So I want the text to be able to save it in two ways. I want the user to first of all be able to change the text and press outside the field. So instead of focus, we do on blur. And if that happens, we'll then save it in Liveblocks storage. The other option is that you go into the text field and press enter, and that should also save it to Liveblocks storage. So to implement these two things, I'll call two different properties. First of all, we have onBlur. We'll create a method called handleBlur. We also have onKeyDown, and we'll then call a method called handleKeyDown. So first of all, I'll just create this one called handleBlur. So then I'll say save to Liveblocks storage. So what happens here is when this isBlur event is fired, it then calls this method and sets isEditing to false. And then we also need to save it to Liveblocks storage afterwards, but we'll do that in just a second. We also need to create a method called handleKeyDown. So this will be the following. And what we'll then do is say if event.key equals enter. Then we can do the exact same thing. We can set isEditing to false, and then also save that to Liveblocks storage. Cool. So looking over here now, it still doesn't do anything, but if I click outside, then editing is disabled. If I edit this text again, and press enter, then the editing is disabled as well. To change the Liveblocks storage, what I'm going to do is create a new method called updateText. This will be a mutation, so we'll import that. And then we would like to receive the storage variable right here from Liveblocks. And then what we want to pass in is the new text we want to update in the database. And this will then be a method. So what I'm going to do is first get the layers. So const live layers equals storage.getLayers. And then I can say const layer to get the specific layer. And then I say live layers.get ID as text layer. So I don't need this actually. And then what I'm going to do is just say if the layer is not null, because it might be null when using this get method right here. Then I'm just going to say layer.updates, and I'm going to set the text to new text. And then this should just be updated if the ID changes, which it probably shouldn't, like that. So now this update text method can be called instead of this comment. So input value, and it is going to be input value here as well. And then if I hop up here and set this to false, then it will not be editable by default. Then over here I can just refresh just to make sure we have a fresh start, wait for it to load. And then if I change the text, so I say hello instead, press enter, and then I refresh. Now we see that it still says hello, so it is stored in the Liveblocks storage. Cool, now we're able to edit text as well. We are missing one small thing though, and that is I only want to be able to edit this when I double click the text, because when later on we want to drag around the text, I don't want this input button input field to be shown whenever I just click it once. It should only be editable whenever I double click it. So here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to create a method called handle double click, like so. This will be a function taking 0 parameters. And in here we'll just say set is editing is true. And then down on this G element, I'll say on double click. Then we'll just call this method. And then when you do double click it, I want to make sure that the focus is being set to the input field instantly. So I'll create a use effect. So use effect like this. And then I can say this needs to be ran every time is editing happens. And then I can say if is editing and input ref dot current. But we do need to create a ref for the input. So with this ref, we can actually focus on the input whenever we want to through the code. So I'll just say const input ref equals use ref and then HTML input element. And then down here under input, I'll say ref and then reference input ref. What we can then do is if this is true, so if is editing, and input ref dot current, so if this is not null, then we can say input ref dot current dot focus. This means that we'll focus to the field, and then I can press save and then just refresh over here. And then if I press the text, it is still editable. So what I'll do is I'll just go down and check why it might be. So we have an on click right here. So if I do remove that, because this sets editing to true after just one click, then I'll save, and then over here, if I click it again, nothing happens. If I double click it, then it is activated. So I can double click it, say hello, hello, and then save that, refresh, and now it works like it's supposed to. Next up, I'll work on getting the user to be able to select different elements. So right now we can move around and we can add new elements, but we can't really select elements or change them in any meaningful way. So we can not click on them, we can't see any selection boxes around them. So all of these things is something we'll have to do. But I'll start up making the simple logic of just being able to select it. So you can click an element or a layer, and then you'll see a blue box around it, so you know that you have selected that element. And then the rest of the things will come after that. So first of all, when a user inserts a new layer, I think that layer should be selected. So I'll just go under insert layer. And then down here, after creating that layer, we can then select it. So right now, this is done already. So set my presence contains a variable called selection, and then the layer ID is added to that array of selected IDs. So if I go under liveblocks.config.ts, under the presence here, which is stored in the liveblocks storage, we can see that we have a string array containing all of the different IDs of the elements that have been selected. So after creating an element, it will be selected automatically. To be able for the user to select a layer manually, I would like to create a method for doing that. So first of all, I'll find the layer component. So each of these layer components will represent one single layer. So I would like to pass down a method called onLayer pointer up. And then what I want to pass down is a method called the same right here, like that. And then let's hop all the way up and implement that method. So I'll just create one up here, and I'll say const on layer pointer down. This will be a use mutation as well. I want to pass in, I want to get self and set my presence like this from the use mutation. And then what I want to pass in is a event. So rect.pointer event, because you click something whenever you click. So whenever you say on layer pointer down, it's because you clicked a layer, so you'll get a pointer event. And then you'll also get a layer ID, which is the ID of the layer you actually clicked, like this. And then I can just go ahead, put in a dependency array open up the method. And then first of all, we can at least say if the canvas mode is pencil or inserting, we don't want to do anything because we don't want to interfere with either the drawing or the insertion of any elements. So I'll just say canvas mode dot pencil, or let me just copy this. Or canvas mode is a canvas mode dot inserting. If that is the case, I'll just say return right here and just save that. And then if that is not the case, what I'll do is I'll go down and say e.stop propagation, because we don't want anything to happen after that. So the rest of what would usually happen when this pointer event is fired will just stop happening from here on. So that is what we want. And then I would like to add the following layer ID to our selection. So I'll say if not self.presence.selection.includes layer ID. So I want to check whether we have already selected the following layer. And if we have, it doesn't really make sense to add it again. So I'll only add this if we haven't selected it yet. And then I'll say set my presence. And then I'll set the selection to the layer ID. And then one thing we need to add to the dependency array down here that we depend on is the canvas state.mode. So I'll just do that as well. And then we have this on layer pointer down. So if I just scroll all the way down, we see that it isn't really defined anywhere. So this will be down, not up. And then if I just hop into the layer component, we should just be able to define this as a property, like so. And that should just be a function like this, returning void. So it doesn't return anything. Great. We do need to pass some properties down though. Right now we are passing no properties to this function, because if we just copy this and find it in here, we can see that we are receiving a React pointer event and also the ID of the layer. So we'll definitely need to send these as a parameter as well, parameters as well. So I'll just go ahead and do this. And now we can actually just receive the following function as a property in these other sub layers. So rectangle, ellipse, text, and also path. So in path, what I'll do is I'll receive an on pointer down. And then what I'll do is I'll call on layer pointer down in that case, like that. And then I'll just receive the event like this. And then I'll say E, and then what I want to do as well is just pass in the ID. So that is layer.id, or what is it? It is just ID. Good. And then we just need to define this function inside the path as well, because the reason we are supplying it the ID in the layer component and not supplying it the ID in the path is because we do not have the ID inside the path. We only have the ID inside the layer component for the path at least, not for the other ones. So that is why we're calling it in this way. So if I go in here, and let me just copy this one actually. If I go inside the path, put in the function down here, and then I say on pointer down, then I will delete this layer ID. We will then be able to call the function on pointer down on the following event. So I'll just go like this, and then inside the layer component, that should work fine. And then I'll just copy this to both rectangle. I will not call it in the same way though. I'll go like this, because we'll supply the ID from within the rectangle class directly. And then I'll just copy the following type, go into the rectangle class, receive this prop as well. And then when we have on pointer down, like this, when we then have on pointer down, we'll call this method. And then we'll supply first the event and then also the layer ID. And that will just be ID. And then we'll get the event from there. And E, let me just see. This will just need to be the correct name like that. Cool. So that is just what we need to do for the rest of the components as well, both rectangle, ellipse, and text. And we do have a small error here. It says something about on pointing down does not exist. So let's just hop into rectangle, and we see that it didn't exist. It was correct. We just misspelled it. So let me just take this and then hop into the next one, which is ellipse, and then just do the same. So I'll just go like this, and then on points it down, and on points it down will be called whenever that event happens, like this. Great. And then of course we'll need to do a couple of things. We'll need to pass in both the event and the ID, exactly like we're doing in the rectangle. So that's why I'm copying back and forth. And then I'll need to pass down this to the ellipse as well. And then lastly, I'll just do the same for text too. So hopping into text, I'll just copy the following type right there. Then I'll just destructure on pointer down to, and then I'll call it in the following way. So down on the text, I'll just call that there. So what now happens is that if we click either the path, the rectangle, ellipse, or the text, what will happen inside of any of these layers is that when we click the actual component or the actual tag, then the following event will be fired. That will call this method right here with the event and also the ID. So this method right here corresponds to what we are passing down, and this method right here corresponds to what we're passing down from canvas to layer component. So ultimately what ends up happening is that on layer pointer down will be called, and that will call the following mutation up here, and then select that layer by putting it as the only layer within the selection. That means that we can now see that this layer is selected when we do show the blue arrow. When we do show the blue borders around the selected elements. So if I just scroll down to this red little arrow on the path, we can see that it wants on pointer down, but since it doesn't make sense right there because it is still not a finished drawing when you are drawing it down here. So this is only the draft, and we don't want to be able to select drafts. So I'll just make this on pointer down optional, and then it'll be passed into this. And this one can accept an optional property that doesn't matter. If it is optional, then it'll just do nothing. So that is perfect for our case. So now I can just close these real quick. And I then want to print out whether it is selected or not when we click an element. So let me just search for presence.selection like this. So let me just check if it actually works as it is supposed to. So maybe I can say use presence in here. If I go up, so const presence equals use my presence. Great. And then what I'll do is just print that out. So I'll just print it out right here. Console.log presence dot, I'll just say 0, and then dot selection. And then I'll just save that and just open up the terminal over here, refresh to get all this yellow thing removed. And then you see right now we haven't selected anything, so it is just an empty array. When I click something though, we see that the layer ID will be set as the selected layer. So I can do this for text, for ellipses, I can do it for paths as well. So the selection does work. Now we just need to draw something around the element so we know that it is selected. So what I want to do is create a custom component for showing that an element is selected or not. And I'll call this a selection box. So going down to the layer component right here, right under that I would like to create a component. We haven't implemented it yet, but it is going to be called selection box, just like this. And this component should be able to draw things or draw shapes around the selected elements to show that that is the selected element. So element layer, that is what I mean. So if I just save this, hop into components, and then create another one called selection box.csx. Then in here I'll just say export default function selection box, and I'll just return a div for now, or even better, I'll just return null, and then we can just import it inside this canvas, save the canvas, and then hop into the selection box. So to draw this out, first of all, I'm going to need to know what layer I should draw it around. So to do this, I can use self, so const sol layer ID, and then I can say use self. This will let us get the Liveblocks storage about that specific user, so me. And then I can say me.presence.selection.length equals 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 1. If that is the case, then I select the first selection, so the first element in this array, so whatever layer I selected, and then otherwise I just return null, like that. And if I return null, then I don't have anything selected, and then it doesn't make sense for me to draw anything. So right under that, I can say const is showing handles. So I would like a blue rectangle around this one, for example. And then I also want some handles. And by handles, I mean like small squares that I can use to drag around the size. So if there is a handle right here, for example, and I drag that, then both the height and the width will increase for this rectangle. So I want this for both ellipses, rectangles, and then texts, but I do not want it for paths because it doesn't really make sense to make a path bigger or smaller. So I'll just go ahead and say is showing handles, and then I would like to say use storage, and then I can grab the root element from the storage, and then I can say sole layer ID. And so if this is not null, if sole layer ID is not null or undefined, and root.layers.get, and then I'm going to grab the element from sole layer ID, so sole layer ID, and that might be null, so I'm just going to put this question mark, so everything after that will be null as well if it is null, without throwing error. The type is not equal to layer type.path. So what this does is that this will be true if it is not a path. And then in the future, I would like to be able to select multiple layers, but right now to get started, we'll just make the user able to select a single layer. So I'll just say const layers and just get all layers. To do this, I'll use the use storage again, getting the root. Then I'll say root.layers to select all the layers. I would like to get the current layer that is selected as well. So I'll say current layer, and then I'll say sole layer ID. And if that is not null or undefined, I'll say layers.get, passing in the sole layer ID. Otherwise, we'll just set this to null. And then down here, we'll just return a React fragment, so we can return multiple rectangles in a bit. But for now, we'll just return the single one. We'll give it a class name. So we want pointer event to be null. And then I definitely want to make it transparent. So there's no background color for it, but it does need a border color, and that should be a variation of a blue. So I want to put in 0B99FF, like that. And then lastly, I'll just put in a stroke width of a single pixel, like that. And then I do want to put in a style tag too. And this is just for transforming it, so changing where it actually is located. So I can put in a translate CSS class. For this, I would like to use layer.x. I'll just do this, optional chaining, and then I'll say pixels, and then do the same for y. Save that. And then the next thing I want to do is just put in a width, which is just the layer.width. And then I can also pass in the height, which is layer.height. Save that. And now I can see a blue box around this one at least. And if I click the other ones, I can see blue boxes around the elements I do click. So now we have a selection box, and that is pretty nice. And then what I want right under this selection box is some text that says how big the box is, so with x height. So to do this, I'll just put in some text. This is just a text element. And then I'll put in a class name as well. This will also contain pointer events none, along with fill whites, and then also text 11 pixels big. That is the font size. And this we need to transform as well. So I'll just put in the same tag and then just offset it by half of the width. So layer.width divided by 2. And then what I want to do, first of all, I'll just say if not layer return null. That will solve these TypeScript errors like that. We'll change it in a bit anyways. this is just for demonstration. And then I would like to also offset it on the y-axis. So I'd like to say plus layer.height, and then also plus 25 pixels. Great. And then the last thing I want to do is just say text anchor, and that should be middle. And then what I want inside this text is the width and the height. So I'm going to say math.round, like that. And then I want to do a layer.width. And then right outside this, I'm going to say x. And then just do the same for the height. So this will just be height. And now it says 100 times 100. So, and it does that under the selected element. So this is a little bit bigger, for example. So yeah, that is exactly what I wanted. I do want a background behind this text though. So let me just go ahead and create that. So I'll create a new rectangle like this. And then I'll just say class name. I'll say fill. So the background color 0b99ff. So the same as the stroke up here. The x value, so where its x origin is, should be layer.x. So I'll just use this value actually. And we need to close this probably. So yeah, this should work now. And then I'll say y equals, and then it is layer dot y plus layer dot height, and then plus 10 just to offset it a little bit. And then what I'm going to do as well is just set the width, and the width will just be the width. I'll just set it to 20 pixels right now, like this. And then the height I'll just set to 20 pixels as well. And then I'll round it just a little bit. So I'll say RX, and then I'll just set it to 4. And now we can see that there is kind of a background. What we need to do though is to make the background's width depend on the size of the text. So I'll just create a ref for the text that we can use to measure the width of the text, and then use that as the width of the rect right here. So I'll say ref for the text, and then I'll say text ref. And then if we go up here, we should be able to create a new ref. So const text ref equals use ref, and then we say svg text element, and then we just set it to null as default, import the ref, and then we can store the text width as well. I'll just move it down a little bit, so under this use storage, and then I'll just say const and then text width, and then also set text width like this, and this should be equal to a use state, and this use state should just be 0 by default. This will need to be imported as well. And then I'll just set a padding as well down here. So I'm just going to define that as well. Padding equals 16, and then I'll do a use effect. So use effect, and then in here I can say this needs to depend on the layer.width and the layer.height, like so, because if these change, so I'll just say layer like this, and this obviously should be beneath the layer. And also inside a dependency array. And then what I'll do is say if text ref.current, then I'll say const bounding box bbox equals text ref.current.get bounding box, like so. And then I'll say set text width, and that will then be the bounding box dot width, like so. And now this set text width should just be lowercase like that. And then let me just try and save that. And then down here, the width will then be text width dot padding. And also the height will just stay as 20. If I go up to the X, we'll need to offset this X value a little bit as well. So I'll say minus text width plus padding, and I'll just divide this by 2. And now it looks way better. So see how it just fits the width of the text perfectly. So that is exactly what I wanted. And then next up, we can go ahead and create the handles, so the corners and also the handles here on the sides, so you can resize the thing. So I'll go down here and then create a conditional. So is showing handles, like we defined just a second ago. If we show the handles on this element, what we'll do is say, just return a rect fragment first of all, so we can have multiple things or multiple elements inside of this. Then I would like to return a rect, like that. It should have the class name fill white, so a background color of white, a stroke of a blue color. This will be 0B99FF again, and also a stroke width of 1 pixel. And then we want to set the style for this, and then we want to say width, and the width should just be a variable we define in just a second so we can reuse it. But for now, I'll just say, let me just say 10 pixels. For the height, I'll say 10 pixels as well. And then what I'm going to do is just put in a transform. So I'll say translate. I want to be able to inject variables into this too. So I'll say translate, and then I would like to put in the layer.x minus 10, because we're at 10 right here, divided by 2 pixels. And then for the y value, I'll just say layer.y, and then also the handle width, which is 10 as well, pixels. So now we have a handle right here. And then if I scroll up, I can just define a constant called handle width, like this. And I'll just set this to 10. Or let me just set it to 8. And then I can use this handle width down here instead of 10. So I'm just going to inject it in like that. So 10, 10, handle width right here as well. And then also handle width right there. So now we have a little handle, and this looks like what you are probably used to when you want to resize any elements in any drawing softwares. So now we actually just need to do that for the other corners as well. One cool thing we can do though is we can put in cursor and then NVSE resize. I just need to put in a comma. So when you hover it, you can see that we see the resize icon as the cursor. So that is a pretty neat little feature that will definitely make the user know that they are able to resize the following rectangle. So if I go ahead and just copy this rectangle, save that, and then I'm going to say plus layer.width divided by 2. Now we have another handle. I can then duplicate this rectangle, say plus the full width, and now we have the third handle. If I just copy this one, paste it down, and instead of offsetting the x-axis, I'll offset the y-axis by layer.height divided by 2. That'll give us this middle left handle. I'll just copy that. And then I'll offset it by a full height. Great. And now I'll just do the same thing just in the other side. So I'll copy these two. And then for this one, I'll offset this one by the full width, so layer.width. And I'll offset this down here with the width as well, like that. And then it looks like we are only missing a single one, so we do not have to offset the width with more than a half, like that. And now we have all the handles created for the following shape. So now we can just head up to the properties and then just pass in some props. So I'll want to pass in a on, resize, handle pointer down, like that. And this should be a function I can call whenever I resize with one of the handles. So this should be a function that takes a corner that is of type side. We'll just have to create that. And then I also want to pass in the initial bounds, and this will be a set of x, y values, width and height values. So we'll just need to create that as well. And this function will just return void. So if I just hop into types and then scroll down, I'll just do it right here. I'll say export type x, y, width, heights. So this is an x value, a y value, also a width, and a height, like that. And then what we need is an enum, so export enum side. So we'll have a top that is equal to 1. We'll have a bottom that is equal to 2. We would like a left side equal to 4. And then a right side equal to 8, like this. So going back to the selection box, we can now import these types. I can then scroll down, and then before I start using these, I'll just quickly see if these are correct, these cursor values, because I can see these two are the same. So this one is right, that one is not right, not right, not right. So yeah, only a couple of these are correct and the rest is wrong. So this means north, west, south, east, and this marks the directions that they point. So the first one is correct. The other one should be north, south. This one should be north, east, south, west. This one should be east, west. This one should be north, east, southwest. Here it should be east, west, northwest, southeast, and then north, south. So let me just save that and just see how it looks. That's fine. That's fine. That is fine as well. Great. So they all look fine now. I just wanted to make sure that the cursors are actually the correct values, because otherwise it looks kind of stupid. So now we can start using this on resize handle pointer down function. So under this first one right here, what I'll do is I'll create a new on pointer down. And then I'll just pass in the event, which will receive from the event. And then I'll just say event.stop propagation to stop anything from happening after the pointer has been clicked. And then I'll say, because I can just comment out this one to see which one it is, save that. So that is the top and left one. That means I'll have to say side.top, and then I can say plus side.left, and then I can say layer, because that is those are the initial bounds. Then I can just copy this down to the following one, comment it out, see that it is the top one. So I'll just say side.top, like that. Then the next one will be the top right one. So I'll say right here. This one is going to be the left one. So I'll just say side.left as the only thing. In rect, this one rect, it is the left bottom one. So I'll just say left and bottom. The following one is the right one. So I'll just say side.right. And here it is the right bottom one. So right and bottom. And then lastly, this one will just be the bottom one. So I'll just say bottom as the only thing right here. Great. So now this will just need to be implemented in the canvas, and then we should be able to resize it, but we'll just do that in just a second. So if I just look at where it comes from, it is a parameter to the selection box. So I'll just hop into canvas and provide it that property like this. And then what we want to do is just go up to maybe insert layer and then create that method. So I'll say const on resize handle pointer down. That will be a use callback. And then we'll say corner will be side. And we just need to import this type too. And then initial bounds will be the x, y with height. And then we can open up this new function and we can say set states. And the state will be canvas mode.resizing, which we haven't defined yet. Then the initial bounds, and then also the corner. And the reason we are wrapping it in a use callback is because we are passing this function down to a child component. So we don't want to have too many re-renders. We want to avoid re-renders. So when we pass down a function to this child component, we're just going to wrap it in a callback to make sure that it re-renders as few times as possible. So we need to create this new canvas mode before we can move on. So what I'll do is I think we need to pass in a dependency array. So I'll just do this. And then inside this canvas mode, I'll just create a new one called resizing, like that. And then I'll just add it up here under canvas states. So I'll say mode, canvas mode.resizing. And then I'll say initial bounds. That will be x, y with height. And then I would like to say corner. And that will just be a side like that. That will make it work right here. And then this method, if I just go down to where it is used, so inside the selection box, and then inside any of these. So for example, right here, when you click this button right here that is supposed to help you resize it, it will only start the resize because it is a on pointer down. So we will need to add something inside the on pointer move function in here to make sure that it actually resizes when you move the pointer around and you have started the resize. So inside on pointer move, we'll just go ahead and create another else if. So I'll just scroll down to under pencil, for example, copy the following else if statement, and then if it is resizing like that, then what I want to do is just create a function called resize selected layer, and I'll pass in current like that, and then save this. And it's not current, it's actually point. So we just need to implement this resize selected layer method now. And because we are depending on this method, we'll just put it inside the dependency array right here as well. So we will recreate this function inside the use mutation if this changes. Great. So if I go up to start drawing, and then right over that, I'll just create a new function, resize selected layer. This will also be a use mutation. I would like to access the storage and also the self. And then I want to pass in a point of type point, like this. And we just need to open the method like that. And then what I want to do is just put in a dependency array. So first of all, what I want to do is just make the types correct. So I'll just say if canvas state mode is not canvas mode.resizing. This means that if I say canvas state down here, I can then access the corner, initial bounds, and mode because the TypeScript can be sure that it is actually canvas mode.resizing. So we can access the corner, initial bounds, and mode like we defined in here. So these two properties will only be available if it is actually canvas mode.resizing. Great. Next, we need to calculate the resized bounds. So we'll say const and then bounds, and then we'll need to create some logic inside a function. So we'll just call that resize bounds. We would like to pass in the canvas state.initial bounds, also the canvas state.corner, along with the point, like this. So we'll just need to implement this. And inside this function, we'll calculate what the new bounds should be after resizing to the following point. And then down here, we can update layers to set the new width and height of the layer, like that. We do need to just implement this first though. So I'll just copy this name and then hop into the utils file. And then I'll just go up right here, and then say export function resize bounds. Bounds will be x, y, width, height. I will also like to put in the corner. This is a side, so this is the side we want to resize. So this could be, if I just go in here, this could be top, bottom, left, or right. Then I also want to put in a point, so that is the following point. This returns x, y, x, y, and width and height. And then we'll just open up this new function right here. Great, and then we just need to import this from types as well. So I'll just say const result equals, and then we have an x value. This will just be bounds.x by default. So the default values of the result is just the values that it currently is, like this. And then down here, we can do a couple of things. So if I go into the types.ts file, you might have noticed earlier that top was 1, bottom was 2, left is 4, and right is 8. So in binary numbers, this will become 0001. For bottom, it will be this. For left, it will be this. And for right, it will be this. So this gives us a pretty unique property that we can utilize within this resize bounds function. So if I say const top equals 1, and then const bottom equals 2, const left equals 4, and const right equals 8. Again, this would be that, and the following value, like so. So this means we could actually create a variable using binary operations called top left, and that could be top or left, which would give the following binary value. So now this variable, even though it is a number, would be a representative of both top and left. And what we can then do is we can create a new variable called isTop. This could be top left and top. So this means that it will check whether top is contained within top left. So that would check whether top would be contained in the following corner. And what this would give would be not 0, which means it is true because top is included in top left. But if we would instead say is not top, because it won't be in this example, and then say top left and bottom, this would then give a 0, so it would be false. This would give a 0 in a binary number, so that would be false, even though it is a number. So that means that bottom is not included in top left, and that makes sense logically as well. So if we just move down to the if statements, we can try and see how this works in real life in this example. So I'll say if corner is side dot and then left. Or, so if corner is side dot left, that means that it is the following handle right here. Or we can say if corner and side dot left. So if the corner is either the corner up here or the corner down here. Then if that number is not 0, which means that the corner is either either this one or this one, then we can open up the parentheses, and then we can assume that the following side right here is the one we need to resize. So that is the property we get from using the binary numbers right here, 1, 2, 4, and 8, by utilizing the following properties. So I'm just going to delete this again, and then I can just hop back to utils and continue implementing the function. Because we are dragging the left side, we'll start by saying result.x, because that is the axis we're dragging along. And then we'll just say math.min. And this will be the minimum between points.x and bounds.x plus bounds.width. This ensures that the x-coordinate stays at the leftmost point regardless of the drag direction, and then prevents the shape from flipping when dragging past the right edge. Next up, we'll need to adjust the width. So I'll say result.width equals math.abs. And then I'll do bounds.x plus bounds.width minus point.x. So this will just adjust the width when we're dragging. And then next up, what I'll do is take the right side. So I'll just copy this, and then I'll just say right instead. I'll say right here instead. This will then be bounds x. and this will be point x minus bounce x, like this. Good. So the left side keeps the right edge fixed and updates the left edge, so the x position, while the right side keeps the left edge fixed and only needs to calculate the new width from the fixed left edge. And now we can hopefully just let Copilot complete the rest. So if it is top or if it is bottom, and then we'll just return the results. So we don't really need to know a bunch about the mathematics around dragging this around or resizing it, because Copilot can do it for us anyway. So we'll just let it finish these two, and then this should be implemented now. So I can just save this, hop back into my canvas and import this from utils. So we're passing in the corner, so which side we are dragging. We are passing in the initial bounce, so what the bounce was or were before we even started dragging, and then also what point we're dragging to currently. So now that we have the resized bounce, we should be able to get the layers. So I'll say const live layers equals storage.get, and then I'll just get layers, and then I'll say if self.presence.selection.length is more than 0, so if it is 1, for example, then I'll say const layer equals live layers.get, and then I'll just pass in self.presence.selection.0, first element, and then I'll just assert this because it will be there if the length is more than 0, and then I'll just say if layer, then we say layer.update bounce. So what is happening here is that if this is even called, that means we have pressed down and is currently resizing an element, and then every time we change the mouse position while resizing, this function right here will be called with the point that the mouse is currently at. And then we want to resize the following element, so this rectangle for example, to that point. So if we start right here and then drag it up to this point, then we should resize it all the way up here such that the width becomes a little bigger and the height becomes a little bigger as well. Then we calculate the new bounds, so the original bounds are the one that you see right here, but if we drag it all the way up to here, then we need to calculate the new width and the new height. After doing that, we then we get all the current live layers, so all the layers, then we check which layer we currently have selected, we then get that layer if we have selected a layer, and then we update that layer with the updated bounds, so we basically save the new width and the height for that layer, along with the positions, of course. And then because we are depending on the canvas state up here, we'll just pass that to the dependency array like so. So if I go ahead and try and resize something right now, for example this ellipse, we can see that I can resize it when I click my mouse button down, but when I release my mouse button, I am still resizing, so I can't really navigate out of this resizing loop, so I'll just refresh and just leave this as it is. Now to do this, I'll do a couple of things. First, I'll head into types and then create a new type. A new mode. This mode will be called translating. So this is when you are able to select layers, move them around like that, and then also resize them if you want. So this is like a layer. This is like a mode where you can select the layer. So this is how it would look. And then when you release the button, then it is still selected. You can then translate the layer by clicking it and dragging it around. You can also resize the layer, and when you release your pointer, then it stops resizing, so we don't get this weird bug anymore. And then if you click outside right here, it should then deselect all the layers. So to have this one state where you can do all these things, I'll create a new mode called translating. And I made a typo, so I'll just fix that. And then up here, I'll just create a new one. So I'll just go ahead and say mode, and that will be canvas mode.translating. And then what I want to do is I want to have a current point. So I'll just say current, and that will be point. Okay, so heading back to the canvas, I'll then go ahead and create a new method. So I'll just go up, or just find start drawing. That's right under resize selected layers. And then I'll create a new method called onSelectLayers. This will be a use mutation where I would like to be able to use self and also set my presence. like this. I'll pass in a dependency array and then open up the method. Then I'll say if we have any layers selected. So if self.presence.selection.length is more than 0, then what we'll do is we'll set my presence and then we'll set it with selection being an empty array. So if we have any layers selected, we'll just remove all of those selections by passing in this empty array right here. And then if I hop down to on pointer up, so on like this, pointer up, then what I want to do is whenever you release the pointer and the canvas mode is none, I'll just say on select layers, so that will be done. I'll just do it like this. And I also need to add it down here because we have a new dependency now. So if I try and click on a shape, then if I click on it and then hold my mouse down, it is now selected. If I release my pointer, then it is instantly unselected. So this is what we want to avoid with using the translation mode. So let me just go ahead and implement that. So hopping up to on layer pointer down, right there. Then down here, what I want to do is just after selecting an element, I would like to set the state to canvas mode dot translating, and then I would like to get the point of origin. So to do that, we'll just need to get the point. So I'll say const points equals pointer event to canvas, and then I'll pass in e and also the camera. I would need to say point here instead of pointer, and then this origin, it says, I think it's current, yep. And then down here in the dependency array, I'll just need to add the camera because we're using that, and then also the canvas state.mode because we're using that as well. So I'll just save this. So now whenever we click a layer, we immediately set the canvas mode to translating. So I actually removed or released my pointer, sorry. So right now I'm not clicking down or anything, and we can see that it is still selected. And then if I do click outside, nothing really happens yet, although I am able to select different elements, and I'm also able to resize them, although we still have the same problem with not unselecting them when they should be unselected. And what I'll do to solve this issue is hop down to on pointer up like this, and then I'll just add another else statement. So if it is none of these, then if you release the pointer, then I'll just say set state, and then always switch it back to canvas mode.none. So let me just save this and then try and select an element and click outside of it. So now we can select an element. We can also select different elements. Let me just try and resize. So we do not have that weird bug anymore. So that is very nice. It would be kind of nice though if we continued working with the translation mode. This way we could actually move around different layers if we wanted to. So by holding the mouse down and moving around, right now nothing is happening other than selecting some text. But in that way we could move around the elements. So let's just try and do that. So going to on pointer move. When you move around the mouse, so when you click something and then you move around while being clicked down, then you should obviously translate the element. So we will add a new case for that. So down here, I'll just add a new else statement. So let me just copy this. And then I'll say if canvas state.mode equals canvas mode.translating. Then I'll call a method called translate selected layers. And this will then be current. We'll pass into that. Or this is actually just the point. So we'll just need to implement this method. And a good place to do that would probably be next to the resize selected layer right there. So if I just hop right over that, say const translate selected layers, and then I create a use mutation. And then I want to access storage and self. And I want to pass in a point, one of the points that we defined ourselves. And then what I want to do is open up a method and then just pass in the dependency array like so. And now I can say if canvas state.mode is not canvas mode.translating, then we'll just return. And as always, these will fix some of the type problems and help ensure TypeScript that we are actually in the translating mode so we can access the other properties. So we can say return and then calculate the offset we would like to move the layer with. So to do that, I'll just create a new variable called offset. This will be an object storing the offset on the x-axis and the offset on the y-axis. I'll just let Copilot complete the code for me right here. And then what it does is that it takes the difference between point and canvas date.current, which is also a point. So point represents the current mouse position on the canvas, while canvas date.current represents the mouse position on the canvas when the user initially clicked to start the interaction, so when you're dragging. So what we can then do is say const live layers and then grab out all the layers from the storage with layers right here. And then I'll say for const id of self.presence.selection. So we'll take all the selected layers and then we'll say const layer equals live layers.get. So we just grabbed all the layers from storage and now we found all the user's selected layers, and then we'll grab the specific layers that user selected from storage like this by getting it right here. And then what we can do is we can say if the layer exists. So because we're using this get method, it might return undefined because you can just pass in anything as the key right here. But we'll just check if it is undefined or not by putting it in here. So if layer, then we say layer.update, and then we say layer.get, and then we get the x, and we also say layer.get to get the y property, and then we just add the offset on the x-axis and the offset on the y-axis. So we loop through all the user selected layers, and then we update the offset for both for all layers on both the x and the y-axis, and that is how we move around elements basically. So if I just save this, copy the following name, hop down to right here, then we should be able to use the function already. So if I go over and then click down, I'm not able to translate anything yet. So after looking into this error of not being able to translate anything, I found that going up into translate selected layers, and then I'll just delete these console.logs. If I then add canvas state to my dependency array, I'll then at least be able to move it around. And then what I also need to do is to do the following. So I'll say set state, then I'll pass in the mode, which is canvas mode.translating, and then current, and then the current will be point. So now if I go in here and then try and drag something around, I am able to. So now I can drag things around. I am also able to resize these shapes. So that is a pretty neat feature as well. And I can create new shapes if I want to. I can also draw, and I can insert text. Great. So that is what we are able to do right now. This text resizing though needs a little bit of reworking, I can see. So if I just hop into the text component and then hop down to Y, I can just offset the text Y coordinate with the font size. So by saying plus font size, then I offset it so it becomes a part of this selection instead of being outside the selection, which doesn't really look very nice. So now I'm able to move the text around as well, and it looks a little bit better. Next up, I would like to create a hover state. So whenever I hover a layer like this, I can see it being hovered. So I would like to show a blue border around the element. So for example, for this one, I would like to show a blue border around the edges. And then for a path, I would like to show a blue border running through the entire thing. And for text, I would also like to show a blue border. And the same for ellipse, obviously. So to do this, I would like to go to the rectangle, and we can start by implementing it here. So I'll just create another rectangle. I'll just create a little comment saying hover border. And then down here, I'll just say main rectangle, just to make it a little bit easier to know the difference between whenever you go back to the code maybe. So I'll create a rectangle and close it like this. And then what I want to do is put on a couple of classes first. I would like to say pointer events none as well, set the opacity to 0, and then also say group hover. And then whenever I hover the group, I just want to say opacity 100. So it is opacity 0 by default, but whenever you hover it, then you show the border. So I would like to say width, and that should just be the width. The height should just be the height. The fill should be none like this. And the stroke should be the following color, so 0B99FF, which is the shade of blue, and then I'll just set a stroke through as well. A stroke width, and that will be 4, so that is just how thick the border will be. So if I just try and save this and then hover a rectangle, now we don't see anything yet. So we are missing one important thing. If I hover right here, we can see that it is the class group. When you hover that, then it'll set the opacity to 100, so make it visible. But right now we haven't defined the class name yet, so we'll just put the group class name that this will be looking for up here on the group. So I'll just press save, and now we should be able to see something. And then of course we also need to put in the transform to position it correctly, so it'll be right at the same place as the main rectangle down here. And now when we hover it over here, we see that we can highlight the different elements by just hovering over them. I want to do the same exact thing for the ellipse now. So if I just go to the ellipse file, and then I say class name, and then group right here, and then I'll just go back in, copy this, and just say main ellipse instead. And then I would like to put the style in like that. I would like to give it the exact same rounding and positioning. So, the exact same radius and then position as the ellipse down here. So I'll just go in and replace the width and the heights. And then we obviously also need to change this to an ellipse instead of a rectangle. So that is the first thing I'll just do now. So now we can hover the ellipse as well. And then this is basically an exact copy of what we have down here, except that we have a stroke color that is blue, and then we have a fill that is none, so it is transparent. So that is just the concept I'm going with, both for the rectangle and for the ellipse. Now, if I go to the path, it'll be just a little bit different. So let me just hop over to this component. And in here, I'll again wrap it with a group tag. So like this, I'll put the class name group onto it, and then I'll just copy the path. I'll just copy the class names as well. So right there, we will need to remove the on pointer down, also the opacity. And then the fill can be set to none. The stroke can be set to the shade of blue. So that will be 0B99FF. And then the stroke width will just be set to 4 as well. So I'll just go like this, yeah. And then I can say stroke line cap round, and then stroke line join round as well. I'll just save that and see what happens. So now we have a hover effect over the path as well that nicely encapsulates the hover with this blue hover state, with this blue border, sorry. And then lastly, if I go to the text component, we can just go in and do it here as well. So I'll just head to the rectangle again. Then I'll just copy the following. And I think I'll just delete the comments actually, because you do know what is going on. So I'll just delete the comment right there and right there. Go back to text. And then right here, I'll just encapsulate this in a React fragment, because you can only return one root div at a time, or one root tag at a time. Then I'll put in this rectangle. We'll have a X and a Y. So let me just save that and see how that looks. So right now, nothing is happening. So maybe we need to put this inside, wrap this in a class name called group. That would probably help. And then when I do hover the text, we can see this little border right here. So now this works as well. We can hover all the elements. The text element border is a little bit bigger though. Maybe that is because we do not have a full background color like we do on the other elements. So now it looks kind of like the other elements. So yeah, this is way better. This was the hover state I was talking about. And then you can click them to actually modify the size like you want to. Great. Next up, I would like to create a redo button and a undo button. These should be placed down in the toolbar right here next to the text and also the zoom in and out buttons. So first of all, I'll just head into the tools bar. In here, I can create a new copy of the following and then just paste it in right over what we see. So now we have two more buttons. And then what I want to do is just create an undo button component and a redo button component. So I'll just say new file, undo button.csx. In here I'll just copy an existing button because I might as well just reuse the logic. Then just do this and say undo button. And then what I want to do is say, so I'll just go and delete this. And then I actually have an SVG hidden here on my other screen. You can use a React icon if you want, but this is just an SVG that just looks kind of like an undo symbol. So I'll just use that for now. And then what I want to do is just clean up these imports, copy this undo button, make it a redo button, and then I'll call this a redo button as well. And then I'm just going to copy the SVG for the redo button as well. So that will look like the following. And then I'm going to head over to the tools bar, and then instead of the zoom in button, I'll say undo button and then redo button. And we can then just check out how it looks. So now we have this redo button, this undo button and this redo button. Now, instead of zoom in, zoom out, and then also these flags, we do need to create some equivalents up here just for the undo button and the redo button. So I'll say can undo, can redo, and then also undo and redo like this. I'm just going to define the types down here as well. So this is a boolean, this is also a boolean, and these two will then be functions returning void. So it says red instead of redo. And then right here it'll just be undo, and this will be redo, and this will be can undo, and this will be can redo, like so. So now the errors are gone in the following component, and now we just need to pass down these properties from the canvas component. So with Liveblocks, there is a concept called history. So there is a hook actually called history. So if I just go down and just use that hook, I can say const history equals use history, like this. So Liveblocks will then manage the history for you, and you can then decide what you want to add to the history and what you do not want to add to the history. So Liveblocks is managing all of our storage anyways, so they will just keep copies of the history, so you can undo and redo stuff. And then you define yourself what you want to be able to undo and what you want to be able to redo. So if I go and search for set my presence, these are the kind of things that we can often add to the history. So for example, if I have the selection right here, I can then pass in an additional flag, an additional options array, and then I can say add to history true. This will add whatever happened in this set my presence to the history stack. So this selection can be undone just by adding this and then pressing redo, pressing undo, and the opposite can be done by pressing redo down here if we pass the methods down, of course. So we'll just need to add this add to history to different places in the canvas where we make changes. So first of all, I can hop down to on layer pointer down. So this is the method I would like to go to. And here we can say history.pause, like that. And then just add history to the dependency array down here, like so. And the reason for this is that when you call on layer pointer down, you often want to do a bunch of different changes, and you don't want the redo button to move only this element 1 pixel if you moved it from here to here, for example. So when you do this, you often start a state such as translating. So if you take this ellipse and then move it all the way up here, it is actually 1,000 different small changes moving it 1 pixel at a time, but you want to merge all of those changes into one big change that you can then redo or undo. So when you say pause, then resume afterwards in another component, so that will probably be when the pointer is lifted up again. Then you can say resume in there, and then you'll merge all the different changes between those 2 points in time together. So for now, I'll just say history.pause inside this on layer pointer down and save that. And then if I hop into on resize handle pointer down, then right over this set state, I can also say history.pause, because when we are resizing this is actually 100 or 1,000 different operations. So we move it from here to here, and then from here to here, and then that just happens all the way up until until the ellipse has changed to the resized width and height that we would like to have. So instead of the redo button only resizing it back 1 pixel at a time, we would like to merge the entire change from, for example, here to here into one big change, and then you can redo that entire thing. So that is why we would like to say history.pause inside this onResize handle pointer down as well. And then I would just need to add the history to the dependency array here as well. Then going down to insert layer, whenever we set my presence down here, we need to add this to the history as well, and this is done already, so that is pretty cool. It will also be the same for unselect layers, so I'll just add that to the history as well. So add to history, and then I'll set this to true. And then on pointer up, so right here, down right after doing all the logic, we can then say history.resume, because now all the changes that has happened since onPointer down has been done in a function like onPointer move, and then we can move all those changes together with history.resume. We do need to add it to this dependency array though, like so. And then I'm just going to search for set my presence and see if we have missed this flag anywhere. So going further down, it's there. It is not here though, so I'll just do this, and then I'll just move down even more. So this is insert path, so we set the presence right there. That we do not need to be able to redo this, although in here we will not be able to redo this as well, or we do not need to be able to do that. And then this should be fine as well. This is just starting a drawing. We should not be able to redo starting a drawing, but only inserting a drawing. Then down here, continue drawing. We do not need to be able to do anything with that as well. So yeah, it looks fine as it is right now. And then we can actually just pass in the properties right down here. So first of all, we have redo, and that will just be history.redo. We also have undo, which will be history.undo. If I just press F12 here and go up, we do have 2 more hooks. We can say const and then can undo. So there's a hook called use can undo. And then we actually have the same for redo. So this is provided by Liveblocks. So I can say can redo like that, and then hop all the way down, and then I can say can redo will just be can redo, and can undo will be can undo. So let's say I go in here and just move this around a little bit. Now I am able to redo that and undo it. So if I move this, then that, and then this path, then I'll just try and undo that. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so the redo and undo action works super seamlessly, and it is all the heavy working has been taken care of for us by Liveblocks. So that is why it is such a powerful library. The next feature I would like to work on is called a selection net. So right now we can only select one at a time over here, but we cannot select more. So what I want to be able to do is to be able to click down at a given point on the canvas and then drag out while having my pointer click down. And then this will draw out a square or a rectangle, and this will be the selection net. Any layer or element inside of that will then be selected automatically. So for example, if I say this is my selection net, then I would click down and then I would be able to drag out the selection net like so. And then everything inside the selection net, so this element and this element, would then be selected immediately. So what we need to be able to create the selection net is to go to types. So I'm just going to remove all of these and then just open up types. And in here I would like to create a new canvas mode. This will be selection net like that. And then right up here I would just like to create another one. So this is another state, and the mode would then be selection net like that. And I would then have an origin and a current. So when I click down and then move, then the point that I click down on will be the origin, and then wherever I move to will then be the current point. And we can then draw out the rectangle from those 2 corners, so this corner and then that corner. I would like to also create another canvas mode. So whenever the user clicks down on an empty canvas area, we would like to be able to distinguish between the user intentions. So first of all, the user might just make a simple click, and that just deselects everything that is selected currently. But then the user might also want to start a selection dragnet operation. So if the user clicks down and then starts dragging, that is not the same as just clicking down once to deselect everything, because that means the user wants to use the selection net feature. So how I'll do this is create another state called canvasMode.pressing. And when the user then presses down, I'll just wait to see if the user moves their pointer more than 5 pixels. And if they move the pointer more than 5 pixels, then I'll switch to the selection net mode. Otherwise, if they move less than 5 pixels, I'll just treat that as a deselect action and then just deselect all this currently selected layers. Okay, so in here I'll just go down, and then I would like to create another state. I'll just make it right on a selection net called pressing. And then if I scroll back up, I'll just say another state where the mode is canvasMode.pressing. And then we also have an origin, which is where the user is currently pressing, so where they are clicking right now. And then we just need to remove this semicolon and save. And then we can hop back into the canvas. And then if I go down to on pointer down, I would like to say if you click down on the canvas some random place, then the default thing to do, if it is not the currently canvas mode with pencil or canvas mode with dragging, then I would just like to set the canvas mode. So I'll set set states, and then set the canvas states to canvasMode.pressing, and then also set the origin to points like this. Great. This means that if we currently are in the dragging state and then press down and drag around, then we return, because otherwise we would set the canvas mode to pressing, and that is not what we want to do. So we include a return statement if it is another case than just the default case, which is pressing. And then if you do decide to press down and the current canvas mode is now .pressing, then I would like to create another if statement down here. So I'll say if canvas state.mode equals canvas mode.pressing. Then we would like to start the multi-selection process. So being able to create, we would like to create the selection net. So what I'll do is I'll say start multi-selection, and then I would like to pass in current. I would like to pass in the points, and then also canvas states.origin like this. So now we have the current origin of the canvas states, and we have the points where the user dragged to. So when initially clicking down, that will be canvas state.origin, and when then dragging and then moving the pointer to another place, that will then be the point right here. And we can then detect whether these have 5 pixels between them, and then start the multi-selection if that is the case. So what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and implement this method. So I'll say const start multi-selection. This will be a use callback like this, and then I'll just pass in current, which is a points, origin, which is also a points, like that. And then I would like to just open up the method and pass in an empty dependency array right now. And then I would like to say if, and then math.absolute, because you can drag both in the positive and in the negative direction, but the distance should still be at minimum 5 pixels apart. But if you drag in this direction, it will be -5, or the distance will be negative, whereas if you drag in the positive direction, so in the right direction, then the number will be positive. But no matter what direction you drag in, you should be able to just measure whether it is 5 pixels apart. So you'll need to take the absolute value to remove the negative sign. So now I can say current.x minus origin.x, and then plus math.absolute, and then current.y minus origin.y, and then this will be the distance between the 2 points, current and origin. And then we can check whether that distance is more than 5, so more than 5 pixels. If that is the case, we would like to set the states, so we set it to canvasMode.selectionNet. We then pass in the origin, and we also pass in current. And from these 2 coordinates, we can then draw out the selection net on the screen. And then if I scroll down to on pointer up, like that, we would like to add another case to the following if statement. So I'll say if canvas states.mode equals canvasMode.pressing. So if you're currently pressing down, and then release the pointer, so the on pointer up event will be called, then we'll just unselect the layers and set canvas state to mode, and then, canvas mode to none. And that means we'll just stop this entire selection net operation. So I'll just go ahead and save that. Then if I go to on pointer move, like this, then I would like to add another else if as well. So right now, if you just press down and you have moved less than 5 pixels, then you'll still just be pressing. But what I want to do is to update the selection net if you are pressing for more than 5 pixels. So I'll say else if, and then I would like to say canvas state dot mode equals, and then selection nets, like that. And then what I want to do is say update selection, like that, nets, and then pass in the occurrence, so the points, as well as canvas state.origin. And then we can update the selection net. So let me just go ahead and implement this method right here. So I'll say const update selection net. This will be a used mutation. I would like to be able to access storage and also set my presence. And then I would like to pass in current, so that is a point. And then also origin, which is also a point. This just needs to be a uppercase. And then I'll just open up that method and pass in an empty dependency array for now. And now I can say if layer IDs, because we have layer IDs from up here. And then if that is not null, then what I would like to do is then just get the layers. So const layers equals storage.get layers.toImmutable, like that. And then because we're currently dragging, I'll say set states. I would like to set the mode to canvas mode.selectionNet because that is what we're doing. And then I'll pass in the origin and also the current points. Now I can create a helper method that will just be called find intersecting layers with rectangle, like that. And then I can just pass in the layers, the origin, and the current points. And then probably also the layer IDs. And then from these IDs, which we will get from this helper method, which will be all the intersecting layers with the selection net, I'll then just say set my presence. And then this will be all the selected layer IDs. And that should then immediately select those layers over here in the canvas. So because this toImmutable is used, what will happen is that a fixed copy of the layer's data at that moment will be created. And this will then prevent any modifications to the layers because it is inside a used mutation, while this helper method calculates the intersection between the layers. So let me just copy this name, head into, let me just save that as well, head into utils, and then we can start implementing this method. So I'll say export function, find intersecting layers with rectangle, and then I can pass in layer IDs. This will just be a read-only string because it is, if you go back here, and then hover over layers, this will then be a read-only. And then I can say read-only string like that. And then I can say layers, that will be a read-only map of type string and layer. I'll just need to import this layer, and then I can say A, and that is a point, and B, which is also a point. And then I would just like to open up the method and press save. So now from this point A and point B, we can then, which will be this corner right down here and this corner right up here. If I press here and drag all the way up, we can then create a rectangle and then see which of the layers will be inside that rectangle. And then those will be the intersecting layers with the rectangle, which we can then select. So I'll first say const rect equals, and then a new JavaScript object. We'll pass in an x value, an x property. That will be math.minimum between a.x and b.x. And we can then just do the same for y. So I'll just go ahead and do this. And the width and height will then just be the difference between the points with the absolute value taken. So the width won't become negative. So the difference between the x and y value of the a and b point. And for the height, it'll just be the same, just for y, like that. And then I can say const IDs, which will be the IDs that should be selected. That will just be an empty array for now. I can then say for const layer ID of layer IDs. So I'll just loop through all the layer IDs. Then I'll get that specific layer from layers. So I'll say const layer, that will be layers.get, and then I'll pass in this layer ID. Then I'll just like to check if it is none, and then if it is null, and if it is null, then I'll just continue. So I'll just go ahead and do this. And then I can say const x, y, height, and width equals layer, like that. And then because I have 3 equality signs right here, this might be undefined, so I'll just remove one of this to check for both null and undefined. So now the types will work like so. Then I can say if rectangle.x plus rectangle.width is larger than x, and rectangle.x is less than x plus width, and rect.y plus rect.height is larger than y, and rect.y is smaller than y plus height. And in that case, I'll just open up this if statement. So I gotta remove that. So in that case, I'll just push that to the IDs, and then I can return the IDs down here. So return IDs like so. So what I basically do is I loop through all the different layer IDs. For each layer, I can then say, okay, we get the layers, or that specific layer from the layers up here, and then I can get the x, y, height, and width of that specific layer. So for example here, you would have an x and a y coordinate, and you would have a height, and you would have a width. But then if I do decide to drag out a selection net, then that selection net bounds would be defined by the following rectangle up here. So now I can check whether this rectangle intersects with this rectangle, and I do this by just comparing all the bounds of the 2 rectangles. And if they do intersect, then I just push that layer ID to IDs and return that ID. This will give us a list full of all the intersections between the selection net and then all the other layers. And I can then use that to select the elements, the layers that should be selected. So now if I save that, which it already is, hop back to Canvas and import this from utils, I can then press save. And if I now hop back down to where we return the HTML, we can draw out the selection net. So right here under the selection box, I'll just create a new if statement. So if canvas mode, or canvas state.mode equals canvas mode.selection net, and canvas state dot current is not null. Then what we want to render is a rectangle, and we can render this rectangle because we're inside the SVG tag. So I'll just go ahead and do this. And then I would like to put on an x value, like that. This will be math.min between canvas state dot origin dot x and canvas state dot current dot x, like that. And then we could do the same just for the y value. So I'll just copy this x property like that, and then just put in a y instead right here, like so. I'll just save that so we can look at it a little bit easier. And then I would like to put in the width too. So this will be math and then abs to get the absolute value without a negative sign. And that will be the difference between canvas state.origin.x and canvas state.current.x. And then we'll just do the same for the height. So I'll just say height like that, and then that'll just be the y values. So we are basically just building out the selection net whenever you use the selection tool. And then lastly, I would just like to put on some class names for styling. So I'd like to say fill, blue, and then 600, and then 5 to make it only 5% opacity. And then I would like to say stroke, and then blue 600. And then I would like to say stroke, and then I'll just make it 0.5 like this. Save that. And if I then hop over here and try and select something, we can see that the first element right here is selected and the other ones aren't. So first of all, hopping back up to onPointerMove, we will need to add update selection net to the dependency array right down here because we depend on that method. We also need to hop into selection box. So now we can still select it like so, but then we can only select once, as you see. So what we need to do in here is that we got to remember what we did in the first place. So right now we only are able to select once, one layer at a time. So we say, okay, is the selection.length list equal to 1? So that means if this is a list, by the way, this is a list of IDs of selected elements. So if we do have one selected, then we just select that ID. And then everything is based around using that layer ID as the layer that we have currently selected. So right now we have this const layer, which is just the layer that is selected, the single layer that is selected. So that is why if we select multiple down here, so right now we only select one, that is fine. But as soon as I touch the other one, then the length will no longer be 1, and then we won't have any layer selected according to this logic. So we'll need to adapt the logic to work with multiple layers instead of only one. So I say that we should only show the handles right here, so where you can drag the layer bigger or smaller if we have a single layer selected. But if we have multiple layers selected, we don't really want to show those handles because that is not some functionality we want to create right now. So for now, we can just do as we do right here with still getting the sole layer ID, and this will only be the case if we have only one shape selected. But if we do have more than one element selected, so right now we have 2 elements selected, for example, then we do not want to show the handles, and that logic is already being taken care of right here. So we only show the handles if one element is being selected. So what we need to do is just to calculate this new selection box. So right now it is pretty easy to put down the selection box into the canvas because we already have the X and the Y coordinate as well as the width and the height of the one element that's being selected. But when we do have multiple elements selected, like right here, we need to calculate a new selection box. So let's say we have this one and this one selected, then this blue selection box might go from here all the way down to here, and then all the way up to this corner, and then that would be the selection box. So we need to calculate this new selection box for the different elements that has been selected. So first of all, I'll just go ahead and delete the following 2 variables, so layers and layer. We don't really need those anymore. And then instead, we'll need to change all of these to whatever we calculate is the new selection box. So hopping back up here, I'll create a new variable called bounds. This will be the bounds of the new selection box. And then what I want to do is just say use selection bounds like this. And then this hook right here, which we'll implement in just a second, will then calculate the bounds of the new selection box. So inside this use selection bounds hook, what we'll do is get the user's selection with the use self hook from Liveblocks. We'll then also use the use storage hook from Liveblocks to get the selected layers, and then also calculate the bounding box and return that bounding box, which will just be an X and Y coordinate along with a width and a height number, which we can use to draw the bounding box on the canvas. And the reason we are making this a hook instead of just a normal method is because we would like to subscribe to whatever happens inside this selection bounds hook, and that way it will automatically re-render whenever something changes within that method. So if we didn't have a hook, we would then manually have to find out whether we should re-render or not with a use effect, for example. But when we do make it a hook instead, then when the user's selection changes, it'll automatically re-render this selection box component and then draw the new selection box. So that is the reason we're using a hook. So what I want to do is just copy the following name and then hop under source, create a new folder called hooks, like this. Under hooks, I'll just create this one called useSelectionBounds.ts. In here, I'll just export a default function called useSelectionBounds. In here, I will say const selection to get the user's selections. So this will be use self, and then I can get me, that is the user, and then I can say me.presence.selection, like that. Now I can say return, and then use storage from Liveblocks. I can then get the root storage, and then what I want to do is say const selected layers, because right now up here we have a list of selected layer IDs, but now we want to get the actual selected layers so we can get the X and Y and width and height properties of those layers. So I'll say const selected layers equals selection dot map, and then what I want to do is say layer ID, like that, and then I can say root dot layers dot get, and then I can pass in the layer ID like this and assert it. And then what I want to do is say filter, so dots filter, and then I want to filter it for Boolean like that. And then if I hover selected layers right now, we can see that we have all the different layers right here. So we have the X, Y, height and width numbers, which are the ones we'll need to calculate the bounding box, and they come in the form of an array or undefined. And the reason it is undefined, or it can be undefined, is because we have the following question mark right here. If I remove this though, then it says the selection can possibly be null. And if it is null, then we can't perform the map operation on it. So that is why we put in the question mark, because then if this will then be null, then all of these lines of code will just not be executed, but will instead just turn out to be null. So this will just be undefined if that is the case. So now what happens is, if this is executed, then we get all of the different layers in as a long list, and then we filter those away which are null or undefined with this filter boolean. Then what I want to do is use all these selected layers that we now have to calculate the new bounding box. So what I'll do is I'll say return, and then I'll create a new method called bounding box. We'll pass in the selected layers. We can also put in the shallow flag right here in the use storage hook. So I can just import this. And what this does is that it optimizes re-rendering in the component. So if you don't have this, every time we call the use storage hook right here, it will re-render the component. But now, because we have the shallow flag right there, it will only re-render whenever the properties of the bounding box changes. And this will optimize the re-rendering and make sure it doesn't re-render more times than it has to. So now we can go ahead and just implement this method called bounding box. So I'll say function and then bounding box, like that. And it should take layers, which is just a layer in form of an array. And then what I want to return within this method, or from this method, is the X, Y, and width and heights, like that. Or a null, like this. And then what I can do is first check if the length of the list is 0. So I'll say const first equals layers 0. And then I can say if not first, we return null. And then I can say let left be first.x. So this will be the standard or the default value of left. And I can do the same for top or right even. So I'll just say let right be first.x plus first.width. And for the bottom, I'll say let top be first.y and bottom be first.y that first.height. So if I let me just see what it complains about here. Oh, I'm not returning anything. I'll just return null down here until we have the method finished. So what this does is that imagine you have a square like this, and then you have an x and a y coordinate and also a width and height. So the x and y coordinate will have the origin of right here. Then the most left part of the box will be the top right here. And then the top left part, and that is just the x coordinate. The right border of the box will then be x plus the width of the box. So over here, the top will then be the y coordinate right here. That is the most top part of the box. And then the bottom will be the y coordinate plus the height. So that is how we can bound in this entire box. And the default value we just get from the first element up here. And if the first element is not there, we'll just return null. Great. Next thing we can do is just loop through the different layers and then update these variables if we see that the extremas are changed. So I'll just say for, and then create a regular a for loop. So for I equals 1. Then I can say I is less than layers.length, like this. And then I can say I++. So we start out with the default value of I being 1. And then for each iteration, we'll just add 1 to I until I is no longer less than layers.length. And then what we can do is we can say const x, y, width, height equals, and then layers I. And then we'll just assert that like this. So now we get the element contained in that iteration. So if I is 5 right here, for example, because we did 5 iterations, then we get element number 5. And then we can destructure the x, y, width, and height properties from that layer. So now I can say if left is larger than x, then I say left equals x. If right is less than x plus width, then we say right equals x plus width. If top is larger than y, then we set top to y. If bottom is less than y plus height, then we just set that. And then what we can do is just return x, which will be left, y, which will be top, width, which will be right minus left, and then height, which will be the difference between top and bottom. So right here, what we do is I'll just take x for example. So right here, we just take the first element and say, okay, that is the most left layer that we have in our selection. So we say first at x. And then when looping through all the different, we need to not do this. We need to return only once and not every time inside the loop. That will not work. So what we do is then loop through all the different layers. Then we take each layer, and then for each layer we'll say, okay, does this layer have an x value that is smaller than left? And then if it does, then we just set the left to that, because then we will always have the smallest x value as the most left position. And then we just do the same for right, we just do the opposite. And then for y, we do the same as x up here, just with the y-axis instead of the x-axis. And then we just do the same for bottom as we did for right. So now I can just press save, and then let me just see what it says right here. So it says undefined is not assignable to type layer, like this. So if I just hover selected layers, we can see that it can be undefined down here. So just in the case that it is undefined, I'll just pass in an empty list, because that will just trigger the following up here and just return null. Great. So let me just save this hook, hop back into selection box, update the following hook, and then just pass in that instead of the layer right here. So if I just make this a little bit bigger, then I can do this and just replace layer everywhere with bounds, which we just created, like that. And right here as well, I'll just put it in there, and basically just everywhere where we had the layer before, because this will just be a box with an x and a y and a width and height, just like layer was. So maybe I can even do a search and replace, or that might not be feasible. So let's replace it right there as well. Great. Now I'll just save this component and then wait for it to load over here. And now I'll just try and select some more things. So right now there is this problem right here of not being able to drag out the selection net. So it seems like something is wrong with the updates. So hopping back into Canvas, what I can do is just check whether we actually have the correct dependencies in the dependency arrays. So update selection net right here, which we are using whenever we drag it out, that is not added to the following dependency array. We also do not have the camera added to the dependency array. I'll just put it up top. And then we aren't even using set states or insert layer as far as I can see. So then I'll just hop into update selection net. And then we actually have layer IDs right here, but we do not depend on that. So I'll just save that as well. And then now we're able to drag out the full selection net. And let me just refresh just to make sure that it works from a fresh start. And it does. So you can see how it now calculates this new blue box based on how many elements you have selected. So this is just a single one where you can see the handles. So remember, you only show the handles if you have a single layer. And then if you have more layers, then you just don't show the handles, but you show the entire selection box. Great. Then one more thing I want to do is just to make sure that this selection box does not re-render more times than necessary. So what I'll do is I'll just wrap it in what we call a memo. So I'll say const selection box equals memo like this. And then what I want to do is just open up this method and make it an arrow function. And then down here, I'll just add a closing statement. Then I'll say export default selection box. And then I can also say selection box.display name equals selection box, because we'll get an error later on in the lens as far as I know if we don't do this, but just wrap it in a memo. So I'll just go up and import memo like that, press save. So without memo, if I just take this and find it in the canvas component, as you see, it is part of the canvas component. So what we return in the canvas component. So let's say the canvas component re-renders, then right in here, if we did not have the memo, then the selection box would render as well. But if we wrap it in memo, then we prevent the selection box from re-rendering unless the property that is passed down also is changed. So what Rag will do is just compare the old property with the new property, and then if it has changed, then we re-render the selection box if canvas is re-rendering as well. Otherwise, we just keep it as it is. So this way, unless this actually changes, which it will probably not do very often, then we do not render the selection box again. So we can just avoid a lot of computations, because remember, we use this hook, so use selection bounds to do a bunch of calculations. So we want to not re-render this more times than necessary. So let me just save that and then just check out the logic again. So it works as it is supposed to do, and that is great. So one thing I've noticed is that if you go over here and pan around, if you drag to the right too quickly, it'll show the following back button, and it'll even go back if you release it right there. And that is definitely not something we want, because then the user won't be able to pan around correctly. So I'll just hop into the layout file, and then I'll just add a couple of classes to the body. So first of all, I'll say overflow hidden, and then I'll say overscroll none. Like this. Overflow hidden and overscroll. Not overflow. Like this. And then if I hop back and try and scroll to the right or left, we do not have this error anymore. So now that is fixed. So that is pretty nice to have as well. Next up, what I wanted to do is to be able to go into the canvas and press Ctrl Z to undo, and Ctrl Shift Z to redo, and Ctrl A to select all the elements, for example, and then press backspace to delete the selected elements. So these are all key presses that you will need to listen to. So if I hop inside canvas and go all the way up, I'll create a use effect, and then we can try and make this logic. So I'll say use effect, open it up like this, pass in a dependency array, and then what I want to do is first of all put in a function. This function should be on key down, and it'll receive an event which is of type keyboard event. I'll just open it up like this. Next up, what I want to do is right under this, I'll say document dot add event listener, and then I'll pass in the key down event, and then what we'll do in case of that event, which is on key down. So if any keys are pressed, then we will call this on key down method, and inside this method we'll handle exactly for what key we do specific things. And then what I can also do is unregister this event listener whenever the component is destroyed, for example. So I'll say return, and then I can say document like that, and then dot remove event listener, and then I'll just pass in key down as well, and then this on key down too. Cool. So if I hop into this on key down, first of all, I just want to do one thing. So when we're going to create the sidebar out here later, if I press a Ctrl Z button, for example, or if I press Ctrl A to select all the layers, if I'm currently inside an input field, then it'll Control Z or Control A inside that input field and not inside the following canvas. So we want to first check if we are inside an input field, and if we are that, then we definitely do not want to do anything. Otherwise, we'll select the elements, for example. So I'll just say const active elements, and we'll get document.activeElement. Then we can say const is input field equals active elements, and so we just want to check if this is actually existing because it can be null. And then I can say active elements dot tag name equals inputs, and I can then also say or active element tag name equals text area, because those are two different HTML elements. And then if that is the case, what I'll then do is just say, I'll just do it in here. Then what I'll do is say if it is an input field, then I'll just return like this. And then otherwise, if we are not currently inside an input field, so if we do not have an input field selected, then we'll just do what we're supposed to do. So I'll just put in a switch statement for all the different keys. Then I can say e.key, and then I can create a case for the different keys that I want to be able to use. So for example, I can say case backspace, and then inside this case, I'll delete my layers, and then I can just break that case, like so. So now we can go ahead and just implement this delete layers method. And I'll just make a delete layers a hook, just to make sure that we always have the deletion logic staying in sync with the current selection, because the selection can change. So what I'll do is I'll go into hooks, and then create a new hook called use delete layers.csx. In here I'll export a default function, use delete layers. And then what I can do is just say const selection equals use self, like that, from Liveblocks. And then I can just get the selection like we've done so many times before from me.presence.selection. Then I can say return use mutation. I want to get the storage and also set my presence like that. And then I want to pass in a dependency array of the selection because we'll need that inside this function. And then I can say const live layers equals storage.get live layers, or just layers like that. And then I can say const live layer IDs like this, and that'll just be storage.gets and then layer IDs like so. Now I can loop through every one of the selected elements, so I'll just say for const ID of selection like this, and then I can say live layers.delete that ID, and then selection right here might be null, so if it is null, I'll just pass in an empty array, and then I'll say const index equals live layer IDs.index of ID, and then I'll say if index is not -1, then I'll just delete that index. So if we can't find that element inside the live layer IDs list, then we'll delete that. Otherwise we won't delete it, because this index of might return -1 if the element is not found. So we want to check if it is found or not before we delete it. Then lastly, I can go ahead and say set my presence, and then I want to say selection is just an empty array now, and then I of course want to add that to the history so we can track it with the redo and undo button. So if I just go through this quickly again, so we first get the selection. So if I do this, for example, now I have this element and this element in my selection. Then next up we return a use mutation, and then inside this use mutation, where we can alter the Liveblocks storage, we first get all the layers, which is a list of layers. We then get all the list of layer IDs, so that is just a list of strings. And the reason we have these two, as I explained at the start, is because we need to keep a track of the order, so the set indexes of the layers, and we also need the layers themselves, so the data and the property for each layer. Then we can loop through each one of the IDs in the selection, and then each one of the IDs in the selection, so that will be this ID and this ID, but not this one and this one because those aren't selected. And then we delete those from the live layers. So we delete the layers themselves. And then what we can also do is just delete the indexes from this list right after. So we first delete the layer and then the index right after. Next up, we can say set my presence and then set the selection to 0 because we just deleted all the layers from the selection, add that to the history, and then that is it. So if I just save this and then just use the hook inside Canvas, I can hop up here and just say, this is not even used, so I'll just say const delete layers equals use delete layers like that. I'll just import this, and then if I press save and then just select an element, press backspace, now we see this layer being deleted. So it looks like it was the wrong layer being deleted. So I'll just go ahead and refresh this and just see what's up. And the reason it was the wrong element being deleted is because we didn't add delete layers to the dependency array like that. So I'll just save it now, hop over here, create a couple of elements. If I have, no, we do have enough here. I'll just select these two, press backspace, and now those get deleted. I'll just delete this as well, and let me just check that we can actually use the history function, and we can do that. So okay, so now we have that backspace and deleted and function working to delete the layers. So let me just go ahead and create the next case. So this case is going to be set. So if you press the set button, then we can say if e.control key or e.meta key. If those are also being pressed, then we can say first of all, if you use the shift key and the control key and press the set button, then we say redo. If you use the set button and control key without using the shift key, then we say undo. So that is the logic right here. Then if I just break that case right there, press save, and then press sets over here, and then shift set, we can then see that we can redo and undo now. That is great too. The next case is going to be if I press the button A, and then this is going to be if I want to select all the elements with my keyboard. So I'll say if e.control key, I'll just copy that from up here, e.control key or e.meta key, then I'll say select all layers. And this is another function we will need to create as well. And then I'll just break that case too. So what I want to do now is just copy that name and just go up to around delete layers. I'll just do it right here and say const select all layers. This will just be a simple use mutation where I can access set my presence like that. And then I'll just pass in an empty dependency array for now. So it says that we need to do it like so. Like that. And then what I want to do is just say if layer IDs, and because we're using that, we'll need to add it to the dependency array. Then we say set my presence, and we say selection is going to be layer IDs, and we just want to add that to history too. So add to history, true, and I'm just going to save that. So just going through how this works, we have layer IDs up here, which we get from storage, and this is from a hook, so this will always contain all the newest layer IDs. So if that is true and this method is called, then we'll take all the current layer IDs and put them into the selection array. So we'll just spread out the layer IDs into a new array like this, and that will be the selection, and that will be set with the set my presence function from use mutation and Liveblocks. And then if layer IDs change, then what we do is just recreate this method. So it will always be the newest layer IDs being used if this method is called. So now I can just hop down, and we have already implemented this method. So I'll just go over here, press Ctrl A, and now we are able to select some elements like this. So we have a few different elements I can see. So we have quite a lot actually. So I'll just go ahead and delete some of these, for example. And then if I try and draw something like this or insert a shape, and then we actually are not able to insert a shape. So when I press down, that is when we are supposed to insert a shape. So I'll go to pointer down, And let me just find that method on pointer down. And what I can see is that if we press down, because we do not have a case for canvas mode.inserting, it will instantly change the state of the canvas to canvas mode.pressing, and that is not what we want. So I'll just say if canvas state.mode and then equals inserting, then we'll just return like this. And then if I try and insert a shape again, then it works fine. Great. So now that's fixed, another thing I noticed is that if I press down, you can see that the highlighting or the active state down here is going away. So if I just move something or if I press down, then it is no longer active. And that is definitely not what we want. So if I hop into the tools bar, then we need to add a couple of more cases right here. So if I just copy this, paste it 2 times, then we need to add translating, selection net, pressing, resizing as well. And then we also have dragging already, so I'll just save that. And now if I move stuff around or press down, we still have that state. And we're still able to switch between these. I can press select A for selecting all the different elements. If I select a couple of elements and press backspace, then they get deleted. So that is how you can listen to different keys in Next.js or just React. You just subscribe to the events and then you say what is going to happen if you click a specific button. So that you can define in a switch statement right here. And then we got what we exactly wanted. I would next up like to be able to right click a shape like this. And then what I want to see come up is a custom menu where you can bring shapes to the front or to the back. So let's say I draw something, for example, and then this drawing is over this shape right here. That is not what I want. I want to be able to switch between the set indexes, and then I want this to be able to be done from within this menu that I can open by right clicking on it. So first of all, I'll just go to my types. So I'll say types, and in here I'll create a new canvas state and canvas mode. So if I go all the way down, I can say right click as the canvas mode, and then I'll just create a new one right there and call it right click. And then I can hop back into the canvas, head to on layer pointer down, because we only want to toggle this menu if you're actually right clicking on a layer like this. We don't want to toggle it if you are right clicking right here, for example, only if you right click on a menu. So if I then go down to right here where we are translating, I'll just create a case where I say if e.nativeEvent.button equals 2. Then what I want to do is just set state to right click, because this is the right click button. Otherwise, I'll do the translation like we always did. So now we are setting the state to right click. And then also when you release the pointer, we don't want to remove the right click state. We want to keep that as it is. So I'll say if canvas state dot mode equals right click, then I'll just return. So let's say I right click on this shape, for example, then that will include a click down and then also a release of the mouse. So that is the on pointer down and also on layer pointer down. Sorry, that is the on pointer down right here. And this needs to be on pointer up, not on pointer down. So I'll just hop down to that. So right there. So that'll include an on layer pointer down when I right click on the layer, and then it will set the right click state. But then as soon as I release, then if I do not do this, it'll just set the state to canvas mode.none, and then it won't no longer be able to know that it should show the menu. So what I want to do is just keep it in the right click state unless you specifically click outside the right click state when it is activated. And then I want to go ahead and create a component called selection state. So I'll say new file, selection tools, like this, .csx. In here I'll just say export default function selection tools. I'll just return an empty rect fragment for now, and I'll just copy this, go back into the canvas, and then insert it right down here. So I'll just do it under this div, right inside of it, sorry. So I'll say selection tools and just import the component, and then we'll just keep working on this in here. So first of all, I'm just going to create the menu. So I'll just go ahead and create a opening and closing div. I would like to say absolute to position it absolutely. I'd like to say flex, give it a minimum width of 150 pixels, like that. Then I would like to say flex col, rounded XL. And then also give it a background of 1E, 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 like this. And then I want to give it some padding so it looks a little bit nicer with some spacing between the elements and the borders. And also give it a shadow LG, like this. And now I can open up that div and put in a button. Inside this button, I'll just say hello for now. And let me just say style and just move this to where it is supposed to be shown. So I'll say transform. And then I don't want to say translate. Pass in the calculate CSS function. Then I want to pass in some kind of X value. I'll just say 0 for now. I'll say minus 50% to align it on the X axis. Like that. And then I'm going to do the same for the Y value, except I'm just going to say minus 100. And then I want to say, I'll just leave it like this for now. And this will be pixels. And this will also be pixels. And to get this X and Y value, we can then use the selection bounds hook we created earlier. So I'll say const selection bounds equals use selection bounds, like that. Then I can say if not selection bounds, we'll just return null, so show nothing. Then we can say const x equals selection bounds dot width divided by 2 plus selection bounds dot x. And then I want to say const y equals selection bounds dot y plus, yeah, I'll just leave it like that. Then pass in these values. And if I do select something, we see that it says hello up here, which is kind of cool. We can though show it at the exact location where we want it, so like right over our selection if we pass in the camera. So I'll say camera up here, and that will just be of type camera, and that will be a camera from our types. And then inside canvas, I'll just put in the camera as a, inside the canvas, I'll put in the camera as a parameter. And then down here, I can say plus camera.x. And then down at the y, I can say plus camera.y. Like that. And then if I just go ahead and select this, we can see that it looks a little bit better sometimes, but not always. So we at least have a spelling error right there. And it also says x 2 times, and that is not what we want. So now when I do select something, we see something pop up over the element. So that is a good start to creating the menu. I'll just say minus 16 here as well. 16 pixels just to move it up a little bit. And then under button, I would like to put in a couple of classes. First of all, I'll just say span like this. And I just want to put in bring to front. I also want to put in an icon, so I'll say BS arrow down from React icons, like this. Just import that. So maybe we need to do that manually, like so. And then I can say class name, height of 4, width of 4 as well. And then for the span, I'll just say class name text extra small. And we do need to put some classes on to this button as well, because we want them next to each other, not right over each other. So I'll say class name, and then flex, full width inside this menu, item center, justify between. I'll just round the button a little bit as well, like that. Say px1, py1, text white. And also hover, then I'll give it a background of blue 500. So when you do hover it, it looks like this. Great. And now I can just copy that button, paste it down here, say BS arrow up. And then this should be sent to back. Right here instead. Then I'm just going to say MR2, just to move it in a little bit. And I'll just do the same right here, so MR2, like that. So now we have the menu where you can bring to front or send to back. And then we obviously only want to show this if the canvas mode is a right click. So we need to get the canvas mode. So I'll just get the canvas mode from up here. So I'll say canvas mode, and that will have the type canvas mode, like that. And we just need to pass it down here. So canvas mode equals canvas state.mode. And now we can say, on the selection tools, we can say if canvas mode equals, is not canvas mode dot right click, then we'll just return null, like this. And I'm just going to go ahead and save that. And then over here, if I right click right here, nothing really happens. But if I right click on this one, then it says bring to front or send to back. And if I click outside it, like so, it closes like it should. Next up, we can implement the move to front and move to back methods that will be executed whenever these buttons are pressed on. So this one we'll call bring to front. And the next one down here will be called move to back or send to back, like that. And then I'll just start out implementing the move to front method. So I'll go up, say const move to front. That will be a use mutation because we'll change this order of the selections. We'd like to access the storage, like that. And then we'll just open up the method. And in here I'll say const live layer IDs, and that we'll get from storage.get layer IDs. Then we can create a new list of indices, which will be of type number, and we'll just define it as an empty array right now. So the reason we specify the type is because if you just do that, it will not be able to infer that it is a number, so we'll specify that it is an empty array of numbers. Then I'll just say const array equals live_layer_IDs dot to array, like that. And then I can say for let I be equal to 0, I is less than array.length, and then we'll say I++, and we'll then get the element from array at position I, so const elements equals array I, like this. Then I'll say if element is not undefined and selection, so we do not have a selection right now, but the selected element is what we want to move to the front. So I'll say const selection equals use self, like this. I'll then say me, and then me.presence.selection. Then I can say selection.includes element. So what we do here is we loop through all the different layer IDs, and then for each layer ID, if that layer ID is selected, then we push it to this list of indices, so indexes. Then next up, I want to say for let's I be equal to indices.length -1, and then I'll say I bigger or larger or equal to 0, and then I -. Then what I would like to do is say const element, just get the element from the indices again. Then I'll say if element is not equal to undefined, like that. Then I'll say live_layer ID, dot move, and then I'll move that element, and I'll say arr dot length -1 minus indices dot length -1 minus I. And then because we are using the selection up here somewhere, right there, then it will just pass that in to the dependency array. And then I can just copy this and say bring to front, like that, and just rename the method to the correct name, like so. So in this code, we are moving the selected layer to the front of the canvas. So we first find the indices of these selected layers, then we loop through these indices in reverse order and then move each layer to the front while keeping their relative order intact. So this will ensure that the selected layers appear on top of all other layers while still keeping the indices intact. So if I just go ahead and create another method, so if I just copy this, call this move to back, or send to back it is. So in this function, we still need to find all the selected indices, but we do need to change this down here. So instead of this, I'll just delete that and also change this up a little bit. So I'll say let I be 0, and then I is less than indices.length, and then we'll move through the array in a forward direction. Then I'll say if element is not undefined, then I'll just say live layer IDs dot move element to position I. Oh, like so. So now just to test this, because the colors are not the same, we won't really be able to see which square is in front of the other. So what I would like to do is just hop into Canvas, go under insert layer, and then under rectangle, I'll just find another color. So I'll just say 0, 0, and then just do the same right here. And then press save. When I then insert a rectangle, it will have a color. Now I can try and move that in front of the other rectangle right here. I can right click this one, say bring to front, like that. And I can say send to back. And then the set indexes will update accordingly. Like so. So if I just go over here, revert these changes, hop into selection tools again. So as you might have noticed, when I click something over here, it opens both my default browser right click menu and also our custom right click menu. And we obviously only want to open our custom right click menu. So if I hop into Canvas and then go down to the SVG component, if I click inside this SVG component, so that is basically the entire canvas, then I would like to disable the following right click menu, and I can do that by doing the following. I can say on context menu, and then I can say e.prevent default, so that is event.prevent default, to prevent anything that would happen from happening. So the context menu is the default browser one. So when I now right click, it will not be shown. So now it already looks way better. I can then also hop into selection tools, scroll down, and then I can say function selection tools. I'll just need to remove this as well. And then down here I can say export default selection tools and wrap that in a memo so it does not re-render whenever the parent component re-renders. So that will save us some re-rendering and then also computation. So now we won't notice any difference, but the re-renderings will be fewer in this selection tools component because it won't re-render unless these parameters change. Next up, before creating the sidebars, we'll just do a little bit of cleanup in the code so we are ready for that. First of all, when I select something over here, you might have noticed that this text will be highlighted just like if you highlight text normally. So we want to avoid that because it doesn't look very professional. So if I hop into the selection box, then I go down to text. This is the text that is being shown when an element is selected. We can then create we can then put on a class that is user, select none, like this. If I then save that and try and do it again, we see that it is no longer being highlighted, so that worked fine. Next up, if I go back into Canvas and then hop to on, layer pointed down, right there, I noted down that we have canvas state.mode twice, so we don't really need that. That is just a little bit too much. And then also I noted down that in insert layer, we have the following problem. Or it's not really a problem, it's more of how you like it. But if I insert a rectangle, you can just keep inserting rectangles like this. I want though that when you insert a rectangle, then it switches back over to the pointer such that you can move around with the rectangle if you want to. So right here under set my presence, I'll just say set states and then set the canvas mode to canvas mode.none. This way, when I insert a rectangle, it switches back over to the pointer and I can move around the rectangle. So that is what I want. And then lastly, in onPointerMove, oh, not right there. If you just close this, onPointerMove, like this. I also noted down that we need this one start multi-selection down here in the dependency array. That way we have all the different dependencies we use listed in the dependency array, like this. So now it should give us no trouble with updating the following function, onPointerMove. Great. That is it, and now we can move on to creating these sidebars. To get started with the sidebars, I'm first going to head into the canvas component. I'm just going to close all the other components actually. So I'll say canvas, and then I would like to create a useState. So I'll say const, and then left is minimized, and then set left is minimized, and that will just be false by default. So we have two sidebar menus. We have one right here, and we have another one over here on the right, and then you can minimize the left and the right one. So now I'll hop down, and then right down at the bottom, I'm just going to put a sidebars component. We'll just implement this in a second. And then I would like to pass in left is minimized, like that. And then also the set left is minimized, like so. And now I press save, and it says sidebars is not defined. So I'll just go ahead and copy the following component name. And then over here, I'm going to create another folder called sidebars. In here, I'll just create a new file, sidebars.tsx. And now we can export a default function, sidebars, like so. And in here, I'll just return a div for now, like this, and say hello. I'm just going to make this a client component as well, because we'll use a lot of states. We'll have a lot of input fields in here, for example. And then I'll pass in the props, and that was left is minimized, and also set left is minimized, like this. And I'm just going to define the types on these two. So that will be a boolean, and set left is minimized will be a value. So boolean, whether to minimize it or not. And then it will just return null, or just return nothing, so void. Now, first we can get the user himself. So I'll say const me equals use self, like this. Next up, we can then also get the others. So others, use others, like this. And I can then get the selected elements. So I'll say const selected layer equals use self, and then I can say const selection equals me.presence.selection. I can then return selection.length equals 1. Then we return the selection, otherwise we just return null. So if you have one single layer selected, then we will have that stored right here, otherwise this variable will be null. And this of course is only the ID of the selected layer, so I'll just go ahead and grab the actual layer. So const layer equals use storage, and then I'll get the root, like this. And just open up the method. And then I can say if not selected layer, then we just return null, because this might be null, remember? And then otherwise we return root.layers.get, and then we pass in the selected layer like so. So now we have the selected layer that the user currently has selected. Next up, I can get the room color. So I'll say const room color equals use storage, and then we can get the root, and I can say root.room color like this. We can then also get all the layers. So I'll say const layers and then use storage. And this will get from root.layers like this. We can do the same just for layer IDs. So layer IDs. And I also want the layer IDs reversed because I want to show over here in the left sidebar a list of all the layers. But right now the layer IDs are reversed. So I'll need to reverse them to show them in the correct order of how we imagined layers to be stacked on top of each other. So I'll just say reversed layer IDs equals, and then layer IDs dot reverse. And if this is undefined, I'll just pass in an empty array for now. And then I'll also say const selection equals use self, and then get all the selected layers instead of just the one up here. Now I can create a mutation that can change all the different properties in a layer. So this will be a general one where you can just pass in a property from a layer, and if that property is then set, we'll then set that on the layer. So this will be used over here on the right sidebar, for example, where you have all these different input fields for changing the different properties on a given layer. So if I click a rectangle, I'll then see a bunch of different properties I can change. And if I then go ahead and change the width, then we'll update the width via this update layer mutation. So let me go ahead and say const update layer. And this is equal to a use mutation from Liveblocks. Inside this use mutation, I want to access the storage because we need to modify this. Also, we'll need to pass in some updates. So that will be a parameter, and updates will have an X value, a Y value. It will also have a width, a height, and let me just make this a rocket notation so it doesn't give us errors all the time. It will also have an opacity along with a corner radius, like so, and then also a fill, so the color, as well as a stroke, that is also the border color, a font size, also a font's weight, also a font family, like so. And now, how do we know which layer to update? Well, we have the selected layer right up here. So this is the layer that we want to update. So I'm going to go ahead and say if not selected layer, then we just return, because then we do not know which layer to update. Otherwise, we can say const live layers equals storage.get layers, and we can then say const layer equals live layers.get, and then we'll pass in the selected layer like so. Now if the layer does exist, so if layer, then I can just say layer.update, and then I'm just going to pass in a big object, and I'll just go like this, keep it super simple. So equals undefined, so what happens here is that we say, okay, if X is defined in the updates that we passed into the update layer function, then we'll just set that in the following way, and then spread those properties out into this big object here. So if this is set, then we just add that to this big object right here. And we can just do that for all the keys. So I'll just do that for Y, width, height, opacity, corner radius, fill, stroke, font size, font weight, and also font family. Now, if we go back to types, we can see that a layer, I'll just find a given layer, the fill and stroke will be of the type color, but in updates right now it is a string. So I'll just create a method inside the utils to do exactly that, convert from a string to a color. So I'll say export function, hex to RGB, like this, and we'll pass in a hex, which is a string, and return a color, like that. And then how we do it is in a pretty cool little way. So we'll just say const r, and then pass int. So this is how you can convert from a hexadecimal color to an RGB color. I'll also say hex.slice, and then 1, 2, 3, and then I'll say 16. I just need to actually return something, that's Y. And then we'll do 3 to 5 for G, and then 5 to 7 for B. And now we can just return a color like this. And then we can import that in here and just surround the fill by that. So now we just wrap the stroke and also the fill with this hex to RGB function and save that. Now, since we are dependent on this selected layer, we'll just need to pass that in right here as well. And then the last function I would like to implement is one called update selection, which we have probably done before. So use mutation. And then I'm going to say set my presence, like that. And then I'm going to pass in the layer ID that I want to select, like this. And then I'll just say set my presence. I'll need to pass in a dependency array. So I'll go ahead and do this. And then I'll say set my presence. And then I'll say selection, and that will be the layer ID. And I would like to add that to the history, like so. And I'm just going to save this. So right over here in the left sidebar, which we'll build out in a second, we'll see a stack of all the layers. And if I click one of these layers, I would then like to be able to select the layer from that click. So that is why we have an update selected, or update selection it should be, function, so we can do that. And now we can actually start building out the sidebars. So I'll just start by creating a React fragment because we might return multiple things in here. And then I'll just say left sidebar as a comment first, so we know that is that. And then we can say left is minimized. So we'll render two different sidebars based on whether left is minimized or left is not minimized. So if left is not minimized, then what I'll do, I'll just go ahead and do this so we don't get any errors. So if left is not minimized, I'll just create a new div. This will have a class name that is fixed. We'll attach it to the left part of the screen. So left 0, flex age screen, width of 240 pixels, like that. And I can say flex call inside of this to stack all the items. I'll give it a border to the right. So there will be a border between the left sidebar and also the canvas. Then I'll say border gray 200 and give it a white background color, like this. So let me just go ahead and save that. And then I can see inside canvas, we just need to import the sidebars like this. And then we should see a white sidebar right here. The canvas still works, and the canvas is just hidden under the sidebar because the sidebar is fixed to the side. And now let's add some things to the sidebar. So I'll just open up the div, create another div inside of that, and give it a padding of 4. So P4, that will be 16 pixels. Inside this, I'll create another div, say flex, justify between. So this is where I want to show the logo. And then in here, I'll just say link, and this will be a link to the dashboard. So a logo, and then if you click that, you get taken back to the dashboard. So this will have an href of dashboard, And we haven't created the dashboard yet, but we'll do that after the sidebars. And then inside this link, I'll just put in an image. This image should have a source. I'll just close the image tag like that. The image should have a source of Figma logo, like so, .svg. And then I'm going to go ahead and say alt Figma logo, and then also class name. Oh, sorry. Yeah, class name. And then age 18 pixels. And a width of 18 pixels too. Like that. So let me just go ahead and close this tag properly and press save so we can see it a little bit better. So right now, because we only have one element, it will just be centered. But what I want to do is just say justify between, and then put in another menu. So this will be pi sidebar symbol thin. So this will be a menu, and let me just close it like this and try and import that. So if I hop all the way up, say import pi sidebar from React icons, great. And then let me just style that a little bit. So class name, age 5, width of 5.2, and then cursor pointer. So if you hover it, you can see that it is clickable. And if you do click it, then what I want to do is just go ahead and say sets left is minimized to true. So this is for minimizing or maximizing the sidebar. And now after saving, it loads over here. So we can see that this is for minimizing the sidebar. And now it is minimized and we don't have a button to maximize it, but that is how it will look. If I hover this, you can see that it will take us to the dashboard. If I press it, it takes us to the dashboard. And I can go back. So now we have this little sidebar we can start working with. So if I go right under this div, I'll just create some content inside the sidebar. So I'll say h2, and then I'll just say room name for now. This will be dynamically set by the database. So we'll store some room name in a database, and then we can just set this with a directive like this. So I'm going to say class name mt2, scroll m20, and then also text 13 pixels and font medium. So now we have the room name, and we can then go ahead right under this div and create a little border between the room name and then the properties we would like to be able to fix or to set, or just the content that we want to show actually. So right under div, I'll just say class name border B. So this is just a way of making a border. So we'll just create an empty div with a border bottom, and then say border gray 200. And now we have this little border right here. And the reason I have this div with padding 4 is because I would like all of this content to have a padding of 4, as you see it does right here. But then I would like the border to reach all the way out to the edges. So that would not work if I put padding 4 inside this parent element, like that. Then it would also give padding 4 to the border, and that is not what I want. I want only padding 4 to the items, and then I would like this border to reach all the way out to the edges. Now, next up I want to show all the different layers in a stack. So I'll go ahead and say div, and then create a stack. So flex and flex call with a gap of 1 between the elements, and then a padding of 4 as well. Inside this div, what I'm going to do is just first put in a span. So this will just say layers. I'll just style this a little bit, so I'll make some spacing between this and the top. I'll say text 11 pixels. I'll also say font medium. Now I can use the layer IDs. So layer IDs from up here. So these will just be all the layer IDs from storage. And then if they are not null, so I'll just do this. Then what I want to do is show the reverse layer IDs, because the reverse layer IDs reflect how we imagine layers to be. So the most top layer in the set index will also be the one on the top here. So that is what I want to show. And then I can say .map and then ID. And then what I'm going to do is just this const layer equals layers dot get, like this, and then I'll get it from the ID. And then if a layer is selected over here, I also want to select it with a blue color in the stack over here on the left. So I'll just check if it is selected or not by saying if const is selected equals selection.includes ID, like this. And then this selection might be null, so I'll just go ahead and put an optional chain on that. And then I'll say if layer dot type equals layer type dot and then rectangle. So if it is a rectangle, then I want to render it a little bit differently from if it is an ellipse, for example. So I'll just go ahead and open up and then return something. So I'll say return. And then what I want to return is a button. This button should have a key because it is inside a map, this map right here. So we need to provide it with a key. And this key will just be ID. Then I would like to put in a something inside this button. So I'll just put in an IO square outline first of all. That is just an icon showing a square. And the class name for that will just be h3 and width free as well. And then I'll say text gray 500 to just color the background of that icon. And you use text gray to color the icon instead of just color, for example, just so you know that. Then I can just press save. And now for all the rectangles, we have a rectangle over here. Next of all, it will be pretty nice to have some text saying rectangle 2, like that. And then we can just go inside this button and just change the classes a little bit. So I'm just going to go ahead and say flex items center, save that. So now it looks like this. Let me put a gap of 2 between that and then round it a little bit. So I'll just say rounded like that. And then I'll say px 1.5. Then I'm going to say py1 text left like this. And then I'll make the text a little bit smaller, so 11 pixels. And then I'll go ahead and say hover. And if you hover it, then I'll say bg gray 100. So now it will look like this if I hover the different elements. And if you then do decide to select one of them, I'll just say is selected. So I'll just go ahead and name it probably up here. So if it is selected, then I'll say bg. And then the background color I would like to use is just going to be BCE3FF. Otherwise, what I want to do is just pass in an empty string. So now if I select a rectangle over here, it doesn't really update like it should. So we do have an error right here. And now the background color becomes blue whenever a rectangle is selected. I do want to be able to select the rectangles from over in this menu as well. So I'm going to go ahead and say on click, pass in this property. If you do click it, I'll say update selection, pass in the ID. Remember we defined the update selection button in the start. So you can pass in a layer ID, and then we'll set my presence and update the array of the selections. So now if I press these buttons over here, we can select the different rectangles like that. Great. So now we also have paths and we also have ellipses, for example. I can just put in an ellipse right there. But these do not get rendered over here in layers yet. So let me just go ahead and create another statement for that. So I'll say else if. And here we're just going to say ellipse instead of rectangle. Instead of IO square outline, I'll say IO ellipse outline like that. And then I'll just change this to ellipse and press save. And now we do see we have an ellipse over here as well. So the next thing we can do is just add the same just for a path. So I'm just going to copy this else if statement again, say path. Now I can say drawing over here instead of path. Path might not be very obvious to the user, but drawing definitely is. I can say PI path outline, or light it is called actually, import that. And now we have a drawing right here as well, which we can also select. Okay, next up, what I want to do is do the same for text. So I'll just go ahead and copy this again. And then this just needs to be text. Right down here, it will be text. And I'll just say AI outline font size, like that. And now if I just insert some text, we should be able to see the text right here as well. So since we have duplicated this button so many times, it might be a good idea to just extract it into a component. So what I'll do is just go into sidebars and call this layer button.tsx. I'll just say export default layer button, like this. And then what I want to pass into the component is the text, also the ID of the layer, and then also an icon. So I'll just go ahead and say ID or layer ID, and then text, and then an icon. And then I'm gonna just put some types on these two. So the layer ID will just be a string, the same for the text. And then the icon will just be a React node. So a piece of HTML we can pass down. And then I just need to say const probably, like that. Let me just say const layer button and then export default layer button, like so. And then in here, I'm just going to copy this button and then just return that. And then what I also want to do is just take this update selection method, remove it from sidebars, and just define it inside this layer button as well. So I'm just going to say import use client over here as well, because we're using a hook, and that works fine for now. And then I'm just going to use the layer ID instead of the key, like that. And then I can just import, instead of this icon, I can just say use the icon up here. So I can use the icon like so. And then instead of this ellipse, I can say text, like that. And then that should work. So let me just see what it is. So it's selected. For that, I'll just hop back in here, go to is selected, like that. And then that is defined right there. So we should just pass that down as a Boolean property, like this. And that will just be a Boolean. So now this works in here. And we can just pass that down. So first of all, for the button, I'm just going to return the layer button, like this. Close up the component. The layer ID will just be the ID. The text will be rectangle, like that. And then I can say is selected equals is selected. And then Boolean undefined. So if it is undefined, then it'll for sure be false. And then we are missing one more property, and that is the icon. So I'll just copy this icon and just paste it in right there. Cool. So now I can just remove this return statement, like this. And then I'm just going to go ahead and do the same for the rest of the buttons. So I'll just say return like so right here as well. And then it's going to be ellipse. The icon will be the IO ellipse outline. And that should be fine for that. Then I'll just do the same for the path. So here it is going to be PI path lights. And then it is going to say drawing. And then lastly for the text, it will be text. And then AI outline font size, like so. Then that should work fine. So if I just save this, we can see that nothing really changes over here. But it still works fine as it is supposed to. So if we just wait for this to load, we do have 2 errors. So each child in a list should have a unique key property. So hopping back into the layer button, instead of defining the key right here, I'll just hop back in and define it right here. So this will be ID, 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 and also ID. And then if I refresh, then we should no longer see that error, which we do not. And we can still select the different elements. Cool. And then this was the case where the left sidebar is not minimized. But if the left sidebar is minimized, then I would like to just create that case as well down here. So again, we'll just put on some class names. This will be fixed, left free, top free. So it will not be close to the edge of the browser like it is right now. It'll have some spacing. Then I'll say height of 48 pixels, like so. And then a width of 250 pixels. I would like to say items center, justify between, like that. And then I also need to put on a flex class. I'll round it a little bit, or a lot actually with the XL. I'll just say border, and then BG white, and a padding of 4. So if I go ahead and close this menu now, we see that this is the minimized version of the sidebar. And then inside this div, what I can do is go ahead and put in a link. So I'll just grab this from up here, because we might be able to reuse that. And then instead of this sidebar symbol, so this icon will actually be the same, but this will just be false. So if I go ahead and just remove that, and save, now we can see that this is how it looks. So we can now minimize the menu or keep it maximized. Great. So this, if it is in the minimized state, that means we can see a little bit more. Another thing I want to put in is just an h2 with the room name. So I'll just say class name, scroll M20. And then now I'm going to put text 13 pixels. And then font medium. And then I would like to put in a room name. So for now, I'm just going to hard code it like so. So now the left sidebar is basically done. Okay, so moving on to the right sidebar, I'm just going to go ahead and say right sidebar like this first. And then I'll say left is minimized, because the right sidebar should be minimized if the left sidebar is minimized as well. And then or layer. So I want to show the sidebar in some cases. So if both sidebars are minimized, so if left is minimized, but a layer is selected, then I would like to show the sidebar. Although if a layer is not selected and the left sidebar is minimized, then I don't want to show any of the sidebars. And the reason for this is that if you go like this and then select an element, then we should still be able to change the properties over here in the right sidebar, so it should appear automatically. And then when I deselect it again, then it should just disappear and become the minimized sidebar again. So I'm just going to go ahead and say or layer. And then I'll just define 2 different cases like this. It'll just be a div for now, like so. And then let me just go ahead and do the same over here. So if it is a maximized sidebar, then I'm just going to go ahead and say class name. And we'll do a little bit of logic in here. So first of all, it'll for sure be fixed. And then if it is left is minimized, left is minimized and layer position, I'll just layer like that. Then I'll say bottom free, right free, top free, and rounded XL, like so. That is the first case. I just need to close this again. And then additionally, I can say if left is minimized and layer is not also selected, then I'll say h screen, and the other case is just an empty string. And then lastly, what I can do is say if left is minimized, not, and then and layer, then I would like to say bottom 0, top 0, age screen, otherwise just an empty string. And then I always want to align it in the right side, so I'll say right 0, which will work together with the fixed property. And then I can say a width of 240 pixels. I want to give it a flex call to make it a stack, a border of left, so it'll have a border just like we do over here. And then I also want to say border gray 200 and BG white for background color. So now if I just go ahead and try and maximize it, we can now see that we have a right border over here, like that. It does not show though, unless we click an element, and that is exactly what we wanted. So the reason we have all these different if statements inside of the string is to handle a couple of different cases. So first of all, if left is minimized like it is right now, and a layer is selected, so layer is not null or undefined, that is in this case right here, then what I want to do is just attach it free away from the bottom. So that will be 12 pixels away from the bottom, 12 pixels away from the right side, and 12 pixels away from the top side. And I'll round it a little bit. So right here it is not rounded, but if it is minimized and a layer selected, then it is rounded. Cool, that is the first case. The next case is if left is not minimized and also not layer. So that is the following case right there. And in that case, I'll just make it fill the entire screen like we do right here. The last case is if a left is minimized and a layer is selected. Or sorry, left is not minimized, so left is open and the layer is selected. So like right here. And in that case, I'll just say bottom 0 to attach it to the bottom. And this is for sure not correct. So bottom 0, top 0, and age screen. So I'll just attach it to the top and to the bottom and make it a full height. And then in any case, I'll just say, okay, we always gotta attach it to the right side, and then we'll just put the usual properties on, such as flex and flex call, for example. So that is how we structure the right menu. So the first thing I want to put in the right menu is just a span, and I'll just say users and share here. So this will just be a placeholder for now. So I want to show the different users that are active inside the room, as well as a big blue share button. But I won't be implementing this just yet, but in a second. So I'll just leave that as it is. And then I can go ahead and just implement what is under that. So I'm going to put in a border once again. So this will just be a div with the class name border B and border gray 200 like so. So now we have a border. And then under that, I'm going to say layer. So if a layer is selected, then we would like to show some HTML. And this HTML will be inside a React fragment. Otherwise, I'll just say null for now, or maybe just a div like that. And this does not have to open right there. So what I'll do is I'll just put in a div. So this will have the class name flex call, gap 2, and a padding of 4. Also inside this div, I'll just put in a span. This will have the class name MB2, text 11 pixels, and font medium. And then this should say position. So now we are getting to the specific properties that you're able to change whenever you select an element. So as you see right here, if I select this rectangle, then we're able to see the position property. And now we just need to define the input fields under that. So hopping back here, and then I can create a div. Like this. And let me just revert that because I saw an error. So I'll just say div and close the div up again. Inside this div, I'll just give a class name. Like so. And then the class name should be flex, width of full. And then also a gap of 2. And this of course needs to be uppercase, or camel case, sorry, so class name. And the reason I'm putting in this div with a flex and a gap between the elements is because I want 2 input fields right here next to each other. So I want one right here and then one to the right of that. And these should be the input fields for changing the x value and the y value of a given element. So I'm just going to go ahead and create that input field right now that we can reuse throughout the entire sidebar component. So I'm going to go ahead and say sidebars, create new component, and this is called number input.tsx, like so. And then in here I'll say const number input equals, and then we need to do a couple of things in here. So first of all, I'll just create the function, say export default number input. And then in here, I want to pass in some properties. First of all, I want to pass in the value, what will happen when we change the value, a minimum value in the number input, a maximum value, an icon, and also some class names if you want to override the class name, so just put on some custom class names. And let me just define the types. So the types will be for value, number, onChange will be a function that takes a number as a parameter and returns void. Minimum is just a number. If this is undefined, we'll just not set that. Maximum will also be a number. The icon will just be a React node. And the class names will just be a string. Like that. And you don't have to necessarily define the class names either. So saving that and then hopping down here, I'll just create a useState storing the input value. So I'll say const input value and set input value. The default value of this useState should just be the value we get from the properties. And let me just import this as well. And then what I can do after that is say use effect, like so. Then I'm going to say set input value. And then the input value should be value to string. And then this use effect should be run every time the value changes, like this. And then let me just define what happens whenever we change the input field. So I'll say handle change. This should be a function that takes a change event. This change event is a change event for an HTML input element. And we can just define this as with the rocket notation again, say set input value e.target.value. So this will be called whenever the input field we'll define in just a second will change. In that case, it'll just call this function and set the input value. Next up, we can say const handle commit. So whenever the value is changed, we don't necessarily want to save that value in the Liveblocks storage. We do want to save the value whenever we want to commit. So for example, if you change the value and press enter or press outside the input field, then you are committing, and then that value will be saved in the Liveblocks storage. So I'll go ahead and say handle commit and open a new function. Then I'll say const new value equals parse floats input value, like that. Then I'm going to say if is not a number, and then new value, like so. In that case, I'll say set input value to value.toString, and then just return. So when you do decide to commit and then save the value, so for example, when you press enter or click outside the input field, then we check if it is not a number. If it is not a number, then we just use the default value already stored in the Liveblocks storage and then set that input field to that default value again. So we just revert the changes basically. Next of all, we want to say const clamped value equals math.minimum. And then I'll say max or new value, and then math.max, minimum or new value, and then new value. And then what I'm going to do is say set input value to clamped value.string, and then also on change clamped value, like so. So in here we clamped the value we just committed to between the minimum and maximum values. And because these can be undefined, if the maximum is undefined, then we just use the new value as the maximum upper bound. And if the minimum is undefined, then we just use the new value as the minimum upper bound. So it'll just become new value. And next up, I can go ahead and say const handle key down. This is equal to a reacts.keyboard event. So I'll just say keyboard events from HTML input element, like that. And then let me see if I need to import any of these. So maybe I need to go ahead and do that. So I'll say if e.key equals enter. So if I press down the enter key, then what I'm going to do is just call handle commit and then commit whatever we changed. So save that to the Liveblocks storage. And then I'm also going to just remove focus from that field. So I'm going to say e.currentTarget as HTML input element dot blur. So after committing, I'll then remove the focus from that input field because we just committed. So that's a good way of showing the user that we actually committed. Next up, I'm going to create the actual HTML for the input field. So I'll just say return, and then I'm going to return a div, first of all, where the class name is relative h fits. And then if you have defined some specific class names that you would like to add in the parameters up here, we'll just pass those in as well. So if they're there, then we'll pass those in. Otherwise, we'll just say the width to set the width to 28. So if you want to override the width yourself, you can use the class names. Otherwise, we'll just specify this with ourselves. And that is the reason why we can even pass in the class names. So I'll just define an input. I'll just close the tag like that. And then I'll say type number. I'll say value equals input value. On change, I'll say on change, or handle change it is called. And then on blur, I'm going to say handle commit. So whenever you leave the field, I'll say handle commit. And also on key down, I'm just going to say handle key down, which we created. I'll put in a minimum value, which is being validated by the browser client side. This will be minimum. Maximum will just be maximum. And then the class name is going to be in the following format. So h fit, so it'll fit the value, v full, rounded, lg, border, and then border color, and that will be f5, f5, f5. And I'm just going to go ahead and do the same for the background, like so. And then I'm going to give it some margin, so px2, py1, pl6, so not some margin, some padding. I want to make the text extra small. And then also say when you hover it, I want to highlight the border. So I'm going to say border, and then it's going to be E8, E8, E8. So the reason I defined the border right here, and both the border and the background color, is because I want to color the border in this almost white color first of all, and then when you hover it, I'm just going to change the border color a little bit, but when you remove your mouse again, then we switch back to this original border color. And then right under this input, I can say react.isValidElement, and then I can pass in this icon, and let me just import React as well. I'm going to say icon.type is a paragraph. So if you pass in a paragraph, so just a piece of text, we can use that as an icon, but you can also pass in a React element, so just an icon, for example, a component, and then we should be able to handle both of these cases. So in some cases, we want to just pass in a W, for example, as the icon, but in other cases, we want to pass in a specific icon component. So I want to be able to handle both. So first of all, this is the icon, this is the paragraph. And in that case, I'll want to render a paragraph like that. This paragraph should have some class names. So absolute, for example, left 2, top 50%. And then minus translate, y 1/2, y 1/2, like that. Text 10 pixels. And then also text gray 400, like that. And then if I just save that, I'll just need to define the other case. So I'll just say null for now. So inside this paragraph, what I want to pass in is going to be the icon, which we can pass in from the properties up here. This icon will then, I'll just go ahead and say icon as React element. So let me just try and import React. And this for sure is not that type of parentheses. This is better. And then I'm going to say children react.react node. And then I can say .props like that. And then I can say .children like so, and just save that. So if you do decide to pass in a paragraph, then we just grab the children from the paragraph, so the text, and then we define our own styling for the paragraph. So that is exactly what we do here. And then if it is not a paragraph you pass in, then I would like to say react.clone element. Then I can say icon as react.react element. And I can then go ahead and say class name. And then I can define my own class names. So if you pass in a React element, so for example just a component, then I want to clone the element and override the class names such that the class names will always be standardized within this number input. So I'm going to say absolute left 1.5 top 50% like that, and then age 3 width 3 minus translate y 1/2 like that, and then text gray 400 to just color the icon like so. And then if I hop back into sidebars, we should be able to import this number input and show it right down here under position. So we had this flex v4 gap2 to just show number inputs side by side. So let me just say number input and define the left number input. So I'll go ahead and say value, and that'll be layer.x as the default value. On change, I'm going to go ahead and say we get the number. And then what I can do is say update layer from that big function we created up here. And then inside this update layer, what I want to pass in is the x value as well as a y value. And that'll just be layer.y. I don't think I really need to pass that in. And then what I can also do is go ahead right there and say class name width 1/2, because we want to override the width of that number input. And then I can say icon, and the icon should just be a paragraph where I put in the icon x. So if I save this, we see that we have the x right there, but it is kind of misaligned. Otherwise, it looks pretty nice. So hopping back into number input, we might want to find out why that is. So it says top 50%, but it is actually top 50% in a square bracket like that. And now that I saved, it looks better over here, and it is aligned as it is supposed to be. So let me just go ahead and duplicate this number input and call this y. And then instead of layer.x, I'm going to say y and layer.y. So now we have an x input and a y input, and if I drag them around, they'll update accordingly because their properties change, so the value right here. So now we have those two input fields nailed down. If I do hop in and say 150, press enter, then it means that we commit, and then it's saved to the Liveblocks storage. If I say 175 and click outside of it, then it does commit as well. Now I'm just going to say diff, and then put another diff edit tag down here as well. And then inside this diff, I'll say class name flex call, and gap1. What I want inside this is just a paragraph that says position as well, like this. And the class name for that should just be text 9 pixels, so a little bit smaller. And then I'm going to say font medium and text gray 500, like so. So this will just need to be spelled correctly. And then if I click this one, I can see that we have a more specific label right over the input field. So consider this as just the group name, and then you can have multiple groups or multiple input fields or right under that group if you want to. So obviously every single element has a X and a Y position that you can use to define where it is positioned. But if you have a path, for example, it doesn't really make sense to resize it right now because we haven't implemented that logic. So we want to omit some of these property editors from some different layer types. So that is what I'm going to do. So down here, I'll just create another one. So because we are returning multiple things, I need to go ahead and return a React fragment like that. And it is actually not up here, but down right there. So now we will be able to return multiple things inside the same conditional that we have right there. So we want to be able to modify the dimensions for every single layer except for the path. So we want to show the following input fields for only the ones that are not a path. So I'll just go ahead and say layer.type is not layer_type.path, like so. And in that case, the HTML I want to return is going to be a div with a border. So I'm just going to reuse that same border. I might as well. And right under that border, I'm going to put in another div, and I might as well use this one as well. So let me just copy this one, paste that down right under the border. And now we see position 2 times. This will be layout instead. And this specific input field will be called dimensions. And then I'll say layer.width instead of layer.x. And right here it will be width 2. And here it will just say W. This will be height. And then this will be height as well. And then layer.height 2. So if I save that, we can now see that this one is 100 times 100. And if I do resize it, we can see that these properties change as well. And I can also change it right here. And then when I commit, then it resizes like it should. If I go to the path though, it won't show this, so it works as expected. Right under this, I'll create another one called appearance. So if I just copy this right down here, I can say, and I just select something random, I can say appearance like that. And then this one will be opacity. And that is, of course, only a single input field. So I'll just say vfull right there. The minimum should be 0. The maximum should be 100. So you can change from between 0 in opacity, 0% to 100% opacity. And right here, we'll just change the opacity. This will be opacity as well. And this one, instead of a paragraph, I'll just put in an icon. So I'll say BS circle half like that. Save that. And now we have an opacity changer. And then if you specifically have chosen a rectangle, then I would like to show a way to change the corner radius. So right now, let me just change this to check it works. So I can change the opacity to 10, and now it's almost invisible. I can take it all the way up again, like that. And now it just works as it is supposed to. And notice how if I say hello, or do something, put in this one, then it just reverts to the default value, which is 100. So it supports this as well. So let me just grab the following one, copy all of this, and then down here I'm going to say, oh, let me actually delete this because we don't need that. We don't need the flex. I copy that div, and then I say layer.type is equal to layer_type.rectangle. If it is a rectangle, then I would like to show the corner radius. So that will be corner radius. And then the corner radius will also be between 0 and 100. I would like to change corner radius there and there. And then this should be RI, rounded corner. So if I just save that, if this is undefined, I'll just make it 0, like so. And now, if we can see, we have a corner radius icon. And if I change this, the corner radius definitely changes, like so. So now that works as well. If I choose an ellipse, for example, or a path, then we are not able to see the corner radius that is specific to only the rectangle. Now if I go ahead and say width 1/2 right there, hop back up here and say width 1/2 right there as well, and then I create another div, wrap both of these in the div, and then in this div I'll give it a class name. I'll say flex width full, and then I'm going to say gap of 2, like so. Then we can see that they are side by side on this rectangle, and then it will just be gone if I choose an ellipse or a path, like so. So now it looks a little bit nicer in my opinion. So what we did was that we just made the class names fill the entire width, and then we wrapped each of these number inputs in a div with a width of 1/2, so that would be a div containing this entire thing, and then we wrap that in a width filling out the entire width of this sidebar. So that is how we can remove this one conditionally and still keep this one 1/2 width if we want to. Great. Under this I'll create another one, another border, so I'll just say div class name border B, and then border gray 200, and right under that, let me just close it in this way because it won't contain any children. Right under that, what I want to do is just say div, the class name is flex call gap 2 p of 4, and then I want to put in a span saying fill. Here the class name should be mb2 text 11 pixels, and then font medium, like so. So now I want to create a new component. So remember how the fill is going to be the color of the background. So I want to create a color component, just like we have the number input. This one is just going to be called color picker. So if I just copy this one, then I do not need the icon or the class name or the minimum or maximum value. I just need the value, which is going to be layer.fill. And I'm going to wrap this in an RGB to hex. So we just need to implement that. And then on change, we'll get a new color, and we can say update layer. And we can then say fill and then color. And this one should of course be called color picker, like so. So first of all, let me go ahead and just implement this component so we can use it. So I'll say sidebars, new file, colorpicker.tsx. In here I'm going to say const color picker equals, the props will be value on change, and also class name if you decide to include that as well. The value will be a string, on change will be a value, so the color string that returns null, and the class name will just be optional. Let me just go ahead and say export default color picker. Now what I can do is say const input value, like so, and then set input value, and then we just use the value we can pass down as the default. I can also say is picker open, because it will be a color picker that can open up, and then we have this RGB component we can use to drag around a color picker and then decide what the color should be. So is picker open, and set is picker open, and this should be false by default. I also want to create a reference to the picker, so I'll say picker ref equals use ref. This should be HTML div element, like so, and it should be null by default. Next up, I can create this use effect like we did last time. So I'll just say set input value to value, and I'm going to say value right there, like so. And then I'll say create another use effect to close it automatically if I click outside of it. So use effect, like that. And then the dependency array should just be the picker ref. In here, what I want to do is say const handle click outside. This should be an event, which is mouse event. And we can say if picker ref dot current, so if that is not null, because you can see it can be null up here, and picker_ref dot current dot contains event dot target as node. So if it is not null and it does not contain where we just clicked, so the event, then that means we clicked outside of it. So we'll then say set is picker_open to false, and then right under that we just need to subscribe to the event. So we'll say document dot add event listener, and then mouse down, and in that case we'll just call this handle click outside method. When the component is destroyed, we'll just say return, and then document dot remove event listener, and we'll just remove the following event listener to mouse down. So let us now just create the handle change method, which will be an event we receive. That is a react.keyboard event of an HTML input element, like that. And in that case, we'll just set the input value to event.target.value, like so. And it should be a change event, not a keyboard event. Great. Under that, we can say handle commit, so when we actually want to save it to Liveblocks storage. And then I want to test if it is actually a hexadecimal color, so I'm going to say if, and then I'll go in and put in a regex. So I'll go ahead and do that actually, and then the input value, and this should check whether it is a hexadecimal color. And then if it is a hexadecimal color, we'll call on change. Otherwise, we'll just set the input value to the default value we receive from the props, which is the following up here. So set input value to value. Now under this handle commit, what I can do is just say const handle key down, and this will be an event with react.keyboard event from an HTML input element. Here we can say if the key is enter, then we handle the commit, and then we also remove focus from the input element. Under that, we'll just say const handle color change equals, and we receive a color, and we'll then say set input value to the color, and we're going to call the onChange method. Great. Next up, we can just return the HTML needed to show the color picker. So let's go ahead and search for React color full npm over here. And then this is what we're going to use to create this color picker. So I'm just going to run the following command, hop to my terminal, create another one, install that, close my terminal back down again. And then what I want to do is just say return a div where we have a ref to the picker ref, like this. Then class name should be relative age fit, and then I want to say if we decide to override the class names, so class name, then I'll just pass in that class name, otherwise I'll pass in width of 28 as the default value. Great. So right on this div, I'll say input, and then the type should be text, and then the value should be input value. On change should be handle change. On blur should be handle commit, like that. Like so. Great. And then on key down, we'll just call the handle key down method we just created too. Let me just save. And then we can just put in some class names. So right here, I'll just say age fits width of full. I would like to say rounded LG border, put in a border color too. This border color will be F5, F5, F5. I'll do the same for the BG, like so. Now I'll say px2, py1, text extra small. And then when you hover, I'll just change the border color just a little bit. So I'll say border E8, E8, E8. And then right in here, I'll say another div. This should just be a little square that just shows us what the color is currently. So I'll say class name is absolute, left 1.5, top 50%. Age is going to be 3.5, width going to be 3.5 as well. I'm going to say minus translate y 1.5 cursor pointer, and I'm going to round it a little bit as well. And when you do click it, I want to open this color picker from React Colorful. So I'm going to say on click. And then if you do click it, I'm going to say set is picker open to is picker open. Lastly, I'm just going to put in a style tag so I can set the background color. So I'm going to say background color, and that is going to be the same as the input value. Great. And now lastly, I'm just going to close it like that. Say is picker open. And if it is open, I'll say div. I'll put in the class name, which is absolute, write 0, set 10, empty2, minus translates x 125 pixels, like so. And then inside this div, I'm just going to put in the hex color picker, like that, which we can import from React Colorful. So I can say import hex color picker from React Colorful. And we just need to define the color, which is going to be the input value, as well as the on change, which is going to be handle color change, like so. So after saving that, importing it over here, we just need to define this RGB to hex. So I'm going to head into utils, and I can see we already have this color to CSS function. So let me just say color to CSS instead, save that. If I then hop back over here and just try and click this rectangle, I can click this one to open up the menu, and I can also change this directly if I want to. Great. So now this works. It just looks a little bit funky, so let us just check out why that is. So this one is the first obvious error that I can see. And then let me just go ahead and say padding left of 6. So now it looks way better, like this. And I can change it to E8, 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 press save, and now it is committed. I can change it to red, and I can refresh. And it is still red like it is supposed to. So now that we have this, we can just go ahead and create the same for the fill, just for the stroke. So let me just copy that, call this stroke. Right here, I'll just say stroke instead of fill. And now we also are able to define the stroke color. So if I set this to red, it'll be red. If I set it to yellow, we can see that it is yellow. And we can do this for all the different elements. On the path, it will look like that. If I set the fill for the path, it'll look like this. And for the ellipse, we'll also be able to do that. So a red border or a green fill, for example. And then if I specifically have a typography, so a layer position, also a layer.type that is a text, I would like to add in some drop downs to be able to change the typography, so the font family, also the font size and the font weight. So let me just go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to say layer.type equals layertype.text. If that is the case, then what I want to do is just return a React fragment first of all. Inside this React fragment, I'll just return a border, like this. So right now, if I click the text, we will be able to see this bottom border, but I won't be able to if I click any other element. Now I can go ahead under this border and just say div class name, flex call, gap2, and a padding of 4, so we can make it a stack. Now I just want to say copy right there, typography, save that, and then all of this below will be specific to text only. So under this typography span, I'm just going to create a new div, say class name, flex call, and a gap of 1. And then I do want a drop down for the font family, but we don't have that component yet. So what I can do is just hop into components. Under sidebar, I'll create another one called dropdown.tsx. Inside dropdown.tsx, I'll just say const dropdown equals, and then I'll open up a component and export that dropdown as the default right here. Next, I can pass in some props. This will be value, on change, it will be options, and will be class name. And I'm just going to go and copy this, paste it right there. The value will just be a string. On change will be a method passing in the value, which is a string, and it'll return void. And then options will just be a string array for now. And then class name should be string, and it should be optional. You shouldn't always want to override the classes. So hopping inside, I can say const selected value, like this, and then set selected value as well, and then we'll pass down the value from here and use that as the default inside the use states. Then what I can do is just create a use effect. I'll just need to import this as well. Inside this use effect, I'll say set selected value, and then pass in value as the dependency array, such that if this value changes, we'll then re-render this component with the use effect because the value is inside this dependency array, and then we'll set the selected value up here in the use state to the new value. And then when you do decide to change it, I'll say handle change. So when you press the drop down and then you select another element, so this will be change events from HTML select element, like that. And then I'll say const new value, and we'll just get the new value from the target.value. Then we'll set the new selected value, and we'll call on change to pass it up into the parent. Great. So what I can then do is just return the div itself that will contain the select. So I'll go ahead and create a new div. I'll say class name. Then I'll always make it relative. And then I'll pass in class name if it does exist. Otherwise, I'll just pass in an empty string. So if you want to add your own classes, you can do that. Inside this div, I'll just say select. This select will be the dropdown itself. The value of the dropdown, so the selected element will be selected value. On change will then be handle change. And class name will be v4, rounded LG, border. I'll give it a border color as well of E8, E8, E8. I'll give it a BG color of F5, 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 like so. I'll give it a little bit of padding on the x-axis, some padding on the y-axis as well, a little less though. I'll give it text extra small, and then when you do hover it, I want the background to change just a little bit. So let me just put this in, BG, and then I'll just say E8, 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 such that the background color will be the same as the border color when you do hover it. So if I go ahead and save that, and then hop into the select, now we can render out all the different options. So I'm going to go ahead and say options. So options up here is just a string array. So each option will then be rendered as something you can click in the dropdown. So over here, you'll be able to open up the dropdown, see your options, and then be able to click them. So options.map, option, like this. And then what I want to return is an option. And then we'll say key, and that will be the option itself. and the value should also be the option. And then I can pass in the option like so as well. And hopping back into sidebars, inside this div, I'll just create a new dropdown. So I'll say dropdown imported from the other folder. I would like to close that component too, and then add the missing attributes. So that'll be value first of all. So layer.fontFamily. And then I would like to implement the onChange too. So we'll receive the value like we defined, and then we can say update layer, and then set the new font family inside the Liveblocks storage. Lastly, we just need to pass down the options. So here I'll pass down Inter. I want to pass down Arial, so that's another font, and then Times New Roman, like this. And then let me just go ahead and save that. And then if we see over here, there is obviously an error. So all of these come together like one, and that is not what we want it to look like. So hopping into the dropdown component to try and identify what it is, we can see that it says options instead of option right there. So let me just go ahead and save that. And now we can switch between Inter, Arial, and Times New Roman, like this. Although if you look at the text down here, we see that it works for Times New Roman and Arial, but it doesn't really change for Inter. Or it does. Great. So Arial and Times New Roman are default fonts actually, and then because we imported Inter in the start, it also works for Inter. So that is very nice to know. Great. So now what we can do if you hop back into sidebars is implement some inputs for both changing the font size and also for changing the font weight. So right under the dropdown here, I'll go ahead and create a new div. This div will have the class flex with full and a gap of 2. So I would like these two input fields to be right next to each other. Inside this div, I'll say div class name flex with full, flex call, and a gap of 1. And this is because I would like to have a little label over the input fields. So I'll say p, and then I'll put in size, as well as class name, which is text 9 pixels, like this. And then I'll say font medium, text gray 500. And then I'm going to pass in size, which it already has. So let me just see how that looks. Now it says size. And then right under that, I'll just create a new number input. The number input should have the value layer.fontSize, like so. It should have the onChange as well. The onChange will get the number, and then it will update the layer with font size, which is the new number. And then right under this, I can go ahead and say class name with full, and then I can pass in an icon as well, and the icon will just be a paragraph where I put in W for the weight. And then I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, put it right under, and call it weight instead of size. And this will just be a drop down too, so a drop down like the one up here. And then the value will be .weight. It says width. That is definitely not correct, so let me just go ahead and change that. So text layer should have fonts weight right there. So this will be font weight. I was just making a spelling mistake, that is why. And then in this onChange, I can get the value. And then what I can do is just update the layer with the new font weights, where I convert the value to a number, like so. So now it will be converted to a value. And font weight up here should then be a number and not a string. So I'll go ahead and say number under font weight, like that. Scroll all the way back down. And then here I'll just pass this to a string. So I'll go ahead and say toString, like this. And then in class name, I'll just remove that. The icon I'll remove as well. And then I'll say options, and then I'm going to pass in from 100 to 400. So, from 100 to 900. So 100, 200, 300, and all the way up to 800 and 900, like so. Great. And let me just go ahead and save that. And then if I select the text over here in just a second, so right there, we can then see that the weights we can select like so. And then if you look at the boldness of the text, so how thick it is, if I pick 900, it is extremely thick. Otherwise, it'll just be smaller and more normal. And then if I change the size, we can see that that works as well. So great. Now we can choose enter, weight 400 for example, and it actually looks pretty decent. If I go ahead and change the color like so of the text, then it looks pretty decent. So that is very nice. And then what I noticed is that if you click text like so, and then you change the fill, then it only changes like the fill and not also the border color. So it doesn't really look very nice. I think they should change at the same time. So I'll just search for fill and then color like this. So whenever I change the fill, I would like to also change the stroke to the same color. That way you can change the stroke away from the fill if you want to, but if you do change the fill, it'll change the entire color of that element. So if I decide to just go ahead and change the fill now, it changes both the stroke and the fill. But if I do want to go ahead and change the stroke to, let me just say red for example, then this works independently of fill. So that is very good. I also think we could need some more spacing between the size and the enter right above. So hopping down, we can just try and find where this is. So this will probably be a gap 2 instead. And now it looks a little bit nicer. So more spacing between that one and then the different input fields right below it. So going down further to right here, what this shows is that if I just scroll up, so you can see, if layer is not chosen, so if the sidebar is open, either because a layer is selected or because the left bar is not minimized, and then a layer is not selected, then we'll show what is shown right down here. In that case, I would like to create a new div, like so. In this div, I'll say class name flex call, gap2, and a padding of 4. I'll then say span. Inside the span, I'll put a page. The class name should be margin bottom 2, text 11 pixels, and font medium. I can just try and save that and remove my selection, and now you can see it says page right here. So what I want to be able to do is change the color of the page. So the color of the canvas, which is gray right now. So I'll go ahead and put in a color picker like this. I can just say on change first of all, or sorry, value first of all. The value will just be room color. And if room color does exist, I'll then say RGB to hex, or this will be color to CSS. And then in here I can pass in the room color. Otherwise, I'll just use the same default room color as we have done so far. So 1E, 1E, 1E. And then I also need to pass in an on change, like this. So if you do change the color, what happens next? So first of all, we'll convert it to a color in a hex. So I'll say RGB color. Oh, sorry, we'll convert it the other way around. So right here, we receive a color in a hex format, and we want to convert that to RGB. And that way we have RGB right here. And then I can go ahead and hover this, and then I can say set room color. So this is what we need to just define. And then I can go ahead and pass in the RGB color like that, and then press save. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, hop all the way up here under my hooks, and then I'll just say const set room color equals use mutation. I would like to access the storage, and I would like to pass in a new color, which is of type color, like this. And then I can say storage.set room color to the new color. And let me just go ahead and see what use mutation is worried about. So I think I didn't pass in the dependency array. I'll just also define this, import this color. And then if I hop all the way down, we should be able to use it just fine without any errors. So now if I select something, we'll not be able to see the page color, but if I deselect it, we can see the page color up here, and we can actually also change this already, so that is very cool. So if I deselect it again, great. Now I would like to show an icon, so a round avatar right here, that shows that I am in this room and also which other users are in this room. So I'm going to go ahead and just find wherever I put this in. So users and share here. So right here I would like to create a new div. Inside this div, it should be a flex, item center, justify, between, and then also PR of 2. And then what I'll do is just say div inside here. And then this should contain the user avatar. And right over here, we need a share button. But first of all, I'll just create the user avatars. So the class name should be flex with full, max with 36, a gap of 2 between the elements. If you scroll on the x-axis, it should be scroll like this. And then there should be a padding of 3. And there should be text extra small, like so. And I'll just go ahead and save that. And now inside that div, I can go ahead and put in a user avatar if me exists. So I can say if me exists, then I'll just put in a user avatar, which we'll create in a second. And in the user avatar, we need to pass down some sort of color. So some sort of color, and then also the name of the avatar. So if it is anonymous, for example, it'll show an A up here, but if it is Carl, it'll show a C. Next up, I can go ahead and say me.info.name, and then pass down the name like so. Great. So if I copy this, go into sidebars, and then create a new component called useravatar.tsx, I can say const useravatar equals, and then the parameters will be name and color. And then I also want to pass in some class names if that is needed. That'll just be an empty string by default. I'll copy this, and the name will then be string. The color will be a string as well. And let me just go ahead and say that is optional. And then the class name will just be a string too. And I'll just go ahead and open up the method like this, press save. And now I can then say if no name, then we just return. And let's just make the name optional up here. So this might be undefined, or is it actually able to be undefined? So name is not able to be undefined, so I'll not make this check. Now I can just return the div instead. So return div. The class name will be flex minimum height of 6, minimum width of 6, items center, justify center, rounded full because it is supposed to be a round avatar, and then text extra small, text white, and then I'll just pass in the class names if they were defined. Great. Inside this div, I'll just actually create the styling for the background color, so I can set the background color to the color like this, and if the color does not exist, then we'll just set it to the default color like so, and that will just be free B8 to F6 like that. Now inside this div, I'm just going to go ahead and say name.length is larger than or equal to 1. Then I'll say name 0 to get the first letter in the name, and then to uppercase like this. And if that doesn't exist, I'll just pass in an empty string like so. Now if I hop back in here and just try and see what's wrong, we need to define this color. So I'm going to go ahead and create a mechanism to get a color right in here from whatever connection ID you have. So I'll say const colors, like that, equal to a bunch of colors I've predefined. So that is going to be DC 2626. It is going to be D97706. It is going to be 059669. It is also going to be 7C3AD. And lastly, it is going to be DB2777, like so. So these are just some predefined colors. And then I would like to pick a random one of these colors from whatever connection ID you have when you're inside the room. So I'll say export function connection ID to color. I want to pass in a connection ID, which is a number. I would like to return a string, which is the hexadecimal color. And then I'll just say return colors and then connection ID modulus colors.length. And I'll just go ahead and assert that because it'll always exist. And then if I hop back, I can say connection ID to color, like so. And then I can say me.connection ID, see what it is worrying about here. Cannot find name user avatar. So maybe I exported it in the wrong way. So I forgot to actually export it. So this will be export default user avatar. I can import it down here, press save, and then just let me see what is worried about. Class name is declared here, but class name should be optional, like so. And then if I save, I'm able to see that we have the color over here. So it's an A, and it has a green background color. So that is me right here. And then if we have other users, I would like to show them right next to me. So this user right here. And then if there's like 10 users, for example, you should be able to scroll between these on the x-axis because they might overflow the button over here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy the following. So this right here. And then hop all the way down to when the menu is closed to. So right here, this is the case we haven't implemented yet. So if that is the case, then what I would like to show is a div. Inside this div, I'll just paste this in. But this class name should be fixed. It should be right free, top free, flex a height of 48 pixels. It should always also be a width of 250 pixels. Also, it should have items center because it is flex, justify, between, rounded, XL, a border, and lastly BG wide and PR2, like so. So I'm just going to go ahead and save this, hop over here, close the menu, and now we also have a closed state of the right menu. So right here we do have the avatar, and you should be able to scroll between these avatars because we just copied this code. But then I would also like to add the menu, so share menu right here, which we'll implement a little later. But otherwise the menus should actually be done now. You can change the properties of the different elements depending on what element it is. So a text have typography, for example. A rectangle have a corner radius. If I press the ellipse, the corner radius is gone. We have a path which we can't resize, but we can change these elements, for example. And then we can click the different elements over here to select them, and we can see the order of the stack. Now, if I just close down all of these elements, hop into the canvas, and actually also the Liveblocks config, what we can see is we have presence, and under presence we have cursor. So this is each user's presence, which you can use with use my presence to getting the current user's presence, and also use others to get other users' presences. So in here we have a cursor, which is of type point. So a cursor have an x and a y coordinate, and then a user also have the connection ID, which we can use to determine the color. So now we can render out other people's cursors on the screen as well as our own cursor. So hopping back into Canvas, what I want to do is just set the cursor in my presence. So I'm going to go ahead and hop up to continue drawing, for example. So right here we have set my presence. I'll set cursor to the point, like that. And also on pointer move, every time you change your pointer, so every time you move your pointer, I would like to set the presence as well. So this is on pointer down actually. If I hop all the way down to on pointer move, then down here in the bottom, I'll say set my presence, like so. And then I would like to say cursor and point. And then up here, I'll just use set my presence, so import this from the use mutation. And lastly, if your cursor leaves the screen, then we don't want to show the cursor anymore. So in that case, we'll just set the cursor to null. So on pointer leave, which we haven't implemented yet. So right under on pointer move, I'll just create another one, const on pointer leave. This will be a use mutation, like so, set my presence. I'll go ahead and do this, pass in a dependency array, just save it, and then what I want to do is just say set my presence to null, and then down here on pointer leave, I'm going to add that to the canvas. So that is the SVG, so on pointer leave will then be on pointer leave. So I'll just go and change the name to be the correct name. So leave, not leaver. And now the set my presence should update the cursor to null whenever we leave the canvas, but when we get back into the canvas and move around, then it'll be updated right here under on pointer move, like so. So now we actually just need to render out the different cursors. So I'll create a component for that, which we can use down here in the return statement. So let us first define how a cursor looks. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new file, cursor.tsx, under components, and then just cursor. I'll actually drag it into canvas because it will be shown on the canvas only. In here I'll just say function cursor. We'll then say connection ID, and the connection ID will be a string like this. Now I can say const cursor equals use other, and then I can pass in the connection ID. I can get the user, and then I can say user.presence.cursor. Now if I just hover this, we can see string is not assignable to type number. So we need to change this to a number. And then we can say, can this be null? If it can be null, so if it is null, then we just return null, so we don't return a cursor at all. Otherwise, we can destructure the x and the y coordinate from the cursor, like so. And then I can go ahead and say return. And then I want to return a path because we're showing it inside the SVG probably. And then the specific drawing of the path I've copied from my other monitor earlier, like this. And then, so you can just take this from the GitHub, or you can copy it like it is right here, like so. And then also I want to just apply some styling to it. So I'll say style, and I want to pass in a transform, and the transform should translate it to the x and the y coordinate, which is where the user's actual cursors are. So transform, and I'll say translate. Here I want to pass in the x coordinate in pixels. I want to pass in the y coordinate as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this and pass it in like so. And then the fill, which will be the color, will then be generated from the same method we used to generate the color up here. So I'll say connection ID to color, and we'll pass in the connection ID. Just go ahead and save that. And then I'll say export defaults, and then I'll just want to wrap it in a memo to make sure it doesn't re-render unless the connection ID change. So cursor. So this means that if the parent re-renders but the connection ID stays the same, then this should not re-render. So I'm just going to go ahead and hop back into Canvas. And now we need some kind of component that can show all of these different cursors in one component. So under Canvas, I'll create another one called multiplayer guides, like this, .csx. Then I'll say function, or I'll just export defaults, and then a memo, first of all, from React, not meme, memo. And then what I want to export is a function called multiplayer guides, like this. And then inside this function, we just return a React fragment with all the cursors. And the cursors will just define up here, because we also want another thing called drafts under here. So if a user is currently drawing but hasn't finished the drawing yet, I would like to be able to show the drawing in real time. So that is why we added inside a React fragment. So up here, we'll just go ahead and say function cursors, like this. And then I can first of all get the IDs from the other people. So use others connection IDs. And now I can just say return, pass in the React fragment. Then I can say IDs.map to loop through all of these, connection ID, and then we map it to a cursor which we created a second ago. And then we'll just pass in a key, which is going to be the connection ID, as well as the connection ID, which is needed inside this cursor component. Now, if I hop back into Canvas and copy this multiplayer guides component, I'm just going to go up inside this group and just add the multiplayer guides, like this. Then what I'm going to do is to just hover over here, and we can't see anything right now, because we are only one user inside the room. But we also need to hop over here and just save. And then I can create a new page like that, a new tab, go to the same URL as we were right there. And then let me just hop over to the middle. And then both places I should be able to see the cursors, but I can't right now. So something must be wrong in rendering the cursor. So under multiplayer guide, we can see that we aren't returning HTML, we're just returning that. So we need to just go ahead and remove the semicolon here as well. And then we see that we have a small error, so we need to add that parentheses. Hopping back over here, we are now able to see the different cursors. So right here it is green, so if I hover on this screen, we can see that the green cursor shows up. And I'm orange on this screen, so I'm the orange user, so we can see the orange cursor on the other screen. Great. And now I can go ahead and just close this, and let me just implement the next thing inside this multiplayer guides component as well. And this will be the drafts, such that you can see other people's drafts in real time. So I'll say function drafts. This will be the following, so const others, and then we can say use others mapped, like that. Inside here we can get the other person. We can then say pencil draft equals other dot presence dot pencil draft, like that. We can then also say pen color equals other dot presence dot pen color. And let me just go ahead and save that. So we are needing a couple of things. First of all, I just want to pass in shallow right here. So I just need to import that too from Liveblocks. So again, like we used shallow last time, since we're using this use other maps hook, it might re-render the drafts component, but when we use shallow, it will only re-render if it detects changes in the mapped properties. So now I'll go ahead and say return. I'll just return a React fragment. In here, I'll just go ahead and say others.mapped, like so. And then I just want to get the key and other, like that. And then now I can say go like that. We do need to put this into a parentheses like this. And then what I do want to return is, let me just see, other can be null. So I'll just first go ahead and say if not other dot pencil draft, because we'll need that. Then I'll just, if it does exist, then I'll want to return. Otherwise I'll just return null. And then down here I just need to add a parentheses. So I'll return a path like this. So we already created this path component for drawing out a path that the user is currently drawing. So inside this component, what I want to do is just pass in a key, because we are inside a map. The key will just be the key like that. And then I'll pass in an x coordinate 0, a y coordinate 0. I'll pass in all the different points that the user has currently drawn. So that will be points equals other.pencil draft. And then the fill, so the color, will then be other.pen color. And then if that does exist, we then say color to CSS, pass in other.pen color. Otherwise, we'll just use a default color, so CCC like this. Lastly, we'll just pass in an opacity of 100, like that. So if I go ahead and save this, now if I open up a new tab again, like we did last time, and then I just wait for it to load over here instead of clicking. So now if I try and start a drawing, we can see my cursor right here, but we can't really see the drawing happen over here in real time. So we probably need to add it down here under cursors, because we didn't do that. So that is pretty useless if we don't do that. So let me just go ahead and save that and then start drawing over here. So we still are not able to see it. Let me just try and refresh both places. So if I start drawing over here, so I just looked into this, and what I found out was that I forgot the return statement return inside this if statement, because otherwise we won't really return the path and nothing will be drawn. So now if I hop in and start drawing, we should be able to see the drawing in real time. When I stop the drawing, then the drawing should just appear like it does. So now this drawing functionality actually works in real time as well. And let me just try and do that on both screens. That works perfectly fine. Great. And then if I go back into the sidebars right here, then right now we can only see our own user avatar, but I want to be able to show the other people's user avatars as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and say and copy this, and then instead of me, I'll just get the others as well. So this will be others. So we do already have the others up here actually. And then I say if others, then we'll just need to loop through all the other people and then map the user avatar. So that will be something like this, where you say others dot map. So I apparently can't get the others right here. So I probably need to just go ahead and say others like this. And then I can get the other person. And then I need to return some HTML, and this will just be the user avatar right here. And then I can say other.connection.id, and I can say other.info.name. And I can just copy this entire piece of code down here as well. So right under me, I can just copy this down. And if I then open up another tab, we should then be able to see, one more person inside the room when it does load. So now we are 2 people inside the room. Let me just see what the error is. Each child in the list should have a unique key property. So I just need to pass down a key as well. So right here, I'll just say key equals other.connection.id. Do the same up here at the other place where the user avatar is, like this. And then the error should be gone. And now I'm able to see multiple users inside the room. And when I do see the user inside the room, we can also see the color. So the color that you see right here is also the color matching the user up here. And then if the user changes its name, then the user's name will then be changed up here. So if the user's first letter in the name is a C, for example, it will be a C instead of an A. But right now, because my email is Andreas, then this name will just be Andreas for starters. Alright guys, so right now the share button doesn't really do anything, and that is because we have just hard-coded it right in here. And the reason I hard-coded it was because we don't really have a room we can share to anybody. Right now we just have test, which is the default hard-coded room. So what I would like to do next is create a dashboard and also make users able to create rooms and thereby also invite other people to the rooms. So I'll just clean up my slate a little bit here. So I'm going to close the following tabs. Just close all the tabs right here, and then I would like to hop to schema.prisma. In here we have users and we have a couple of other things we don't really need to change, but what I want to do is create two new tables. So the first one will be called room. This should have an ID, which is a string, and the default should just be CUID, like this, which will just create a random GUID basically. Next one should be an owner, so who owns this room. This will refer to the user, and then the fields should be own ID and reference to an ID. I'll just call this room owner, like that. And then we just need to hop up to the user, and let me just go ahead and define an ID as well. So I'll say owner ID is a string. So if I hop back up to user, I can say owned rooms, and that will then be room, and I'll call this relation like that, room owner. Great. So now the errors are gone. So next up, what I want to do is create a couple of properties inside this table. So a couple of columns. So first of all, I would like to show in the dashboard when the room was created, and I would also like to store a title for the room. So I'll say created at. This should be a date time that just defaults to the following property, which is now, whenever a room is created. Next up, I'm going to say title. This should be a string, and the default value should just be untitled room, like this. Great. So next up, what I want to do is create another model. This will be called room invite. So I'll say model room invites. So if you do press share and then invite somebody to your room, then we need to store which people you have invited to your room, and that we'll do inside the following table. So I'll say ID, this is a string which defaults to the CUID as well, and then it should also have a relation to a room. So a room invite is also dependent on a room. This should be dependent on the room ID, referencing the ID right here. Then we also have a room ID, and then we would also need a user, and this user will just go ahead and do like this. And then I'll just define the user ID as well. So some user up here owns a room, and then a room also needs some room invites. So I'll just say room invites like this, like that. Great. And then right up here under user, I'll say room invites like so as well. So a user can own a room. So a user can be the owner of a room like so. This is a simple relation, and then a room can be created at a specific time, and that'll just default to a value, which is just always when this room row is created. And then a room also has a title, which defaults to untitled, and then a room can have multiple invites. So that is why we define this array right here. The invites is a table for itself, which will always also have an ID that is auto-generated, and it'll have a relation to a room. The room invite also contains a relation to a user, which is the user that has been invited. So given we have a room invite, then we can see which user has been invited. And by going through this relation up to the room, we can then see which user owns the room. So we can then also see which user invited this other user. So that is how this relation is going to work. So now what I'm going to do is just hop into my migrations or db push, and then just push this to the database. And this should just take a second. So now it says your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema, done in 5 seconds, and now it generated the Prisma client, which are all the types, for example, for this new schema. So I'm going to go ahead and just close the terminal again, hop back into Schema Prisma, and then what I would like to do is just close that as well, and then hop into the dashboard page. So right now the dashboard page is just empty. So going into dashboard and then page, we can see that we just returned my dashboard, and that really isn't a proper dashboard. So we'll just go ahead and implement that now. So what I'll do first is say const session and get that from auth like this. So this is an export from the Auth.js package like that. And then I can say const user equals awaits db.user.findUnique of throw, because if this does not give a valid user, the user shouldn't even be able to go to the dashboard page. Then I'm going to open this up and pass in a specific query. I'll also just make this a async component and say use server like that. And now I can just pass in a where clause. So I'll say ID is session.user. I'll just need to await this like so. And then I'll say session.user.id. And then what I would like to select from the database is the relation over to this room invites, owned rooms table. So I'll say include. That is what I want. And this do not need to be in here, definitely. So I'll include the relation to the owned rooms. So this will fetch the user and also all the rows in the owned rooms that is owned by this user. Additionally, I would like to also fetch all the room invites. And in here, I'll just include the room as well, like so. So we'll just need to say room true like that and save. So I see we have an error over here. So I'll just go ahead and shut down the terminal. I'll just say Prisma generate again, just to make sure that that is probably not the correct one. It is going to be Prisma generate like so. Now I'm going to just close down the terminal and run it all again. So def, then just close that terminal, close down, sorry, and then just head to the dashboard and let's see if that changes anything. So right now we have this server component, but we are actually using an on click inside of that, and that can only be done in client components. So let me just uncomment that, and now it works fine. Great. So what we actually do in this statement is that we go to the database and to the user table, and then we find the user where the ID is the user ID from the session. What we then do is include all the relations or all the rows in the table called owned rooms that is owned by the following user. We additionally also include all the rows from the room invites table, and then that the user is related to, and then from that we include all the rooms from this relation to this relation, and that way we can get the room IDs from both the rooms that the user own and also the rooms that the user has been invited to. So let's go ahead and build out a simple dashboard first of all. So I'll put in a class name. This should be flex age screen and a width of full. Now next up I'll pass in another div. The class name for this should be flex age screen, a minimum width of 264 pixels. Flex call border right. And let me just close that so we can see it a little bit better. Border right, border gray 200, BG whites, and then P2 like so. Next up I'll create a user menu. So inside of that div I'll create a new component called user menu, which we'll just implement now. So I'm going to go ahead and just go into dashboard components like so. I'll create a new folder under components called dashboard. Under this folder I'll create the user menu.csx. In here I'll say export default function user menu, and then I'll want to grab the email as a parameter. The email should be either a string or null. And now I can go ahead and open up that function and just remove that kind of thing, whatever that was. This will be a client component because we would like to be able to have some use states, so use client. Now in here I can say const menu ref first of all, because I would like the reference to a menu that should be able to open. And then if we do click outside this menu, then this ref should be able to tell us whether we clicked inside or outside that menu, so we can close it if we click outside of it. So I'll say use ref and then HTML div element like so, and we'll set it to null by default. And then the next thing I'll do is just create a use state that'll track whether it is open or not. So I'll say is open and set is open, set it to false by default. And then I'll just return first of all, so we can show something in the menu. So return. Now in here, I'll first of all return a div with a class relative, so we can use absolute inside of it. I'll put in a div with the class with the class flex, width of fits, cursor pointer, like so. I would also like to include items center to center because we have a flex, a gap of 2, rounded MD, PX1, PY1, and then when you do hover it, I would like to say BG gray 100 and save that. In here, I'll just pass in a user avatar, which we created earlier. So user avatar like so, and the name I would like to pass in is going to be the email or just anonymous if for some reason the email is null. Now, if I hop back in here and try and import this user menu, I can then pass in the email, so that'll be user.email like so, and we should now be able to see the right border over here, and then also the user avatar up here on the right side. So if I go in here, we can see that we have this div outside, which we can't really see, but what we can see is the following right here. So, and also what is right about that. So this div has vfit, so it fits to whatever is inside of it. It has a px of 1 and a py of 1, so we can just condense that down to p1. Now, if I do hover it, we see that this padding is makes the box a little bit bigger than the rounded button inside of it, and we then see a bg gray of 100 when we do hover it. So that is why we have this div outside of it. Now we also see this cursor pointer, so when we do hover it, we can see that we are able to click it. So right now you can't really see that you're able to click the user avatar by default, but when we're wrapping it in this div, we are able to. So that is why we did that. Now right outside of the following div, right under this user avatar, I'll go ahead and put in an h2. I'll put in the email like so, save that. And then I'll just make that a little bit nicer. So I'll say scroll M20, text 13 pixels. And then I would like to say font medium as well. Like this. And now it's a little bit smaller and it already looks a bit nicer. Right under that, I'll say BI chevron down. And then I'll just pass in a class of that, which will be h4, so I'll make it 16 pixels wide and also tall. So now we have kind of a drop down arrow, and we have this hover state on top of all these elements that makes it look like we can actually click this button. So that is very good. Under this div, I'll go ahead and create another div. So this div, I'll just put in a class name for. So first of all, I'll just put in one I can enter conditionals into. So I'll say if is open, then we pass no classes in, but if it is closed, then we say it is hidden. So this means that this div should contain whatever opens out of this, and then if it is not open, then we pass in hidden. So if this use state is not open, then we just make it hidden. Next up, we can put in the classes that should always be there. So this will be absolute, it will be left 0, it will be top 0. So these are classes we can put in because we have the absolute class right here, and this absolute class will be positioned absolutely relatively to the following div right here. Great. So right next to that, I can put in flex, minimum width of 150 pixels, like this. And then I can also say translate, and then Y4 to make it move down just a little bit. So a full width of the menu's, a full height of the menu's height. So I'll say go like this. And then also say flex call. I can then say rounded XL, BG, hashtag 1E, 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 so just a simple color, a padding of 2, and then shadow LG, like this. And then since this is the menu, I'll just pass in the ref as well. And inside of this, I'll just put in a button. And this button should have a on click. And the on click should just be sign out, like so. And we can import this from the following server action, which we defined in the start of the video in here. And then what I want to do is also put on some classes. So I'll say class name, and then I'll just make this a conditional too, in case we need that. Great. And then I can say flex, width of full. I can say items, center, justify, between, rounded, MD, and then a padding of 1. I can say text white, and then hover, BG, blue, 500. And then inside of this button, I just want to put in a span with a small text, so text XS, that says sign out. And I can then just put in an icon as well, so that'll be go sign out, like that. And I'll just define the classes for this, so this will just be MR2 to make it spaced a little bit away from the border. And then I can say height of 4 and width of 4 as well. And I just need to import this, so maybe Copilot can do that for me. Go sign out from React icons go, and then if I save, click up here, we don't see anything yet. So we just need to add an on click for the following div, so this hover div right here, and this on click will then open up the menu. So on click, in that case I say set is open to true, like this, and then I can just open up the menu. But if I click outside of it though, nothing happens. So that is why we'll create a use effect to just do that for us automatically. So I'll say use effect. In here, I'll say const handle click outside. So this is what should be done if the event of clicking outside actually happens. So I import this use effect, pass in an empty dependency array. And now I can just go ahead and pass in an event. And this will be a mouse event. I'll just define this function as first checking for if menu ref.current is not null. And then I can check whether the menu ref, so this down here, this entire div, is being clicked on. So whether this menu contains the either targets to where we clicked. And then if it does not do that, that means we clicked outside of that menu, and we can then close down the menu. So let me go ahead and save that and just try and click outside of this. And right now nothing happens, which is not so good. And that is because we just need to put in the event listener. So we need to say document.add event listener and then mouse down, not click. And then in that case, we call this method. And we also need to just deregister this whenever we destroy the component. So we'll say remove event listener, and then just go ahead and do this. So this just needs to be outside, and the same for these two. Now let me just try out this again. So I'll just click here and then click outside, and still nothing happens. So if I just refresh, now it actually does work. So I can go ahead and click outside. I can click sign out. Did it say sign out? It said sign out like it was supposed to. And then I can go ahead and log in again to access the dashboard, which we accessed just a second ago. So now we have a pretty simple base for our dashboard. Now we just need to fill out the content right here on the main canvas, on the main page. So closing down this user menu and hopping back into the page.tsx, what I'll do is just remove the sign out button, since we already made that inside of the user menu component. And then I'll create another div. This should just be the div containing all the contents of the main page. Inside this div, I'll put in a class name, so flex age screen, width of full, and then also flex call. Let me just go ahead and save that, and then just put another div inside of this. So this div should just be flex, and then minimum height of 50 pixels. So right now we created the div for the entire page, and then I want to create a bar up here. So kind of not a sidebar, but a top bar that has a border that is down at the bottom. And then I want some text inside this bar. So I'll just go ahead and say minimum height of 50 pixels. That is the height that the bar should have. And then I'll also say items, center, border, bottom, border, gray 200, BG white, and then a padding left of 8 because we'll need some text inside of this, which will just shift to the right a bit by putting some padding on the left side. Now, if I just go ahead and put in a span inside this div, I'll just go ahead and say h2 actually, because it is a heading and not just a small span. Then I'll say recents and save. And now we can see the text. This just looks a little bit big and junky, so we'll just go ahead and fix that. So I'll just say text and then 13 pixels, like so, and just save that. So now it is kind of the same size as this, and it looks a bit more moderate and nice. Good. So under this div, I'll just create another div for containing the main page. So this div right here is this top bar, and you can see this because it has a border bottom. And now I want to create the div containing the main content. So this should have flex, h full, to fill out the rest of the space. So all this space right here. And then I'll also say flex call, because we need to stack all the items probably inside this div. And then I'll say gap of 10. Gap of 10 and a padding of 8 all the way around. And now we can't see anything because we didn't put anything inside of this div. Although if I put in bg red to 100, we can see that it fills out all of the area like it is supposed to do. Now I can just delete this and just create whatever I want inside of this div. So first of all, what I would like is a create room component. This is where we have a few options for creating a room. So that is the first component I'm going to make. So I'll just save this, hop into my Explorer, go under components and then dashboard, create a new file called createroom.tsx and just close this down again. Now I can just import it over here so we can follow along as we do develop it. Let me just actually create the component first. So export default function creates room, wherein we just return a div for now, and then I can go ahead and import it in here. Now I just saved this and headed back to create room. So inside this div, we would like a couple of things. First of all, I want to say const hover and then set hover. And this should point to a use state, which we'll just import. We'll also make it a use client component because we have a use state in it. And now this div should have a couple of things. I would like to say on mouse over. So on mouse over like this. And then if we hover over this following div, then we'll just set hover to true. And then if I do have on mouse leave, then we'll set on hover to false. And then if you click it, so on click, we'll then create a room, which will be a server action we have not created yet. So I'll just go ahead and put this in and then just comment this line out. And then I can put in a couple of classes. So first of all, I would like flex and then age fit, width fits, and then also cursor pointer, select none, items center, gap of 3, rounded XL, a BG, gray 100, PX6. Lastly, I'll put in a PY of 5, so a little bit smaller padding on the Y axis, transitional, which will transition some of the states you'll see whenever we hover, for example. And then I can say hover BG blue 500, and you'll then be able to see a pretty cool small result in a bit. So now if I hover it, you can see that it looks pretty nice already, but it does not have any content. So I'll just hop down, and then inside of this div, I'll just put in another div, like so. The class name should be flex, height of fits, width of fits, items center, justify center, like this. And next up, I would like to put in rounded, full, BG blue 600, and a padding of 2. And inside of this, I'll just put in a SL pencil, like so. And the class name for this component, let me just close it in the proper way. The class name for this component should be a height of 4, width of 4, and then I'll color it text white, like that. And now I just need to import this SL component from probably React icons /SL, like this. And now we do have a pencil up here as well. Great. So right under this div, I'll go ahead and create another div. I'll put in some class names. So flex call, a gap of only 0.5, and then text 11 pixels. Inside of this div, I'll put in a padding. This should say new design file. I'll save that. So now you can kind of see what we are getting at. And then inside of this padding, I'll just put in some class names to make it look a little bit nicer. So I'll say font semi-bold. I'll also say if we do hover it, like this, then I put in text white. Otherwise, I put in text black, like this. And then right under the following, I'll just put in some more text. So this one should be, I'll just remove font semi-bold and then say create a new design. So now you can see what we're getting at. So you can see how the text is black when we do not hover it. So this text right here and up here. But then if I do hover it, the text turns white. So that is what this transition all will do. It will transition the hover states the states from whatever changes you might see in the CSS. So that is why we can create this pretty cool effect. I just need to go ahead and create this create room server action so we can actually create a room. So I'll head over to my actions and then I'll create another one called rooms.ts, which will contain all of our server actions from rooms. I'll say use server, and I'll then say export async function create room, like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and say const session equals await session, auth from next auth. And now we do have a session with a user right here. So I can say if no session.user.id. So I'll just do a guard to check if it is actually there. Then we say throw new error unauthorized. So I'll just say no user ID found to make it a little more clearer if it were to happen. And then I can say const room equals and then await db.room.create. And I want to create a room with some specific data. So this data, which we'll just pass in the following way. I just need to import db. So this data will contain an owner. This owner will be a relation to a user. So we'll connect it to the user row where the ID is session.user.id, like that. Now we also need to pass in what we want to select when this query has been executed and then what it should return to us. So I'll just go ahead and select the ID of the room in the same query. That way we can both create the room and also select the ID of the room in the same database call and thereby save a call. So I can say redirect from next navigation to /dashboard/ and then I'll just add on the new room.id like so. So what is going to happen is when you do create a room, we create a room in the database, return the ID of that room, and then redirect to dashboard/ that room's ID. So you click right here and then it'll immediately redirect you to the room that it just created. So now I can just go ahead and hop into create room, import this method. And then because right now and let me just find that. I think we have a component called room like so. Now we just put in a hard-coded room ID. So let me just find where we actually do that. Maybe it is under right there. So right now we say room and then we just put in the ID and then it has been authenticated with Liveblocks auth. So if you hop into Liveblocks auth under API, we can see that we only allow the user access to the room test with session.allow, but we obviously need to allow the user access to the room that he just created. So whatever room the user has. So that is what we're doing up here, for example. So let me just go ahead and do that. So right here where we find the user, we'll just include some other records in this call. So I'll say include owned rooms, true, and also room invites, and I'll include those rooms as well. So we can get the IDs of the rooms the user owns, but also the rooms the user has been invited to. What we can then do is we already defined what the user's name is from their email. and then I can go ahead and loop through all the user's own rooms first of all. So I'll say user.own rooms dot for each, and then I'll just go ahead and loop through those. And for each of those, I'll just take this session.allow and copy it in. I'll just pass in the following, so room and then room.id like this, and then just give them full access. I'll do the exact same for user.roomInvite like so, and then I'll grant the user full access to all the rooms. So this will just need to be invites like this dot room.id. So this is a relation in the database. So a room invite has a relation over to a room, which has a relation over to a user. So we say invite, which is the room invite table, then hop on to the room it is related to, and then get the ID from that user. Now, this should actually work as it is and give the user access to the room that the user has created. So if I hop back to create a room and then save this as well and hop over here, I should then be able to just go ahead and create a room by clicking this button. And now to create a room with the name untitled, of course we haven't set the name right here from the database. We've just hard coded this, so we won't really be able to see that it is called untitled right now. But what we can do is just hop into npm scripts, go under Prisma Studio like so, and just wait for this to load up. Now we should only have one user, which is me, so we can see the relation to the owned rooms, and this owned rooms will then be called untitled. So now that we created a room, we have a room right here in the database, and the user does have access to the room. So what we did inside Liveblocks auth also works as it is supposed to. So now we can create a room and we can give the user access to that room. Now we just need to do a couple of more things, such as showing the rooms the users already have access to and have created, and then also the invitation to other rooms that the user can then access. So just hopping in here, closing down Prisma Studio, we just closed down the terminal. We don't need that right now. Then we can just go ahead and close the following pages. So we only have page.tsx open. And then we can go over here and just create a new component for showing the user all the user's own rooms and the rooms that the user has invitations to. So I'll just go ahead and save this right now and just go ahead and create the next component. So I want to create a component called rooms views, which will show the different rooms, so which rooms you own and which ones you are invited to. You should also be able to access the rooms by double clicking these buttons. So hopping into components and then dashboard, I'll just create a component called rooms views, or just view actually, .tsx. In here I'll say use client, and then I'm going to export default function rooms view like so. In here I'll just return a div for now, or just an empty React fragment, and now I can go ahead and just import this component over here like that, and then I'll just pass down some properties as well. So what I want to pass down is the rooms that the user owns himself, and also the rooms the user has been invited to. So putting on the types for this, it's just going to be a type of room, a type of room from Prisma, and then also a type of room from Prisma again for room invites, because both are references to rooms. Hopping back into the page component, the owned rooms will just be user.ownedRooms, and the room invites will then just be user.roomInvites. And then because we included the rooms on this room invites relation in the Prisma database query, what we can do is say map, and then just select all the rooms from the different room invites. So we'll have a list of rooms in both cases. Good. Hopping back in here, I can create a use state that tracks if we are on the view that shows only the user's owned rooms, or the view that shows the user's invited rooms. So over this return statement, I'll say view mode and set view mode. I'll then say use states, and I'll say owns, which is going to be the view of all the rooms that the user owns. And then to actually filter the rooms, because we have these two, I'll create a use memo. So I'll say const filtered rooms, equals use memo. And whatever this returns will then be recalculated every time one of these dependencies change. So if the view mode changes, so if you press the button, then we will filter the rooms again. Also, if the owned rooms change, we'll filter the rooms again. And the same for room invites. Now in here, I'll say if the view mode equals owns, and then I'll just return owned rooms like this. Otherwise, if the view mode is shared, then I'll return room invites like that. And then if none of these are the case, which it'll probably never be, then I'll just return an empty array like so. Now we have the filtered rooms here, and they're all of the type room right here, because those are the only things we can return. Next up, I can go ahead and return some HTML down here. So I'll first of all return a div. This one should have flex call, and gap of 5. This is just a stack containing both the buttons and also the view below. Next up, I'll put another div inside of that. This div will contain the buttons. So this will be flex, and then gap 1 as well. So gap 1, like this. I'll just close this to make it a little bit easier to look at. And then in here, I would like to create 2 buttons, and I'll make these as a separate component called view mode button. So I'll go ahead and say function view mode button. I'll want to pass in on select. So what happens when you click the button, whether it is active or not, and then also what text it should contain. Now, putting on some types to this, on select will just be a function returning void, active will just be a boolean, and text will just be a string. And I'll just open up the function like so. In here, I'll say return, and I'll return a simple button. This button should have a class, so I'll just make this a class that can contain conditionals. So I'll say select none, so you can select the text by doing this, for example. Also, I would like to say rounded MD, a padding of 1, px2, text 11 pixels. I'll say when you do hover it, I'll make the background gray 100. And then if it is active, so if active is true, then I'll say bg gray 100 as well. So the same as when you hover it. Otherwise, I'll just return nothing. Now, inside this button, I'll go ahead and pass in the text as well, like so. And now we should be able to use this view mode button up here inside this div. So I'll say view mode button, and then we already have it. And then on select will just be set view mode to owns, and then active will be true when view mode is equal to owns, and then the text should just be my projects. I'll just need to pass it in as another prop. So text should be my projects, and I'll just save that. And now we have this button, which is active by default. If I make it not active, we can see that we can hover it and make it look like it is active. Great. So I can just copy this and put in shared here and right there as well. And then I can say shared files like so. And now we should be able to switch between these as well. So let me just go ahead and refresh over here to make sure that is not the problem. We can still not click this and activate it. So after just looking in the problem, we can see that we don't really use this on select. So that is an issue. That means that it can't switch. So I'll just go ahead and say on click, then we just run this on select function, which should run the following code and actually change the state up here. So now I should be able to change the buttons like so. And then next up down here, I will create a div for storing all the different rooms. So I'll go ahead and say div, class name flex wrap, gap of 4. And then up here, I would like to just define some colors, because down here, the rooms will be able to have different colors. And I would like to only select the colors from a select variety of colors. So I have copied a list of colors from my other screen called pastel colors. So we have pink, blue, plum, rosy brown, etc. And you can just take these and copy them if you want to use this as well. And then down here, what I can do is just go ahead and say filtered rooms, like so, .map. And then for each of these rooms, we render out a view of that room. So I'll go ahead and say room. And then what I want to return is first, I'll first get the room color first of all. So I'll say room color equals, and then I'll go ahead and say room colors. And I just need to get the room colors. So I would like to assign a room color for each of the room's IDs. So I'll say const room colors equals use memo, like this. And this should change based on whether the filtered rooms change. So for each of these rooms and filtered rooms, I would like to assign a color to that specific room. So I'll say return filtered rooms.map, and I can then say room and the index of that element in the list right here. And then I can go ahead and do this, say ID room.id, and then color, that is pastel colors. And I can then just grab one with index modulus pastel colors dot length, like this. So this will just grab a color based on the index of the room and set that and attach that to the room's ID. So for each room we now have a color. When this index reaches the maximum length of the pastel colors, it'll then go back to index number 0 and just do that. So it can go round and round and round when you do the following method, instead of getting index out of bounds. Now we have room colors now so for each ID we have a color, and we should then be able to use that right down here. So I can say room colors, and then I can say .find, and then room color, where room color.id equals room.id, like so. And then I can go ahead and say .color, and if I can't find that, I'll just say pastel colors 0 and assert that statement. Now let me just go ahead and save and see what it is on about. So we are returning void right now, and we just need to return some React. So I'll go ahead and say, first of all, just return a span or a paragraph, it doesn't really matter. And what I'll do is just say room dot, and then I'll just say maybe ID for now. And we can see that we have one room right here, which we can see, but we also need to format it in a nice way. So I will go ahead and create a component for showing a single room. So I'll call this function single room. This should have an ID, a title, a description, also a color, selected when you do select it, and then navigate to, like this. And I can just go ahead and define the types for this too. So the ID will be a string, and the title will be that as well. Also the description, the color, and then if it is selected or not, this should be selected, not selection. This will be a boolean, like this. And then select will just be a function that returns void. And also navigate to will just be a function that returns void, like this. Now inside this we can do a couple of things. First of all, I would like to see if we are editing the room or not. So if you are editing the name of the room that is going to be right under the image, then we would like to set the state to true. So I'll say is editing and set is editing. This will be equal to a use state, which will be false by default. Now I also want to store the edited title. So this will be edited title, and then set edited title, and this will be equal to use states, and I'll just pass down the title as the default value. Now the last thing I want to do is just pass in a flag telling us whether we should show a confirmation modal or not. So whenever you do delete the room, for example, we can then show a confirmation modal that shows, are you sure you want to delete this room? So you don't just accidentally delete the rooms without actually confirming that that was what you intended to do. So I'll say show confirmation modal, and then set show confirmation modal equals use states false by default. And then I can do a couple of things. So if you're currently editing the name of the room, which will just be an input field, and then press enter, I would like to update the title of the room. So first of all, I'll just create the handler for this scenario. So handle key press. This will be an async function where I'll take an event, and then I'll say react dot, this needs to be spelled correctly, dot keyboard event, like this. And then I would like to say HTML input element. Now I can just go ahead and open up this method and then say if events.key equals enter. Then I'll say events.prevent defaults first of all, if you do press enter. And then I can say set is editing. So the following method right here, which I just needed to correct. And I'll set that to false. Now I'll say await update room title, which we haven't created yet. This will be a server action for going in and updating the room title in the database. So we'll pass in the new title as well as the ID of that room. And I'll just uncomment this for now and go ahead and create the next method. So when you also are editing a room's title and then you leave that field, then I would like to save as well. And we call this blur because it is the opposite of focus, so the opposite of clicking an input field. So I'll say handle blur, and that is async, like this. And then in that case, I'll just say set is editing, again to false, and then I'll just do the exact same as we did up here, like that. The next one is confirm delete. So const confirm delete, and if you actually delete a room, I would like to make sure that the user is okay with that. So I want the user to confirm this with the modal up here. So if the user has seen the modal and pressed yes, that is when we do confirm the delete. So in that case, I'll say set show confirmation modal, set that to false because now they have agreed to deleting the room. And then I would like to just delete the room as well. So first of all, I'll actually just delete the room. So await delete room. This will be another server action, which we'll just implement in a second. And lastly, I will create a use effect that will listen for the key backspace. And if the user has selected a room over here and presses backspace, it'll then delete the room. So I'll say use effect like this. Then I'll just open it up like that. And inside this use effect, which we just need to import, I'll say const handle key down. This should be an event of type keyboard event. Now, inside this handle key down, I'll say if event.key equals, and needs to be e. So if that equals backspace, and the user is currently not editing that room, then I'll say e.prevent default, like this. And then I would also like to show the confirmation modal. And inside the confirmation modal, the final button will be there to actually delete the room. But for now, we'll just show the confirmation modal whenever the user presses the back button to delete a room. So we just got to subscribe this to the event listener on key down. So I'll say document.add event listener. And then I'll put it into the key down event. And then if this event happens, I'll then call this method. Now I can say return. And then document.remove event listener with key down. And then handle key down here. So the last thing I gotta do is just put in some dependencies in the dependency array. So I'll go ahead and do this. And then because we are... Oh, and we actually forgot one thing. I need to put in selected as well. So you can't delete a room unless the room is selected too. Of course, you need to have the room selected over here before you can delete that. So I am dependent on selected. I'm dependent on the ID of the room. So that'll be ID. then also is editing, and I'm also dependent on delete room, which we will create in just a second. So that is the server action. And then going down beneath this, we'll just return whatever we need to show. So this will be a div first of all. Inside this div, I'll put in some classes. I'll say flex call to make it a stack, and then I'll give it some spacing of 2 pixels between the elements. I'll put a div inside of this too, and I'll say on double click. So if you double click a room, because this will be the container for a room, I'll then like to navigate to that room. So I'll say navigate to, and we implemented that up here. So, or at least we have that passed down. So great. And then the next part we want to put in is the on click. So if you do click it once, I would like to just select that room like so. So this is the method for selecting a room. Then I can also put in some styling. So I'll say background color, and then I'll put in the color. Now, next up, I would like to put in the classes. So I'll just save this and say class name, put in the classes like this. And then I can go ahead and say flex, height of 56, width of 96, cursor pointer, items center, justify center as well, like this. And then I would like to round it a little bit. And then if it is selected, like so, then I can say border 2, border blue 500. If it is not selected, I can say border, and then border hashtag E8, 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 like so. Great. And now I can just hop under that and put something into this div. And I want to put in the title of the room, like so. And the class name for this title will just be textmd select none. So you can't really select it by doing this again. And then I would also like to put in font medium, like this. So let me just go ahead and copy this single room and bring it up right here. So instead of just returning this paragraph, I'll return a react.fragment and pass down a key. So I'll just close this too. We just need to import React, and then I'll use this room component. And then I'll put in the ID, which will be room.id. The title will be room.title, like this. And then the description will just be created. And then I'll pass in the room created date from the database. So room.createdAt.toDate string, like this. Let me just save that too. And then I can pass in the color of the room. And then because we have each room mapped to a specific color, we can get the room color like this. Then I can also pass down whether it is selected or not. So it is selected if selected equals room.id. So this selected variable should just contain the room ID. And then I also want to pass down the select method. So if you do decide to select it, I'll say set selected. So this will just be a useState which we'll need to create. And let me just go ahead and do that now. So this will be const selected and then set selected. And then it can be string or null. So null if it is not selected. And then down here, I just need to pass in the room.id. And then lastly, I would like to pass down the navigate to. So when you do double click the room, we should navigate to that room. So in that case, we'll need to say router.push, but we haven't defined the router up here yet. So I'll just say const router equals use router from next navigation, like this. And then if I hop back down, we can just change this navigate to actually push the router whenever we click it. So I can say router.push, pass in slash dashboard slash, and then add on the room.id with syntactic sugar like this. And now if I do double click this, I should be navigated to the room, or at least, yeah, I did that now. It navigated me to the room. So that is really good. Cool. We can also see that we can select the room. Although if I click outside this, it won't deselect this room. So I just need to fix that. And I'll actually just do it up here in the rooms view. So right under room colors, I'll say use effect, like this. And then I'll just create a ref for the outer div down here. So I'll say const outer div ref equals use ref from React. And it's going to be an HTML div element, which is null by default, like this. And then down here I can just attach the ref to the most outer div. So I'll say ref equals, and then a ref like that. And then we can see if we actually click inside that ref or inside that div or not. So the dependency array I'll just add right there. And now I can say const handle click outside. This is just an event of type mouse event, like this. And then I can say if outer div ref.current is not null, and outer div ref.contains either targeted node. So I check whether we clicked outside or inside this outer div ref, so inside this div. If we do click outside of it, so if it doesn't contain where we clicked, right here, then I say set selected to null. And then I just need to subscribe to the mouse down and pass in this method. So I can say document.add event listener, and then I can say mouse down. And I can also just unsubscribe to it by saying document.remove event listener whenever we return right here. So if I just go ahead and save that and then select a room and click outside of it, we can now see that it does not, that it does unselect whenever we click outside of it. So that is great. But we're missing both the description down here and also a way for us to edit the title. So hopping down to inside this single room component and then all the way down, we can see that we aren't using the description right now and also not the edit the title or show confirmation modal. So going down here, I'll just put in a conditional right above, or so right under this div. This will be is editing, like this. So if we are editing, we'll show an input field, which we'll just close like this. Then I'll say type, text, value, edited title, and then if you do change it, what I'm going to go ahead and do is just pass down an event, we'll receive an event, and then I can say set edited title to e.target.event, that value, and let me just go ahead and save that. So I just need to pass down a couple of other things. So on blur, like this. If you do leave the field, I'll just say handle blur, and then on key press, like this. I would like to just say handle key press. Now I also want to say auto focus. So whenever we do bring out this input field, so when is editing is true, then it'll immediately autofocus to this field. And then I can say class name with full and just go ahead and save that. And we just need, of course, to add a statement. So I'll just put in a paragraph if that is not the case. So if this is false, and then I just need to do that outside of this parentheses, like so. And then in this paragraph, I'll just put in the title. And then I can just put in some class names. So mt2, select none. Then also text 13 pixels in size. And then font medium, like this. And then if I do save it, we can see it down here. And then I would like to click this to be able to edit it. So if I go into the paragraph and say on click, I can then say, okay, if we do click it, I'm just going to set is editing to true, like this. So now if I click it, I should be able to edit it like this. And if I edit it, then it won't really do anything in the database, but I can say hello, for example, click outside of it. And then it is not updated in the database because the title shows what is in the database, but it does edit the edited title use state up here. So now we just need to move on to the next part. So right under this paragraph, I'll just create another one that should always be there. This will show the description like this. And now I'll just style it to make it look a little bit nicer. So I'll say select none. And the reason I keep putting select none as the classes is because when I double click right here, I don't want this to be selected automatically like this, because sometimes if you double click, you might select something like that, and it doesn't really look very nice. So I'm just putting select none on these elements, so we can make it not be selected when you double click it. Then I would like to put in text 10 pixels. And the reason I make the text a little bit smaller is because it's supposed to be like a subtext under the title. So that is why I make it a little bit smaller. Then I'll say text gray 400. So it's like kind of grayed out like this. Now I think it looks pretty nice. The next thing we gotta do is just implement the confirmation modal. So if I do edit the text, then I would like to show the confirmation modal. And when the user then clicks OK, actually delete this room, then we can delete the room. So the confirmation modal will just be a component for itself under dashboard. So I'll say new file, confirmation modal.csx, like this, modal, not model, sorry. And then I'll say const confirmation modal, like this. And this will be equal to this function with the following parameters: is open, on close, on confirm, and then lastly message to show inside the modal. And I'll just go ahead and do this and put some types on. So this will obviously boolean, so true false. On close will be a function returning void, and the same for on confirm, and the message will just be a simple string which we can show like this. Now inside this parentheses right here, or curly braces, I'll just say if is open, and then if it is not open, then we'll return null. So this is our way of deciding whether to render it or not. So if we pass down false, we'll just render nothing by returning null. If it is open though, we'll return some HTML. So I'll say return, and then pass in a div. This should be fixed because I want it to be shown in the middle of the screen. So I'll say class name flag fixed, and then inset 0 to attach it equally to all four borders, so left, right, top, and bottom. Then I can say flex to put on flex on the element inside of the div, items center, justify center to center everything inside the div, bg gray 600, and then bg opacity 50, like that. And then I'll put in a padding of 2. Inside this div, I'll create another div. This should be full width, max width of medium. So we'll make it as large as possible while containing it within the bounds on the x-axis of 448 pixels. That will make it fill out. That will make it a little box right here popping up in the middle of the screen and not taking up the entire space of the screen. Next, I can put on rounded MD, and then BG whites and P6, and then shadow XL, like this. Inside this, I'll put in a heading tag, so I'll put in confirm. The classes for this should be text SM, font semi-bold, and then text gray 900, like so. Great. And this just needs to be text XS, not SM. And we can then go ahead and try and show the confirmation modal. So in here, under the description, I'll just use the confirmation modal. So I'll say confirmation modal, and maybe I just need to export this as default, like so. So I can say confirmation modal, and then is open, I'll just set to true right now, so we can just test it and see how it looks while designing it. And then I can put in on close. This will just be set show confirmation modal, and this I'll just set to false. So if you do close it, we'll just set this state to false. Now I can then say on confirm, and then I'll call confirm delete in that case. And lastly, I can put in the message, and that will be, are you sure you want to delete this room? Like that. Now we can now see the confirmation modal like so, and then keep on expanding on it. So right under this heading, I would like to put in a P, which is just going to be the message, like so. Save that, and I'll just make it a little bit smaller than the heading. So I'll say MT2, text extra small, and then like that. And then text gray 900. So it'll actually be the same size, or actually a little bit smaller than confirm. The text size will be the same, but it is not as bold as this heading up here. Then under that, I'll put in a div. This div should have the class names mt4, flex, justify center, space, x4, and then text small, like this. So this will bring a little bit of spacing between the buttons we're going to create down here, and then the text above it. Next up, I would like to put in 2 buttons. This is the first one. It'll say cancel to close down the modal. When you do click it, I'll just say on close and just call that method. I'll also just put in some class names. So rounded, MD, border gray 300, BG whites, PX2, PY1, and text gray 700. And when you do hover it, I'll say BG gray 50, like this. So I just need to define this properly. So if you hover, like so, then we'll change the background color. So it looks kind of like this right now. And then I'll just take this and copy it to down here, say confirm. And this one should just be on confirm instead. And I'll just save that. So now we just need to change it a little bit. So the background for this one definitely needs to change because it is the button that does something. So 121212, like this. And then text should be white instead of gray, like so. And now I can just say hover, then I'll just set the BG to 3B, 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 like that. Now if I hover them, they look like this. And for this one, I actually don't want a border, like that. And now I should be able to press cancel to close it. That obviously doesn't work right now. So I'll just hop up here and refresh. Then try and press cancel. So going back into the rooms view, I can set this to not be a hard-coded value, but instead be show confirmation modal. Save this, and now we don't see it. If I refresh, it should appear, or it should not appear actually. So if I click this and press backspace, we can see the confirmation modal. Press cancel to cancel it, like this. If we do press confirm, this onConfirm delete method will be ran, but it won't really delete the room. It'll just close the confirmation modal for now, like this. So now we can just go ahead and try and implement these rooms, server actions. So delete room, update room title, etc. Now going into room.ts, we can see our server actions, and we can just go ahead and create these methods. So we have delete room right here. So delete room and then update room title. So first I'll just create update room title. So I'll say export async function, update room title, and I'll take in the title as a string and the ID of the room as a string too. And then I can say const session and get the user session with awaits auth from auth right here. So now I should have the user session, and I can then just check if the user session exists or not. So I can check whether the user is logged in. And then if the user is not logged in, I'll just throw a new error. Otherwise, I'll say awaits database.room.findUnique of row, like this. And then I want to find a room where the ID equals the ID we just passed in, and the owner ID is the user's session ID right here. So what I do is I make sure that the ID of the room actually exists in the database, and the user that is currently logged in is also the owner of that room. Because if you could just call this method and then not be logged in or anything, anybody could just access any room, but that is, anybody could just update any room title, and that is not what we want. We want to only have the user be able to update the room title that they have actually, that of the rooms that they actually own. So that is why I pass in both the ID of the room and the owner ID. So next up, I can go ahead and say awaits, and then db.room.update. So now we know whether the user owns the room or not, because we only did a find unique of row. So if the user do not own that room, then it will throw an error. Otherwise, it'll just find the room and just return that, but we don't really use it for anything. So if we do see that it does not throw an error, we can then safely go ahead and update the room. So I'll say where ID equals ID, and then I want to update the room with the data that is title, and then title, like this. And then I can go ahead and say revalidate path down here. So revalidate path, and I want to revalidate the dashboard page, like this. So what happens when you revalidate the path is that if I change the title, for example, and then press save, and then by revalidating the path, I'll invalidate the cache. So the following database query right here will be reran, and we can then also get the new title of the room passed down in the props and then shown right here in the dashboard page. So I'm only invalidating the cache for this specific page and not any other pages right now. And then we can just go ahead and also create the next one, which is export async function delete room, like so. And we only need the ID of the room to delete a room. It's very important though that we check that the user actually owns that room before deleting it, because otherwise we'll be in the same problem as I talked about before, where anybody can just delete any room, and that is for sure not what we want. So I'll just go ahead and check if the user owns this room by doing this. And if the user owns the room, so if no error was thrown, then I'll say await database.room.delete. And then I want to delete the room where the ID is ID. And then also I would like to revalidate the path again. So if you do delete a room, I don't want the room to still be here because it is stored in the cache or in any use states. I would like the room to just go away immediately if you delete it. So I'll just press save now, hop back into the room's view and just find all these comments that I commented out. So we can import this function, we can import this function too, like that. And then I think that should be all the functions we just need to import for now. So now I can just go over here and refresh. If I then change this to hello and press save, we then see it says hello now because it is updated. So the cache was revalidated, and then we see the new title. I can then press reload and we see that it is still hello. So it is stored persistently in the database and not just in some use state somewhere. I can then also select a room. I can press backspace, and then I can see this confirmation modal. I can press confirm, and now the room is actually gone. So refreshing, the room is still gone. So there is no rooms now. So both of these methods seem to work. So both update room title and delete room. So next up, I would like to be able for users to share rooms with each other. So right now you can create your own room, but right now I don't really see any shared files in here. And we did create a share button, but it doesn't really do anything. I think it's just a piece of text that says share. So I'll just create the server actions for this first, and then we can go ahead afterwards and create the front-end logic. So I'll say export async function share room, and I'll pass in the room ID, which is the string, and then also the invite email, which is the user's email we would like to share the room with. So I'll say invite email, which is also a string. And I can then go ahead and just find the user and check their session first of all, like we did the last couple of times in here. And then I can check whether the user owns this room or not. So I'll just do the exact same trick, like this. And this will just be room ID instead of ID. So I'll just change this to ID instead, like so. And then under that, I can say const invited user. So now we check whether the user actually owns this room. So we check whether the user that is logged in owns this room, and now we can find the user that we want to share the room with and get the ID. So I'll say invited user equals awaits database.user.findUnique, where email equals invited email, and then I'll say select where ID is true, like so. Now I can say if the invited user does not find, we'll just throw a new error. So I can just go ahead actually and say find unique or throw. That'll do the exact same. And if the user which email you sent in actually corresponds to a user, so if the record in the database exists, then we'll go ahead and create a new room invite table row. So I'll say db.roominvite.create, and then I'll say data and then room ID, like so, where the room ID equals ID, and where the user ID equals inviteduser.id, like so. Then I can revalidate the path on dashboard. Great. So what happens here is that you call this method from the front end with an ID of a room, and then also an email you would like to share the room with. So you will see a box at some point that says share this room, and then you can pass in a user's email and then press share this room. It should then give an error if the room is not if the user is not found, and then otherwise it'll share that room with that user. So right now, because we need to show an error if the room is not found, then if the user is not found, I'll just go ahead and say find unique again actually. And then I can say if not invited user, then I'll just return this text. And then I can check in the front end whether we return text or not. And if we do return this text, then I'll just show that text instead of sharing the room. So now it says user not found if the user is not found, and we can then show this text in the front end so the user knows that the email is invalid. Great. So the next thing I want to do is to be able to remove or cancel an invitation to a user. So if a room has already been shared to a user, this will create a row in the room invite table, but to delete an invitation, we just need to delete that row in the table, in the database, and then the invitation should be gone. So I can go ahead and say export async function, delete invitation, like this, and then pass in the room ID, and then also the invite email, like so. Great. And now what I can do is just do the same that we did up here. And this just needs to be ID instead of room ID. And then I'll just go ahead and say await db.roomInvites.delete many, where room ID equals, and that is just the ID actually. And I can then also say where the user's email equals invite email. Now I can then just revalidate the path as well on dashboard. And then what happens here is that you will see the same box with invite a user, for example, and then you will see a list of all the users that has been invited to that room. So you can then call this method with an ID of the room and the invite email, so the user's email that you would like to remove from that room. So we then check whether the user that is currently logged in actually owns this room. And if that user owns that room, we can then find a room under room invites. We can then find a room invites for that specific room where that user's email is in the row, and then we just delete that row. And since we put in delete many, if the user has multiple invites to the same room, it'll delete all of those, but obviously that should not happen. So I'll just go ahead and press save, and then we can move on. So hopping into the page.tsx from the ID, so a URL like this, for example, we can then just change that a little bit. So right now, we just need to change it up. So as you see, we get an error down here. It says you have no access to this room. And then that is because we hard-coded test up here, and that is not an actual room that the user has access to. The user will only have access to rooms defined in the database. So the rooms that will be allowed right here, which we grabbed from the database. So I'll just go ahead actually and create a room. So I'll press this button, which will take me to the dashboard. I'll create a new room, and I'll then be taken to this room. And now if I refresh, we shouldn't see this error anymore because we have access to the room. And that is because we own that room. So we can do a couple of things before we just create the share button. And the first one is pass down the actual room name. So right here we have the session, and then I'll just say const room equals awaits, and then I'll want to await database.room.find unique, like this. And then I can say where ID equals ID. And then what I want to select is going to be the title, the owner ID of the room, and then also the invite to the room. So that'll just be room invites. And then I can say select from the room invite table, user, true. Great. So now we find that room we currently have right up here in the database. Then we find the title of the room, the owner ID of the room, and then also the invites to the room. And from that table, we then select the user specifically. Great. So if the room does not exist because we only put in a find unique here, then we would like to redirect to a 404 page. So it might be null if the room does not exist. So I can say if not room, then we just say redirect with next navigation to a 404 page, like that. And then under this, we'll just find all the IDs of the invited users. So I'll say const invitee user IDs is equal to room.roomInvites.map. This will be an invite. And then I can say invite.user.id, like so, and just save that. So now we just get a list of strings, and this string, each string will just be an ID of an invited user to that room. I can then say if invitee user IDs.includes session.user.id, or this if it is not found, and session.user.id is not room.ownerID, like so. Then we'll also redirect to the 404 page, like that. So what actually happens here? I want to check if the user is the owner of the room or if the user has been invited to that room. So up here we get the ID of the user that is currently logged in. So we get that from session. Then I get all the IDs of the users that has been invited to that room. And now I can check, okay, does the list of IDs that has been invited to the room contain the currently logged in user's ID? If it does, then we should not redirect to the 404 page. Also, or another case could be if the user that is currently logged in is the owner of the room. So we check if the user ID is equal to room.ownerID. And if the user is also not a part of or not the owner ID of the room, then we'll just redirect to the 404 page. So we just want to check if the user actually owns the room or has been invited to the room before allowing access to this URL. And if the user does not have access to the room, we just redirect to the 404 page. So we wouldn't be able to just go up here and just say test anymore. We'd be redirected to the 404 page because it is not a room we have access to. And now I want to hop into this canvas component and just add a couple of props. So what I want to add is a room name instead of just hard-coded room name up here. This will be room.title. I also want to put in the room ID. That'll just be ID, like so. I also want to put in others with access to room because I want to show the other people with access to the room in the share button modal whenever we create that. This will be room.roomInvites.map, and then I'll map x.user, like so. And now I just need to head into the canvas component and just add these props right here. So it was room name, room ID, and others with access to room. Room name will be a string. Room ID will be a string too, and others with access to room will just be the user model from Prisma client, which we have. So this is just a model in TypeScript that is based off of the table we created in the Prisma schema file. So I can just go ahead and save that, and then scroll all the way down to sidebars, like so. And then we just want to pass this information onto the sidebars component, so we can use it both in the share button right here, and also in the left sidebar, so with the actual room name. So I'll go ahead and say room name equals room name, room ID equals room ID, and others with access to the room equals others with access to the room. And let me just go up and grab the following properties right here, and then scroll all the way back down to sidebars and hop into sidebars. Now I can just add these properties. So these three I'll need to add. These three I'll need to add as well. And now I can just go ahead and delete this, like so. And let me just import user as well from Prisma client. And if I just go ahead and see what it is saying right here, this one is not the same as this one. So this one is other with access to room. So let me just go ahead and fix that name like this, both there and there. And then go down and actually use the correct one. So this will be others. And now they are the same, and we just need to fix it in here as well. So both there and there. And then instead of just hard coding in room name, like we did here, we can say room name, like so, and do the same both places. So we can hop down here and say room name too. Save that. And now the room name will be untitled. If I hop, and it'll be that both in this maximized sidebar and also in the collapsed one. If I just hop back in here and change this to hello, save that, double click right here, and then we can see it says hello both here and here now. So we are passing down the room name correctly as we are supposed to. So now we can go ahead and implement the share menu up here. So I'll create a new component for that under sidebars. This will be called share menu.tsx. I'll then say export default function share menu. And I would like to pass in the properties room ID and then also others with access to room. And I'll just put some types on these as well. So that will be following room ID would be string. And others with access to room would be user from Prisma client in an array. And then I just want to take the share menu and actually use it within the sidebars. So hopping down to share button, instead of this paragraph, I'll just put in the actual share menu, and we need to pass down the room ID, which is room ID, and also others with access to the room, which we already have as well. And then I can just copy that component, import it, and hop all the way down here. Let me just see what it is worried about. Share menu can't be used as a JSX component. So we probably aren't returning anything yet. So if I return a div like that, oh, then the error is gone. Now I just need to find the other place where it says share menu. That might be down here. Yeah, right there. Then I can just paste this in and use it again, like so. Now inside the share menu component, I would like to do a couple of things. First of all, I would like to create some states. So is open or set is open. Like so. That is just a use states. That is false by default. So when I click this button up here, it should open up a menu showing me a list of the users that it has been invited to the room, along with an input field, so you can input people's emails and invite them to that room. So that is why we need to keep track of whether this menu is open or not. Next up, I want to say const email and then set email. This will be equals to use states. And I also want to say const error if I want to show some error message after trying to invite a user, and then set error. And this will just be a use states that can be string or it can be undefined, and then I can just make it undefined by default. Now I just want to put in a method, so this will be invite user. This will be an async function that will just say const error equals await share room from our server actions. We will pass in the room ID along with the user's email. And then I can set the error if an error occurred. Like so. So hovering right here, you can see that it might return user not found and it might return undefined. So that is why I created the types string or undefined right here. And then we just set it to default to undefined by default. So if it runs as it is supposed to, and it doesn't return anything, then it'll just return undefined. So that is why it will just keep being undefined if it just works as it is supposed to. If it does return a string, then it means that we have an error. So we then set this this error use state to a string. Great. So I can then go down and just return the HTML that we need to return. So inside this div, I'll put in a button. This button should say share, and now we have a little share button. Then I'd like to put in some classes. This will be age fits, width fits. BG of a pretty nice blue color, so 0C and then 8CE9, like that. And now it is blue, but it still doesn't look very nice. So I'll say PX4PY2, save that. A little bit better. I'll make the text way smaller, so 11 pixels, like this. And it needs to be text, not text with the X and T switched around, and then text whites as well, like this. And then let me just make it rounded MD2. And now it looks way better. And we can also click it, but nothing obviously happens. So let me just go ahead and implement the on click. If you do click it, I'll just say set is open to true. And then we just need to create something that will be shown whenever is open is actually true. So right under here, I'll say is open. And let me just go ahead and create the modal that opens up when you click the share button. So in here, we'll put in a div and just go ahead and save that. Now, let me just click the button up here. So this one is being set to true, and then I can go ahead and implement this. So I'll say class name fixed, like we did with the other modal, inset 10, like that. Oh, sorry, inset 0 and then set 10. So that is the set index. It should be above everything else in this canvas. Then flex, items center, justify center, so center everything inside of the modal, BG gray 600, BG opacity of 50, so I'll take away half of the opacity. So now it is open and we can see this gray overlay, and we just need to put on a white box on top of that, which will become the modal. So I'll put in a div inside of this, like so. And this div should have some classes, so flex with full, we'll constrain the width to max with MD again, flex call, rounded XL, BG whites, shadow XL, and let me just go ahead and save that. Now inside this div, I'll just create another div. This one, I'll create another div. This one should have the class flex, items center, like this, and then also justify between px3 and py of 2, like so. And now we see some little white modal right here, and we can start by putting in some content. So I'll put in an h2. This will have the content share this file. So now it says share this file, and we can just put in some styling. So text 13 pixels. And font semi-bold, like this. And now it looks more like the style we are used to in our application. Under this, I'll just put in IO close. And let me just import that from React icons. And now we see this close button. It obviously doesn't do anything right now, so I can just say on click. And if you do click it, I just want to set is open to false, like so. And then just put in some classes too, so h6, width of 6, and then cursor pointer. So now if I do click this button, it will close down the menu, and this share button will open it up. Great. And now we can start actually filling out the content of this div. Oh, sorry, this modal. So I'll first put in a border between the heading content over here, and then what is supposed to be the main content of the modal. So this I'll just do by putting in a simple div with border bottom, and then border gray 200. And now we see this border, but nothing is under the border, so it looks a little bit weird right now. I can just close it in a little bit simpler way, and then put in a div under that. The class name for this div should be space y3 and then a padding of 4. And now we can see how the border actually looks. Inside this, we'll put in the main content of the modal. So first of all, I want to put in a div tag, like that. This should have a class name, flex, and height of 8, and then items center, and then also space x2, like that. In here, I would like to put in an input field first of all, where you can invite other users by their email. So I'll say type text, placeholder, invite others by email, and then value should be the email. And then this is a controlled input, so that is why I say value equals email, so the email from the use state up here. And then on change, we just want to use this set email to update that email value right here. So on change, I want to put in I want to receive the event, and then I can say set email to e.target.value, like that. Lastly, I can just put in some classes. So now we have a simple input field, but it doesn't look very nice. It looks pretty bad. So I'll just put in some classes to make it look better. So this will be hfull, widthfull, rounded MD, border gray 200 or 300. So now we can see that it looks like this, and rounded, it needs to be MD like this. So the next thing I want to do is put in a padding of 3, looks a little bit better, and then text extra small. Then I can say placeholder, text gray 500, like this, yep. And then focus, then I want to say border black. So if I do click it, right now the outline is blue, but I want it to be black. So I'll just go ahead and say focus, outline none, and go ahead and save that. And now if I do click it, I see that the border becomes black, and this outline style will just be none whenever we focus it. Great. So this already looks way better. Under this input field, I'll create a new button. So this button should say share. And because we have wrapped it in this flex with space X between it, so this is just the same as saying gap, for example, then it'll be aligned to the right of this because it is a flex and not a flex call. So let me just style this button a little bit. So I'll say on click first of all. So when you do click this button, you want to share with the user. So I'll say invite user, and we'll call this method whenever we click the share button. Nice. The class name should be hfull, rounded, md, bg, hashtag 0c, 8c, and then e9, like that. Let me just close this up. So this was supposed to be 0c, and it is now blue. I can then say px4, py of 2, and then text 11 pixels. And I can also say text whites, and it looks kind of like the button up here, so that looks way better. Great. So under this, I would like to go outside of this div and just show the error message if the error is there. So if there is an error and error is not undefined like it can be, then we just want to show that error. And I want to show it in the form of a paragraph where I put in the error like so and just style the paragraph a little bit. So I can say text 11 pixels. And I can also say text red 500 like so. And then right now we can't see it, so I'll just say true and error right there. So this is how the error would look if an error occurs. So let me just revert that and hop outside this too. So I'll put in another paragraph that says who has access. And then right under that, I'll show a list of the different users with access. So this I'll just make the same style as we always do. So text a little bit smaller than usual, and then text gray 500 like so. So now it's kind of like subtle because it is grayed out and also a little bit smaller. And then under this, we can just show an unordered list. So UL means unordered list. So this is a list without bullet points, for example. And then I can loop through, oh, that was cheating. Then I can loop through others with access to room.map. And then I can just loop through all the users. And I can get the index of each user. And then for each user, I'll put in a list item. So li means list item, and these goes inside the unordered list tags in HTML. Now inside this list item, first of all, because we're inside a map, I would like to pass in a key. The key for now will just be an index. And then we have these, we just need to fix that. So the curly braces makes you able to put in a return statement and calculations, for example, but we will just want to return this HTML straight away. So that's why we put in the round braces or the parentheses. Now I'll just put in a class name for this list item. So this will be flex, items center, justify between, and then py of 1, like this. And now we can fill out the content of each list item. So first of all, I want to put in a div. The class name should be flex, items center, and space x2. And then I can put in the user avatar, which we created earlier, and we have used pretty many times inside this app now. So this one up here. So I can go ahead and import the user avatar. Then I can pass in the name. That will just be user.email or undefined. And I can also pass in the class name, which will be h6 and a width of 6.2. Hopping in here, I'll just say anonymous if this is the case, although it should never be. So right under this user avatar, I can put in a span and then say user.email. So we show the user avatar like up here, and then we're going to show the name of the user right next to that. And actually not right next to that, it is going to be, they are going to be next to each other, and then with the item center. So let me just put some styling on that too. So I'll say class name, text, and then 11 pixels, and save that. Then I can just go ahead and create the rest. So I want to go under this div, but still be inside this list item. Then I would like to put in another div. We should have a class that is flex, items center, and space x1, span, class name, text 11 pixels, and then text gray 500, and then I can say full access, and then I can also just put an icon, so IO close. The class name for this should be h4, width of 4, cursor pointer, because it is not a cursor pointer by default when it is just a random component, and then text gray 500. And when you do click this IO close, we want to remove the invitation, and we created a method for that, remember? So we created a method called delete invitation, where we pass in the room ID and then also the user's email like this, like that. And we're getting a small error here that says type string and null is not assignable to parameter type string. So hovering over the user, we can see that the email can be null, but I actually don't even want users to be able to have the same email. So I'll just hop into the schema.prisma file, find email under user, and then we can see that the email is optional right here, but I want the email to always be there, and I also want it to be unique. So I'll just remove this optional sign for email, press save, hop into my npm scripts, and then say Prisma db push. And then just close down this terminal in the meantime, and just reload the page. And now we just need and it's done. Now we just needed to wait for it to push the schema to Prisma. And I can then say Next.js again and just run the application, hop back into this URL and refresh, and close down the terminal in the meanwhile. Now this should fix the error in here. So you see now email is no longer maybe null, it is always going to be a string, so that will fix that error. So if I hop in here and press share, and then I say hello@gmail.com and then share, it says user not found. So what actually happens when we press share? When we do press share, we call the invite user function. Then we call this shared room server action function. This will then go in here, find out that we actually do own the room. Then it'll look for a user with his email, so hello@gmail.com, but this user does not exist. So we'll just return user not found. Great. So hopping back in here, then what happens is that this user not found text will be set into this variable or put into this variable error, and then we'll set the error saying user not found. Then down here, because an error is no longer undefined, we'll then show the error as this red error text. Cool. So let me just check how it works when a user actually does exist. And to do that, I'll just go ahead and hop over here, click right there and press sign out. And then I would like to create a new user called test@gmail.com and then say hey as the password again and press register. Now I can log in with my old account and press login. And then I can go ahead and hop into my room and then press the share button like this. And then I can say test@gmail.com, press share. And now we can see the user down here. So it says test@gmail.com, and then it says we have full access. And I can also see this little X, so I can just try and click that. And now it is deleted. I no longer have access if I'm inside this test account. And I can then press share again. Great, so let me just try and hop back and log out again. And then see if I can log in with my test account and then see this room in the dashboard. So I'll say login. So on my project, there's nothing because we do not own that project. But on the shared files, we can now see this hello project. So this, oh, and what did it say there? No room found. So this method was called because I blurred the input field, so I clicked outside of it and then it tried to save. So let me just go ahead and fix that. We don't want to be able to change the title of a room unless we actually own that room. So this method update room is called right there. And then I don't want to be able to do this if I do not own the room. So I'll just hop all the way down and then find wherever the room is rendered. So filtered rooms like this. And I can just go ahead and check up here where it says what is the view mode. So if it is owned, I would like to be able to change the title. And if it is shared, I would like to not be able to change the title. So I'll just say if the view mode is shared, then we should definitely not make the user able to edit the room. So hopping down to single room, I would like to say can edit. And I can only edit if view mode is owns and then inside single room. I'll just pass down the prop2. That is a boolean like so. Then if I scroll all the way down to this input field, so I can say if is editing and can edit like that. Then under shared files, I am not able to click this right now. But if I had the room myself, I would be able to. So signing back out, saying andreas@gmail.com. And then the password. I think I should be able to go in and change it like that. And I am, so that is great. And now because I've shared this room with another person, I can try and log in with that other person's credentials and just check whether we can actually go ahead and be two people inside the room. So I'll say localhost /signin like that. Then I'll say test@gmail.com and my password and then press login. So right here I am test@gmail.com and right here I am andreas@gmail.com. So I am the owner of the project and I'm the person over here that the project has been shared with. So I'll just double click it right there and I will double click it over here. And we should now be able to see two people inside this room. And I can see the other person's cursor inside the room as well. I can put down squares. I can put down ellipses. I can also draw in real time. I can put down text that says hello if I wanted to. And I can just move things around. Cool. If I do change the fill of this one, it is also visible instantly to the other user. Great. And I can, as the other user, select one of these and just delete them. Cool. So this entire thing actually works. And then under share this file, I can see that that the room has been shared with me, and I can remove my own access. Over here, I can also remove the access and share this with another person if I wanted to. Cool. Okay, so now that we have gotten so far, I would like to fix a little bug that I've noticed. So if you click a layer out here and just right click it, you see that this selection tools box or this menu is shown correctly above it. If I do press zoom though, This stays where it is while the elements move because I'm obviously zooming in or out. So we need to fix this bug because it doesn't look very nice. So what I would like to do is just hop into the selection tools. In here, I can go to the selection bounds.width, and then I can, let me just find that, like right down here. I can just go ahead and multiply with the camera zoom. So I can say times camera.zoom, like that. And I can do the same down here, like so. This will adjust the X and Y coordinates to also include the camera.zoom as a factor whenever doing the calculations. So if I hop back over here and just right click and zoom in, we see that it follows the layers because this now follows the zoom when calculating the X and Y coordinates. So now that this bug is out of the way, I think that we should try and get the software ready for deployment. So what I'm going to do is make this a little bit smaller and then go ahead and just run the linter. So before running a deployment on Vercel, which is the platform we're going to deploy on, we want to make sure that the software can actually build. So when building with next build, this linter will be ran anyways, next lint, and if this linter throws any errors, the build will not successfully finish. So I'll just go ahead and run the linter and then see what errors come up, and then we can try and fix those errors so we can get it ready to build properly. Now I see that we have a bunch of warnings, which we'll just ignore for now. So scrolling down, I do not see any errors. So let me just try and go ahead and run a full build. So if I close this, say next build, we can just wait for this to run the build, and then I'll come back in just a second. So now the build is finished. So scrolling up, we only see errors. Oh, sorry, not errors. We see some warnings, but we do not see any errors, which is nice. So we should actually be ready to deploy this to Vercel. So I can go ahead and close down this one and just initialize a new repository and call this Figma clone and just commit. Now I can go ahead and say publish branch and create a new public repository called Figma clone. So I'll just go ahead and do that and wait for it to finish. And now it's successfully published the Figma clone repository, so I can say open on GitHub. And this is then the entire repository that will be available both for Vercel to deploy, but also for you guys to look through. So I'll just go ahead and hop to Vercel, say login, and this is what we're going to deploy with. In Vercel, I would like to go to import project, and then I want to say Figma clone, which had a commit right now. Then I can say import, and then I just need to set the environment variables. Because right here in our local environment, all of our environment variables are defined under .env, but these are not committed to GitHub because these are in the git ignore. We do not want these environment variables to be stored inside of our repository. That is not so good because then anybody can just see your secrets. So we want to store them either in a .env file or inside Vercel, for example, under here. So I can go ahead and just copy these in like that. That is the first one. Then I can pass in the database URL too. And since we already have a live database because we created that in the start, we can just continue using this database URL if you're fine with that. Obviously, sometimes you would like to have both a development and a production database, but for the sake of this video, I'll just keep both of these as one and just have one database for both testing and also for development. So I'll just go ahead and copy this Liveblocks production key as well. And also the production key for the secret key. So like this. And I think that was all. So now I should be able to press deploy and just wait for it to deploy. So right now it should give us the build logs in just a second. And then I'll come back whenever it is deployed or whenever we have an error maybe. So after about 24 seconds, we got the following error. Invalid environment variables, Liveblocks secret key required. So it seems like even though I added it up here, if I search for it, we can see that it is obviously added, but apparently it did not register that. So I'll just go ahead and say go to project because the project has already been created inside Vercel now. So if I hop under settings, we'll just add it in another way and actually make it work. So Liveblocks secret key, I'll just go under key right here, paste it in, and then I'll just paste in the value of that key as well right here, And then I would like to press save. And now we should have all the keys and we should be able to do a redeploy. So heading to deployments, going right there, and then press redeploy without the existing build cache. So I'll say redeploy and just wait for this to finish. And then I will come back in just a second and we'll check out the result of the build logs. Alright, so I'm back now and it took about 1 minute and 37 seconds. So we can see that it built like it was supposed to. We do have warnings, but these warnings probably won't really matter. If you do have any issues with the warnings, you definitely want to fix those. But for the sake of this video, I'll just leave them as they are. And now we see that the deployment is completed and we have this blue check mark up here. So that is pretty good. I can then try and go to visit. And we'll just see what happens inside of our application. So as you see here, we are able to just access this following page, which is just nothing. So we didn't create any landing pages or anything. We just wanted to focus on building Figma specifically. So we are able to access this page, but because we don't have a page.tsx file inside that route, we only have a layout, it'll just return 404. So what I want to do for now is just to go into Next.config. And then in here, I can define something called redirects. So I'll say async redirects. And then I would like to open up this following option. And then in here, I can return a list of redirects inside my app. So I want to specify that if I go to the following route, which is just this following route right here, then I always want to redirect to the dashboard like this, and it is a permanent redirect. So let me just go ahead and say redirect and just commit that. And then we can also see how Vercel works in action. So going back to Vercel, I'll just close this, hop under deployments, Figma clone, and then I can just wait for it to build. Okay, so it just finished deploying after about a minute, and I can go ahead and just go to the deployment and then press visit like this. And now we are redirected instantly to the dashboard, and because we are not logged in, the dashboard will then redirect us to the Signin, or not the dashboard, the middleware will. So if I just try and say andreas@gmail.com and put in my password and then press login, let me just see what happens. So now we are taken to the dashboard and the room we created locally is still here, obviously because it is the same database. So let me just copy this URL and just go and log in with another user. So I'll just press sign out and log in with test@gmail.com. So log in like that. And then right now I'll just head to my shared files, and right here I'm under my project. So I'll open up this project. And then I would like to over here also open up that project. And now we do see 3 people inside the room. That is because we actually also have it open over here on the local host. So as soon as I closed that, you saw that this user up here disappeared. So that is pretty good because that means that the real-time functionality actually works. But now this is both, these panes are all, or these tabs are all live. So this is deployed on Vercel, so under Vercel app. And then I can see that it actually works. We can see the cursor over here. And we can also see my cursor on the other screen. I can drag around the following shapes. I can also draw. I can add new shapes. And I should be able to insert text too, which I am. I can delete things. Great. So I'm able to do all the things that I wanted to be able to do. I can also see the shared users under this menu. I can see that the menus work as well, like they're supposed to, like this. And lastly, I can hop back onto the dashboard, and then I can see my projects and also my shared files. I'm able to rename this to hello2 if I want to. And let me just see why that did not work. If I just refresh, for example. And that is because we are logged in as I signed out a second ago. So we were logged in as Andreas over here. And then I signed out and logged in with test. So now I'm actually logged in with test over here as well. So it's because we're using the same browser. So we can't obviously change the name of a project if the project is shared with us. But as you see, we are logged in with test in both places. if I just close this over here and log in with Andreas again, I should be able to actually change the name, because I would like to verify that we can actually do the functionality we created. So now I am able to see it under my project again. I can say hello to, press outside of it, refresh, and everything works as expected. So if you enjoyed this tutorial, let me know down in the comments and then also leave a like. And if you actually made it this far, I'm super curious to hear what you want to see next. Maybe you have a specific idea for a SaaS that you would like me to build, or for an existing SaaS that you would like me to clone. So let me know, and thank you for following along.